Hitchhiking Across the Country with My White Cane in the 70s, written by David Gordon, narrated by Ken Solon. A Dangerous Ride. I was living in a rooming house in Sarasota during the winter of 1971. I was blind and therefore could not drive, but I still had to go places, so I chose hitchhiking as my major means of transportation. How blind were you, you might ask? I was totally blind. It was just me, my white cane, and my pack hitchhiking across the country. It was another one of those typical warm, sunny Saturday mornings in Sarasota, and I did what I did on many occasions. I held my white cane in my left hand and put out my right thumb and headed out, in this case for Tampa, to do some work on the pianos in one of the larger churches and hopefully meet some interesting people along the way. The first ride on that beautiful Saturday morning was with a guy who was close to my age from what I could tell by his voice. This was reinforced later when I met his mother. He said he would give me a ride all the way to Tampa, which made my day, but he asked if I would mind if we stopped by his mother's house for a few minutes first. My driver that day seemed nice enough. We talked about general things, the weather, traffic, where I was from, and of course, where I was headed. These things were the normal banter from me on a Saturday morning, or on any other day for that matter. The problem is that one can never know for sure what's going on in anyone's head when you meet them for the first time. Why did he choose to give me a ride? Why was he so agreeable to take me all the way to Tampa? Did he have ambitions that drastically conflicted with mine? Unfortunately, these are things that I never considered at the time. When I was hitchhiking, the opportunity to make a trip with only one ride was always preferable for many reasons. In this case, did I want to accept the convenience of one ride with what I hope would be a short side trip, as opposed to the reality that on a normal day it could take me 4 or 5 different rides to get to Tampa? Add to that the possibility of it taking several rides within the larger city itself to get to my destination, which was further complicated by the fact that I didn't know the city well. So if I made a mistake in giving directions to a driver, or if I was inadvertently dropped off in the wrong place, which did happen, it could take hours to get back on track. There was no time constraint on when I worked. I could come and go as I pleased. So in this case, I did what I normally did. I took the easy way out and opted for what I thought might be my best chance at making the entire trip with only one ride. I don't recall the driver's name, so I'll call him Mr. Future Prisoner, which I would guess is what ended up happening to him. Mr. Future Prisoner's mother lived in a small house located way out in the country, several miles off the beaten path, and down numerous bumpy, winding, and dusty gravel roads. We got to Mom's house, and Mr. Future Prisoner invited me inside, which I knew would be preferable to sitting in the sun in the hot car that did not appear to have air conditioning. As it turned out, that decision may well have saved my life. We sat down at the kitchen table, Mr. Future Prisoner and Mom at one end of the table, while I sat by myself at the other end. The house was not much cooler than it was outside, and there were myriad flies doing their fly thing, buzzing around between the three of us, looking for whatever flies look for. Mr. Future Prisoner's mother offered me a glass of Florida State drink, orange juice, which I politely accepted. At Mom's house, there was minimal conversation between the three of us, which I found to be strange to say the least. I started asking myself, why did we stop here? There were, of course, the standard questions all from Mom, asking me who I was and where I came from. Other than that, it was basically quiet, except for the buzzing flies. There was, however, discernible audible communication from Mom directed at her son, which I don't think they felt I could hear. It was whispered and private in nature. Son remained verbally quiet during the entire time I was there. The one-sided conversation consisted of Mom pleading with him. Mom was obviously quite upset. She mouthed things that were barely audible to me, but also were very exaggerated and drawn out. I could clearly hear her saying, "No, please, don't," and "He's blind, not him," and "God, no, don't do that," and "No, not to him." I don't recall the thought process that went on in my mind at the time, but it should go without saying that I was scared, more so than at any time in my life up to that point. Because I could hear Mom pleading for her son not to harm me, this clearly presented a dilemma. Obviously, I was aware that something was horribly wrong and that I could be in serious danger, and that I was unquestionably in a situation that I could not control at all. Here I was, sitting in a stranger's house, in the middle of nowhere, and I had absolutely no idea where nowhere was, or what, if anything, I could do to get help. I was totally at the mercy of the situation. Frankly, I was scared to death. There is a big difference between hitchhiking on the open road and sitting in a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. When driving on the highway, there is something close to equality between driver and hitchhiker. Both people take a huge risk, but there are generally options available to both people if there should be a problem. There are likely to be other cars, which means there are people around. So it might be possible to find a way to signal them by opening the car door, or causing erratic driving for a few minutes or even seconds, or by flashing the emergency blinker, to name a few. I had to deal with this on another occasion. However, in this case, none of those options were available to me. I was in someone's house, in the middle of nowhere, and because I was totally blind, equality quickly went out of the window. It did not seem to me that getting up to leave on my own was a viable option, because I had no idea where to go, and as far as I knew, there was no one to hear me if I yelled for help. Additionally, how would Mr. Future Prisoner react if I forced the issue? Was he hearing Mom? And if I pushed the issue, would it stop him from listening to Mom, or would he feel that my attempt to escape forced him into making a decision to move forward with his potentially life-threatening plans? Surely I was not in a position to push the situation. I feel that I had no real options other than to sit there and be as scared as I've ever been in my life. So that's what I did. I sat there, trying to control the fact that I was outwardly shaking, drinking my orange juice from the dirty glass while swatting flies and answering a few basic questions from Mom while I continued to listen to her mouth her rather dire pleas on my behalf. As I look back on my life, it's easy to see that hitchhiking was a dangerous situation to have put myself in. To me, at the time, life was drugs, sex, and rock and roll. The fact that I was totally blind didn't faze me. The hippie culture was, or seemed to be, one of peace, love, and tolerance, and I really bought into that. I also assumed that many others my age shared similar beliefs. I thought that my long hair and hippie clothes would open doors for me, and to a large extent it did. What made it interesting was, where did those doors lead? That was one of many things that I had absolutely no control over at times. For me, hitchhiking was not only a mode of transportation, but a way of meeting people. For a time in my life, it became a major way of scoring marijuana, getting laid, and in some cases, just finding something to do that day or evening. Hitchhiking also led to an occasional opportunity to work and make some much-needed money. In truth, I never gave any thought at all to the possibility of being hit by a car, or stuck in the middle of an 8-lane highway without a clue as to where I was headed, or numerous other traffic dangers, because I had little awareness of that. Child predators, criminals, drunk drivers, or myriad other bad things that could happen to me, many of which did, were not a serious consideration. I was young, and nothing could happen to me. Could it? Like all young people, I was invincible and on top of the world. My thought processes were also inhibited because I grew up in a residential school in which I was somewhat isolated from the real world to a large degree. I think it's fair to say that I had a much less awareness of life, its dangers, or of people in general. So to me, hitchhiking was an opportunity to learn about people and the world around me and to experience life. This book is dedicated to all of those kids whom I met along the way as I traveled the country, and who may have become victims of child trafficking, something that I was fortunate to avoid. Many of the kids I met were not as fortunate as I have been. It is also dedicated to those who have lived through those feelings of abandonment like I did when I was a child that influenced so many things that I put myself through, sometimes in very destructive ways. This is my story how I grew up as a blind person in the 60s and 70s, the hippie era, a time of drugs, sex, and rock and roll. Many of the blind people that I went to school with and have had an opportunity to know throughout my life around the country who attended other residential schools chose more conventional paths. Many made the adjustment to being sent away to a residential school, sometimes as early as 4 or 5 years old, much more easily than I did, and as a result, they chose much less risky paths. They graduated from high school, went to college, and are either working or retired from jobs in numerous professional fields. Others readily accepted their new lives at the residential school as an alternative to home situations that I wouldn't wish on anyone. In preparing to write this book, I have interviewed lots of people who attended residential schools from around the country in the 50s and 60s, and their responses have drastically changed the direction of the book that I had intended to write. During the interview process, without prodding by me, a surprisingly large number of people expressed in no uncertain terms that they felt abandoned as a result of their experiences, and that this has impacted their lives far beyond their childhood. They expressed feelings of anger, sadness, and confusion at times. It surprised me because these are the exact words I use in describing my emotional turmoil, and which you'll read about time and time again throughout the book. In the 50s and 60s, there was little or no emphasis on helping very young children overcome what I see as obvious and very predictable feelings and emotions of abandonment when placed in a situation that they didn't yet have the ability to comprehend. Frankly, I'm not sure how helpful all of the professional tools we have today would change things, but I hope we have learned to never put little children through this torment and horror again. Part 1. Your son is blind. Don't worry, though. I'll show you how it's done. You might as well not name him because he's not going to live. This is what one of the nurses told my mother shortly after my birth. Of course, my mother was devastated by the unprofessional and cruel comments made by the nurse, who was later severely chastised by the doctor. There is no question that the above statements by the nurse would be unethical by today's HIPAA standards, but even when I was born in 1949, prudence should have indicated better judgment. Even though the nurse should have kept her feelings to herself, what she believed was not without foundation. I was born in Kalamazoo, Michigan on July 9th, which happened to be one of the hottest days of the summer. The temperature was about 97 degrees, and the humidity was also extremely high, as it tends to be in Michigan during the summer. The reason the nurse felt that I would not live was because I was born very early during the gestation period, at 29 weeks, and in general, babies that were born that early did not survive in 1949. I lived due to a relatively new practice of putting premature babies in incubators. In my case, this was not so much to keep me warm. It was naturally hot, and there was no air conditioning in the 1940s. The purpose of the incubator was to help me breathe because my lungs were not fully developed at 29 weeks gestation, and doctors had discovered that giving babies a higher percentage of oxygen helped them overcome that deficiency until they could breathe on their own. Today, oxygen is used much more sparingly and only for short times as needed. At the time of my birth, I weighed 3 pounds, but dropped down to a little over 2 pounds before I stabilized, but nowadays babies are often saved weighing as little as a pound. Because the practice of giving oxygen as a drug was new, the question probably should have been how much oxygen to give. Is more always better? What doctors didn't know during that time was that while oxygen did help infants to breathe, more is not always better. Too much of it destroyed the optic nerve in many of the premature babies who survived in the 40s and 50s because the eyes also developed more fully much later in the gestation period. Like me, many of the kids I went to school with had the designation of preemies, which meant they had what was then termed retrolental fibroplasia, RLF, and now has been named retinopathy of prematurity, ROP. I learned later, during a lawsuit against Union Carbide, which was intended to decide whether oxygen should be considered to be a drug and therefore tested for toxicity or safe levels, that I was given up to 95% pure oxygen at times, which likely saved my life, but at the expense of my eyes. For the first few weeks, when they would remove me from the incubator so my mother could hold me, I would immediately start turning blue, and I had to be placed back in the protective cocoon. I was in the hospital for several months before I was deemed healthy enough to go home. After I had been home for a few weeks, my parents began to question why I was not responding to visual stimulation and why I never opened my eyes. Quite naturally, the first assumption they made was that I was mentally challenged. But after taking me to several doctors, it was determined that I was blind. I was considered to be totally blind, but I did have light perception for much of my younger life, which I found to be quite helpful. If you think about it, for young parents with only high school educations and with little life experience and even less money, to learn that their child is blind would be a hell of a blow. What to do? Well, the first thing, of course, is to deal with the horrible grief my parents must have felt. Clearly, learning that I was blind changed their lives forever. My parents had no awareness of blind. They didn't know what, if anything, I could or would ever be able to do. As we grow up, we learn about families, and much of what we learn determines how we will, or in some cases will not, raise our children. But in most cases, a blind or handicapped child is not part of that from which we draw our knowledge or ideas. My parents had a lot to overcome, then a lot to learn. The next step was for my parents to be able to accept the diagnosis, and that nothing could be done about it. My parents had a real problem with the accepting phase, so they traveled around the country with me visiting various doctors and looking for answers that simply were not there. They did not have money, and I'm sure it cost them everything they had at the time and more to try to change something which, unknown to them then, could not be changed. One of the doctors they took me to was located in Chicago, and he gave me shots of God knows what, saying it would help. He was later proven to be a quack, and to avoid going to trial, he committed suicide by jumping out of his office window. My parents did not confine the search for a cure to my blindness to doctors located in the Midwest, where I was from. My mother read about a doctor in Arizona who was reported to be helping premature babies see. This turned out to be one of the most interesting trips for me, not because the doctor restored my vision or any part of it, but because I got to ride across the country on a train. It was about 1,800 miles from Kalamazoo to Flagstaff. The trip lasted about 4 days. I was somewhere between 2 and 3 years old at the time, and my memory is obviously spotty, but I do remember some things about the trip. Eating in the dining car at a glass-topped table meant nothing to me, but it was how trains were. They were much fancier than they are in general today. One night, while riding along the train is particularly memorable to me. My mother was sleeping comfortably, but I was not. I got bored and decided to test my hot stove approach to life. Surely you are familiar with the hot stove approach. When we are young and told for the first time that a stove is hot, we have to test it because we don't know what hot means. In this case, I decided to explore the train on my own because I had no idea what was around me. How could I? This is an issue that my mother and I confronted many times throughout my life. When we would sit down at a table in a restaurant, I would immediately start exploring what was on the table with my hands, which were my eyes. I'd look to see if there were salt and pepper shakers, a napkin holder, and my favorite thing back in the 50s, a jukebox, where for as little as a nickel you could play the song of your choice. My mother felt that I should keep my hands off of those things and sit there like a good little boy. I just wanted to look around the table, to see what was available to me in my world. It was the same thing while riding the train. Other passengers could look around the car and see everything, but my world was my seat. Not necessarily, I must have thought, as I came up with a solution, What I could do while my mother was sleeping became obvious to me. I got up and started to explore my surroundings on my own and see things in the way that I could. There was no one sitting in the seat behind me at the time, so I sat down and found a suitcase that unzipped from the top. I was curiously looking around when I found and removed a bottle of something from the suitcase and zipped the suitcase back up and returned to my seat. I was feeling quite proud of myself when I showed my mother the bottle the next morning. She told me that it was whiskey, and with much embarrassment she returned it to the passenger behind us. One of the things that I clearly remember from the trip was how sunny it was in Flagstaff. I carried that memory with me throughout my life, and it probably has a lot to do with me wanting to move to Arizona when I retired. Once my parents determined that there was not going to be a cure for my blindness, their next concern was what to do with a blind child. What can he do? My parents simply had no idea. How could they? I didn't walk until I was over 2 years old, which probably also brought much heartache to my parents. The reason I didn't learn to walk was likely because I didn't see people walking, and my parents probably assumed that I couldn't, or perhaps that I shouldn't walk because of the possible dangers. Crawling was probably just fine to me as well until I learned of the wonders of getting around my world much faster. One spring day when I was about 2 years old, a friend of my parents was visiting and suggested that they teach me to walk. My parents hesitantly, but hopefully, agreed to give it a try. They got me to stand up, and then they clapped their hands to give me a reference point. I must have loved this opportunity, and there's no question that my ability to walk opened whole new areas of exploration to me. I remember very little about my early childhood, except that once my parents determined that I could walk, they must have felt that I could do other things too, and I believe that they made a conscious decision to give me a lot more freedom to play and explore things on my own than some of the blind kids I went to school with had. I was never kept from doing much, and I wasn't confined to my room or even to the house, as happens in some cases. On those occasions where I would overstep my freedoms, I recalled how patient my dad was in guiding and directing me down what he felt was the right path. There are, of course, pros and cons to being given too much freedom. Certainly there are more potential dangers and risks, but in thinking about it, isn't that true for all of us? It is how we learn and grow, and throughout my life I have been no exception to having to touch that hot stove for myself, time and time again. In fact, my wife might argue that I'm still that way. I question everything. In the early 50s, and at least where we lived, forced air heat was not common, and I fondly recall the smell and the heat from the coal-fired furnace. After I learned to walk while exploring one day, I fell down an open cold air return register in a new house we were looking at. Fortunately, when I tripped, I fell on my back and got stuck in the opening of the register and didn't fall all the way through to the basement, so I was easily rescued with only a few scratches on my back. On another occasion, I locked my family out of the house by turning the skeleton key in the door. My dad had to crawl through the bathroom window to unlock the door from the inside because I didn't realize what I had done and I had no idea how to undo it. My parents never displayed anger about things like that, so it is also possible that I enjoyed the attention I was getting, and I don't recall being punished. There is no question that my parents underestimated me a lot and did not expect me to do or think of things like that, but I was a curious little kid. Of course, sounds were stimulating to me, and while sitting at the kitchen table, I discovered that if I put a drinking glass up to my ear, I could hear the sound of rushing air, which kind of sounded like a seashell, and that if I tipped the glass some, the pitch of the sound would change, just like the sound of the ocean changes. Of course, I could not foresee what happened next. Because I could not see the water readying to pour out of the glass, I had no reference that if I tipped the glass too far, I was going to get wet. What a shock. This kind of thing was only a minor deterrent for me as a blind person. My parents and I were learning together. My part in this was to explore my surroundings, and because I had a strong desire to do things for myself, I pushed things to the max, which was probably a good thing, because I showed myself and my parents that I was not just going to sit around and wait for the next thing to happen. One summer afternoon, while exploring, I went down the basement stairs and I heard a hissing noise, so I walked around until I found the culprit. I found a valve, and without knowing what it was, I turned it until the hissing noise stopped. I immediately realized that the hissing noise the gas was making stopped, and I must have felt that I shouldn't have done that, but to me, this was easily rectified. I simply turned the gas to what ended up being the hot water heater back to the position it was, and when the noise started up again, all seemed normal, so I went back upstairs. No problem, right? Not so, because this was before the time of electric pilot lights, and soon the smell of gas was quite noticeable throughout the two-story house. My dad went downstairs and turned off the gas, and after it evaporated some, he lit the pilot light, and all was fine. Again, my parents seemed more amazed that I thought of stuff like that, as opposed to punishing me for that kind of thing, but obviously I was told not to turn the valve again. Regardless of their warnings, there was always more stuff to explore as I tested my "is the stove hot" approach to learning about life. Once I could walk, every day was an opportunity, a new day of exploration and challenge to me. Until I changed it, the procedure for me getting dressed in the morning was for me to wait for my parents to have time to help me get my clothes out of the dresser and put them on. While waiting for help one morning, I got bored, and it occurred to me that I didn't need my parents to get dressed. Why couldn't I do it myself? Getting dressed appeared to me to be simple enough. I never considered that I couldn't do it, so I went into my room and got clothes out of my dresser and put them on. For some reason, this amazed my parents, which made me proud. Of course, one thing that I could not be aware of was that my socks were different colors, but my parents learned to pair them after that. Another day, when I was a little older, I announced that today was the day that I was going to learn to tie my shoes. The babysitter earned her money that day. I made her show me over and over until I understood what had to be done. As a very young blind child, making friends was difficult, in part because I did not see, but also because I was and am shy. Perhaps a larger complication for me when I was young was the behavior of some adults. Quite naturally, I guess they didn't know how to handle my blindness either, and as a result, they didn't always make good decisions. One of the most flagrant and outstanding examples of poor treatment by the parents of others during my youth occurred one day when I was at a babysitter's house. The lady was watching me and some other people's kids while our parents worked. I used to play tag with those kids. I don't think I ever caught anyone, but I also never ran into anything or got hurt, which is really kind of amazing when thinking back on it. One morning while we were playing outside, I noticed that everyone had stopped playing and was being oddly quiet. I asked why, and it turned out they were all eating pears, everyone but me, that is. I asked one of the kids if I could see his fruit, and he gave it to me. If you think Sputnik was the first item to orbit the Earth, you would be wrong. We better rewrite the history books, because I'm sure that fucking half-eaten pear is still up there somewhere. In thinking about it, I wish I had attempted to throw it through one of the windows in the house instead. I recalled the lady explaining that she didn't have enough fruit to go around. Evidently, she thought that since I was blind, I would never notice, and she obviously didn't consider what she was conveying to the other kids about how to handle someone's blindness, or perhaps handicaps in general. Let me see now, could she have maybe cut the fruit in half? Some people seem to think that when one loses a major sense, the developer of the creation game compensates for it by sharpening our remaining senses. While this is not technically correct, there is evidence that the brain has some ability to strengthen remaining pathways by using those that are not in use by the loss of one sense to support the remaining ones. The remaining senses are not inherently better than anyone else's. In fact, while this was not the case for me, in some cases the cause of blindness can adversely affect other senses. I may hear things that you don't, but I don't hear better. Instead, there is no question that I listen more to my surroundings. That hot stove again. When I was around 3 years old, I was sleeping in my bedroom, which was located upstairs in our two-story house, and on one occasion I woke up in the middle of the night and could hear that the radio was still playing downstairs, so I assumed my mother was still awake, and I decided to go down and see what she was up to. I was wearing these all-in-one pajamas that had cloth feet, which I really liked because they were warm and secure to me, but at that time they did not yet have those safety rubber feet that they all have now, which may have prevented what happened next. For fun, I decided to walk down the stairs backwards, but I slipped on the top stair and went bouncing down the entire flight of steps on my stomach. I would not have been injured at all, except my chin hit every stair on the way down. It required 7 stitches. When I called my dad at work to tell him that I had been hurt, I told him that I had cut my neck off, but the doctor sewed it back on. Despite my insatiable need to explore, my parents seemed to continue to underestimate my awareness of things, and on yet another night when I couldn't sleep, I unhooked the screen door and went outside to the back porch. I just stood out there listening to the crickets and night noises, but when my parents couldn't find me in my bed the next morning, they were obviously more than concerned. They could simply have told me not to do that again, but they decided to move the hook to the top of the door where I couldn't reach it. I think these kinds of things taught all of us that I could do things that we hadn't considered, and from my point of view, I was determined to explore life using the hot stove theory. This approach, of course, caused my parents great turmoil, to put it mildly, as I got older, because when I was hitchhiking around the country, there were times they didn't hear from me for weeks at a time, and they had no idea whether I was dead or alive. Part 2. Feeling abandoned as a very young child. Those early and lonely days. To me, the first 4 years of my life went by uneventfully. I was happy for sure, and I recall what I could remember of them fondly. My parents were loving, caring people who did their best to work with me and let me live my life, but there were important decisions ahead, ones that would change the lives of all of us. Unquestionably, the most difficult issue my parents faced in raising a blind child in the early 50s was one that would be much easier today. What was the best way for a blind child to get an education? At that time, residential schools were considered to be the best option for blind children. In many cases, especially outside of larger cities, they were the only option that was available, so most kids in the United States were shipped off to state-run schools for the blind as early as 5 years old. Because most states had only one school, it was frequently located hundreds of miles or more from their families, which of course permanently changed the lives of not only those of us who were blind, but for our families at home as well. The saddest time of my life, up to that point. The Michigan School for the Blind was rated as one of the best in the country. It was located on approximately 40 acres of land near downtown Lansing, Michigan, and was comprised of several different buildings: a school building, a dining room, several dormitories, and several utility buildings. This meant that we had to walk outside, many times in inclement weather, which there was a lot of in Michigan, to go everywhere that we needed to go. In 1954, the state of Michigan, in its finite wisdom, was trying something new. This is back when politicians didn't mind spending money, and someone came up with the bright idea of starting a nursery school for the blind, which started a year ahead of kindergarten. This meant that I was shipped away from my home and all that I knew at the ripe old age of 4 years old, instead of having to wait until the more mature age of 5. I have no idea what the benefits of nursery school could possibly be for a child when she is jerked away from their family at such a young age, but the program must have been deemed not to be very successful because it only lasted 1 year. What I remember about nursery school was that it was located in what was at the time the newest building on campus, Lyons Hall. It was sort of a continuation of pre-kindergarten, All we did was play all day long until we got restless and started to misbehave. At that point, the teacher tended to lose patience and swear at us. It was not like the romper room school shows one might see on TV in the mid-50s, where the teachers were kind and bubbly. For some reason, we had chickens in the classroom, and one of the kids, Tim, whom I'll mention often as I recount my time at school, threw one across the room, which unfortunately killed it. Tim was subject to temper tantrums all of his life, and this was only the beginning of much to come. When he threw the chicken, though, our teacher, Mrs. Schilling, used words that I had never heard, outside of when I visited my grandpa, in chastising Tim. "God damn it, Tim, why the hell did you throw that chicken? You killed it." Of course, I'm sure that Tim had no idea that throwing the chicken would kill it, but I also don't think he cared much either way. At the end of the school day, we went back to the lonely dormitory and played until dinner time. After dinner, I would go back to my room and lay on or kneel by my bed and cry. It was a very sad time for me. When I think back on these times, I wonder how the hell any of us adjusted to that very bizarre situation. The adult-to-student ratio in the dormitory was about 15-1, and no one could possibly deal with the sadness and uncertainty that many of us kids felt. Mrs. Washburn was the kindest house mother one could hope to have. She did her very best to comfort those of us who needed it. As far as being able to see my family, I was more fortunate than many because they lived in Kalamazoo, which was only 70 miles from the school. This meant that I had numerous ways of going home every weekend, including train, bus, or car, in which case my parents or a designated person could pick me up at the school. Kids who lived hundreds of miles from the school or in more rural areas with less public transportation had few options. If their parents could not make the trip on Friday afternoons and again on Sundays to bring them back, they had to remain at the school for weeks at a time until a major break, such as Christmas or Easter, and for summer vacation. Even though I saw my family regularly, I still felt abandoned by my mother and father. My parents told me that I would be going away to school, but there is no way that a child of 4, or even 5 for that matter, can comprehend the permanence of what was about to happen. The sudden upheaval of being ripped from a loving and secure family environment in a home situation and placed with a bunch of strangers where there was no love, in a city that I had never heard of, and in a dormitory style of living to boot, was one of many incomprehensible things that happened to me throughout my younger years. My sadness and disorientation caused by this life-fucking event were to me at the time a heck of a lot for any child to have to deal with, basically on his, her own. I can't imagine being put in that situation at any age, much less the age of 4 years old. At that time, there was no such thing as counseling, so the ways of helping young children adjust to such a monumental event were limited. So from my point of view, we were placed in this foreign environment totally void of anything resembling a family. There was no love, and for me, all that I had learned about family values abruptly went out of the window. My new life was comprised of a bunch of other kids, the youngest of which were going through the same sadness, fears, and uncertainties that I was facing when all of us were placed in a totally foreign situation at an age when we had no way of dealing with our sorrow or, in some cases, anger. We had absolutely no one to talk to about it. Oddly, we never discussed it among ourselves, which I've been told is a coping method, for what that's worth. What I was not so aware of until much later was the difficulty the family I left at home also had in adjusting to my absence. My dad and I talked about it some later in life, and my sister and I have talked a lot about that early life throughout the years. I regret that I didn't talk with my mother. She could have been a wealth of knowledge, but neither of us ever brought it up. I think that even later in life, she would have broken down in tears if I had asked her about those early years, and the discussion would have come to an abrupt end, with neither of us wanting to push it further. Before I attended the school, alone, full-time, I attended a short course at the school during the summer. I don't remember much about it, except that my mother stayed with me in the dormitory throughout the course, which was evidently designed to help me adjust, but more likely it was supposed to show my mother how good the school was and to assure her that I was in good hands. Finally, the day came for me to stay at the school without Mom. At some point, I'm in a strange room with a roommate, but all alone, and my parents left me. The first week was a horribly long one. I remember very little about what we did, but after what seemed like an eternity, Friday came. The long week was over, and I could go home, which I talked about all week. Finally, at 3:30, my dad came to take me home for the weekend. Of course, I thought my long ordeal was over and that I was going home for good. During my second week at what was to be my home away from home, a very strange thing, right out of a Stephen King novel, happened to me. One night, I dreamed that my parents bought me a swing set. Oddly, when I got home after the second week, there was a swing set very much like the one that was in my dream in our backyard, and right where I dreamed it would be. Still, even after 2 weeks, I had no idea that I'd be coming back to the school every Sunday and basically living there for the next 14 years. Dormitory life. The first dormitory I was placed in was an old wooden building that was rumored to have been built in the late 1800s. It would have gone up like a tinderbox if it had ever caught on fire, and surely many, if not all of us, would have died. Because it was the oldest building on campus and potentially the most dangerous, it was unquestionably the worst building to house the youngest children. The fire alarm went off at about 3 a.m. one night, which scared the hell out of all of us, likely including the house mothers. I immediately got up to make sure my roommate, Russ, was awake. I encouraged him to get up, but I had no idea what to do next. A real fire alarm was surely something I think no one expected or was prepared for, especially none of us young kids. So here in a 2-story timber box, we have 48 very young children between the ages of 4 or 5 to 9 or so, with varying degrees of blindness, with 3 or 4 adults in charge of getting us out of danger. Somehow they managed to get us all out safely. At this point, we were all standing outside in our pajamas, but often without slippers because there simply wasn't time to deal with that stuff, because very little thought had been given to what to do next. Fortunately, the weather was mild then. I don't know how they would have handled it if it had been winter in Michigan, because the closest open shelter, the health center or infirmary, was probably a quarter of a mile away. As it turned out, there was not a real fire. The false alarm was triggered by low water pressure, which is built into the design of fire alarms because there is a risk that the sprinkler systems might not be operable. We had fire drill practices, but they didn't come close to emulating the real situation because in the drills, we would all line up by either the fire escape or the fire chutes and wait until the alarm went off. Then we would exit the building. The fire chutes were at each end of the halls, and one of the bigger kids would slide down the chute and kick the bottom door open so we could all slide down after him. Even as a young kid, I could see that this was not a foolproof plan by any means. What if the door stuck and the 8-year-old kid couldn't kick it open? You can't keep sending kids down this chute if they're piling up at the bottom. The house parents, all women, never went down the fire chutes in their dresses, for obvious reasons. I don't know what they would have done in the case of a real fire. On the night the fire alarm went off, it was reported that the fire chutes were too hot to use. I'm not sure why. Our dorm, which was named Elm Hall, was located in one corner of the campus, about as far as it could be from the other buildings that we needed to go to every day. Had it been more centrally located, it could have made life somewhat easier during those cold winter mornings when we had to walk halfway across the 40 acres to the dining room, then back to the dormitory after a substandard meal, only to get ready to walk across the campus in another direction to go to school. The nursery school was held in what was the newest building on the campus at the time, Lyons Hall. Adult comfort. The only adult comfort I remember receiving at the school when I was 4 or 5 years old, when it would have been so necessary, was that the house mother would come around and say goodnight to us, little baby kids. But this could just be an interruption if she came around during the Lone Ranger, a radio show at the time and one of the high points of the day in those early years. Everyone had radios, and you could hear the Lone Ranger, as well as other popular radio shows, echoing up and down the hallways every evening. When the house mother came in to say goodnight, she would always say one of two prayers, one being the Lord's Prayer, the other was the famous "Now I lay me down to sleep" prayer. This prayer also has the phrase, "If I should die before I wake." It seems to me that this is a horrible prayer for kids, because why would one want them to think in terms of the possibility of dying, especially when they were quite possibly already depressed? Add to that, no kid at the age of 4 or 5 understands the complex beliefs of religion and usually ends up just reciting meaningless words to please the adults. I was placed in the west hall of the dorm, and my roommate for the first couple of years was Tom Munn. We were playing outside after school one afternoon, and Tom went off on one of his cancer jags. This time he concluded that I had cancer and that he needed to operate on me. He found a stick and scratched my stomach, just below my ribs, a little like he was operating. Then we moved on to other things. There was no pain at all. It was a kid's thing, not perverted in any way, just playing around. But the next weekend when I was home and taking a bath, my dad asked me about the scratches, which by then were mostly healed. My parents raised a little hell with the house parents, so they agreed to move one of us, in this case me, to another room. This was a real loss for me. It was yet another abandonment. With little or no understanding of what was happening, I was taken away from one of my best friends, and even though we still went to class together and did other things, it wasn't the same. I met my first love, Cynthia, in the first grade. She became very important to me, kind of like a lifeline to home and family. On one occasion, we were in the auditorium for some kind of school event, and we both fell asleep holding each other's hand. Like so much at the time for me, this relationship was short-lived because Cynthia's family moved away from Michigan between our first and second grade. Chalk it up right there, along with Sundays, the day I had to go back to school every week, as another loss from my heart. Another heart crusher took place in the second grade. They just kept coming. There was this young student teacher who, next to Cynthia, was going to be a different sort of personal savior. I fondly recall walking back to the dormitory after an attempt at a meal, and when I turned a corner, she was in front of me. Evidently, she was coming from a meeting held somewhere else on the campus. She singled me out, or it seemed that way to me anyway. She said, "Hi, David," which was all she had to say. I ran to her and jumped up into her arms and held on for dear life. Of course, I eventually had to get down and go back to the dormitory. Student teachers were only around for their internship, which is a very short time, so when it came time for her to leave, I suggested that our class have a party for her. I think it surprised the teacher, but we did that. I, however, didn't participate. I sat there like a bump on a log, pouting and feeling yet another loss. Do things really happen in threes? David Wright was one of my closest friends in Kalamazoo. We spent every waking hour together before I attended the school and when I was home on weekends or breaks. His family lived across the street. They were very kind people. I had one of these little pedal cars that held 2 small kids, and we used to ride it around. One day, David's mother sent us to the corner store, which was named Red's because the owner had red hair, to get her a pack of cigarettes, so instead of walking, which we normally did, we decided to take the car. This meant riding the little push car in significant traffic for a couple of blocks. It was one of the few times when I got into considerable trouble. Once again, all good things come to an end for me, though, or so it seemed, because during my second grade year, David's family decided to move to Arizona, which meant I would never see him again. The last time we saw each other was on what became for me one of those dreadful Sunday afternoons. David made the trip with my family to take me back to school in Lansing so we could say goodbye. When we said goodbye, we both were crying. I don't recall any attempt by my parents to comfort me during my time of extreme sadness. They just took my friend David and left for home with me standing in the hallway by the drinking fountain. Yet another piece ripped out of my heart. South Hall. When they separated Tom and me, they moved me to South Hall, which had its singular personality. The kids in general seemed to have fewer boundaries. This is where I learned to swear like a sailor at the age of 6. It changed my life forever. Unlike me, my parents rarely swore. I remember my dad saying, "Damn it to hell," one time when he was pissed at my mom and she wasn't around to hear him, and my mother said shit once when having traffic issues and was feeling what we now call road rage, but that's about it. In addition to not swearing, my dad never used words that I frequently used from the first grade on, including some that I consider to be quite common. For example, if I needed to take a piss, I said so, but not my dad. He'd use more tame words than that. He wouldn't say that he had to drain the main vein or shake the dew off the lily. He never talked like that. He'd say that he had to go tinkle. Shortly before he died, during what ended up being his last stay in the hospital, he called the nurse because he had to tinkle and needed help getting out of bed. I was on the phone with him at the time, and I could hear the confusion in her voice as she asked him, "You have to do what?" In South Hall one night, we were sitting around in Jim's room swearing for the hell of it. So if you can imagine 8 or 10 blind kids at the age of 7 or 8, and with no idea where the adults were or if anyone at all was listening, screaming swear words at the top of our lungs with even less purpose than might be considered halfway acceptable. One time we all decided to yell out the swear word of our choice at once. It was so loud, but because there were so many voices, all shouting different words over and over, I doubt if anyone understood much that we were saying. After we all screamed our guts out for a few seconds, Tim asked for silence. We all quieted down. It was time for the big word, one we didn't say much at that time. Then brave Tim said quietly but quite audibly, "God damn it." That was the big one, and we all chastised him, but in a joking manner because we didn't really give a shit. Tim was the only person I remember who got his mouth washed out with soap for swearing. This, of course, is a useless and worthless punishment. He came back to the room swearing more profusely than ever as he spit soap remnants out of his mouth onto the floor between swear words for someone else to clean up. One day, as I was walking by Rick's room on my way to the dining room, I stopped in his doorway for no reason at all other than to call him every name in the book that I could think of. I didn't even know what some of those words meant, nor did Rick, but Rick knew I wasn't serious, and his infectious laughter carried the day. Then we went on about our business, whatever that was. There was little supervision in the dormitory, especially in the South Hall. It was isolated from East and West Hall by 2 fire doors, and with the exception of nights and occasional checks, we were on our own to do as we pleased. One night, we were yelling back and forth from room to room after bedtime, and we dared this kid to go out on the fire escape. Little Jimmy was gullible. We all knew that. He would have done anything to gain our acceptance, so without question, he went out there in his bare feet. Then someone encouraged him to let the door close behind him, which meant that he would be locked out in the enclosed fire escape stairway. We told him we'd let him in, but after the door closed behind him, we continued to talk to each other and laugh at little Jimmy's fucked up situation. After talking for a few more minutes while Jimmy stood out in the fire escape stairway crying profusely, instead of letting him in, someone went through the fire doors to East Hall, where the house parents hung out, and got one of them and told her that Jimmy had gone out there on his own, thus disavowing ourselves of any wrongdoing. Mrs. Washburn put little Jimmy to bed and promptly left through the fire doors to go back and visit with the other adults. I think the adults required adult companionship more than they wanted to supervise sometimes. How could they not? Dirty damn trash. In the late 50s, they decided to spray for mosquitoes. I never knew who made that decision or why, but they used what was a widely used chemical compound at the time and now has been banned, called DDT, which we dubbed dirty damn trash. And looking back on that day, it was a horrible thing. Instead of making us stay inside while the planes flew over at very low levels spraying, we were told to go about our normal activities, and that when a plane flew over to simply duck our heads and not breathe too much. The shit didn't do much to reduce the mosquito population, but it sure made us choke. Alan feared for his life. When I was in the first or second grade, I was in the playroom, which was a large room with a TV and some toys, tables, and things. This kid named Alan bit me, so I grabbed him and said, "Come here, you little fucker. I'll teach you to never fucking bite me again, god damn it." I found this necklace kind of thing with a bead on it, and although I had no idea what it was or why it was in our playroom, I found a good purpose for it. I put it around his neck and dragged poor Alan over to a large table. The table was made of heavy wood and was designed for 6 chairs to fit around it. It was about 6 feet long, and it was very heavy, especially for a little kid my age to lift, but I thought I was quite ingenious in putting my shoulder under the edge of the table and forcing it up high enough to get Alan's new necklace around the leg, thereby confining him. The fucker wasn't going to bite me anymore. I walked over to a couch and sat there listening to Alan cough a bit and carry on as he tried to get loose. Occasionally, I would say things like, "You aren't going to bite me again, are you?" Finally, one of the house parents came into the playroom and discovered Alan's confinement and that he was struggling and that he was choking a bit. She asked what happened, and I said, "He bit me, so I tied him up." She asked me how I managed to lift the table, which she had quite some trouble with, but she never punished me. I think she was just more amazed that I was able to pick up the table by myself and get the string around its leg. Shocking endeavors. During my second grade year one morning, I had a few minutes before I had to go to school, and that old hot stove theory reared its ugly head. While in my dormitory room, I was under the table playing around with the electric wall socket, and I wondered what would happen if I stuck something in the hole. I knew that if you plugged the radio into the wall, music would come out of the radio, or if you plugged in a lamp, it would provide light, and I wondered what was in the wall to make it do that, and if I could make it visit me. I ended up being quite successful in my endeavor. I got a coat hanger and unwound it. They were metal then, and stuck one end in the right side of the socket. Of course, nothing happened. My reasoning wasn't faulty, though, and I realized that the circuit had to be completed. So I stuck the other end of the hanger in the left hole, and then something happened. There were several major pops before the fuse blew. I jerked the former clothes hanger out of the wall socket as quickly as I could, and it immediately wrapped itself around my little body, but fortunately it was inert by then. I ended up burning the hell out of my hands, which required medical attention. As a result, I got to class a few minutes late because of having to see the nurse. I was severely chastised by my brilliant second-grade teacher for burning my hands during Michigan Fire Prevention Week, like it would have been okay any other time of the year. Even at the young age of 7, I thought that was the stupidest thing I'd heard of. My fascination with completing electrical circuits didn't stop there, though. When we were teenagers, brave Tim told us he could handle being plugged into AC current while we counted to 10. This is different than the circuit being a wire clothes hanger because the wire was short and an excellent conductor, whereas Tim was a much larger circuit and should not get burned. Still, the jolt that Tim would get was something of interest to all of us. "I can do it, goddammit," Tim bravely said. Having little constructive to do, we were all quite excited by the prospect of Tim's success or failure, so we cut an AC cord off of a radio or some sort of electrical device that we had. We bared the insulation and duct taped the wire to his hands and arms so that he could not pull away from the experiment until we were ready to let the poor fucker go. Then we plugged him in and proceeded to count to 10. I counted, and I did it slowly. I'm quite sure we discontinued the experiment before I got to 10. To Tim's credit, he never yelled much. He just swore profusely and passionately as he ran out of the room after we let him loose. This event did not mark the end of my experimentation with electricity. I falsely reasoned that if an electric train transformer could step down the voltage from 110 AC to 6 or 12 volts DC, then if I reversed the wires, I could step it up. So basically, if 120 volts became 12 volts, it seemed reasonable to me that I could step it up to at least 1200 volts. So I tried it. I hooked the modified transformer across the metal strip in the doorway to my room, figuring I'd surprise someone. Fortunately, my reasoning was faulty and it didn't work, or clearly I could have seriously injured someone, and that someone would have been me, because the first thing I did after I hooked it up was to touch the metal threshold to see if it was working like I thought it should. Instead, the transformer burned up, as I now know it should have. The smoke it caused was awful. We didn't want the damn fire alarm to go off, because we would have gotten into serious trouble, so we quickly threw the transformer out of the window while we choked and coughed. He could have died. And thinking back on it, I can't believe the stuff we did, and without question. One day, a few guys hung this poor Hungarian kid out of the window from the 3rd story of the main dormitory by his ankles, while someone tickled the holder. This was an especially cruel thing to do to Tom, because he and his family had come over from Hungary after the war, and he was horribly afraid of any kind of violence or aggression. We learned this when some guys came to get him out of bed in the middle of the night to throw him in a tub of cold water a few weeks previous to the window incident. He started yelling in both Hungarian and in English. "Why are you doing this? We don't owe you any money." This was obviously a result of his tormented past. The night Tom was hung out of the window, we all learned a lot of new Hungarian swear words to add to our ever-growing collection of profanity. Frankly, considering all of the things we did, which are things I think many kids would do if left with minimal supervision, it's amazing that no one was seriously injured or died. Tom Munn. I don't remember all of my roommates, but there were a couple that I feel were very interesting and who made a difference in my life. My first roommate was a friend from the Kalamazoo area, Tom Munn, whom I mentioned earlier. The 3 most memorable things about Tom were, first and foremost, his fascination with cars. It went far beyond cars. Tom simply loved and seemed to be familiar with how anything that was mechanical worked. The other 2 things that are memorable about Tom were his temper and his fear of cancer, which I felt was unusual for a young kid. Tom was born in a small town not far from Kalamazoo, and I met him in some kind of preschool that we attended in Kalamazoo before we both went away to the Michigan School for the Blind for that stupid nursery school thing. Tom probably helped me keep my sanity during those first years, which were for sure the most difficult in terms of being removed from our homes with little ability to understand why. His dad owned a hardware store, so perhaps that's why his parents were able to justify Tom bringing a couple of screwdrivers to school. We started playing with them in our room to see what we could accomplish. After taking a few of what fortunately turned out to be harmless screws off of the radiator and putting them back, we decided to move on to bigger and better things. I tried to remove the screws from the hinges on our closet door, but they were too tight for me to turn at the age of 4. We were not deterred, though. Tom, being very creative, figured out that we could remove the hinge pins instead, so we promptly removed all 3 of them. So here I am, standing there holding a door that was a heck of a lot larger than me, having no idea what to do with it or how to get it back on because I couldn't lift it the inch or so necessary to put it back in place. Tom couldn't help me because he was wrestling with his own closet door. At some point, the house mother came along and put the doors back on and took away Tom's tools. They did not diagnose autism then, but I would guess that in this day, Tom would have been classified as autistic. From as early as I can remember, he talked about cars, the noises they made, things that can go wrong. Anything about cars, motors, or how things worked was interesting to him. When we were in the 7th grade, one of our teachers, Mr. Newman, discovered that if you gave Tom a math problem that wasn't too difficult by some standards, he had trouble figuring it out. But if you made it a story problem about something mechanical, not only could Tom come up with the answer, he didn't even have to think about it. He could not only give you the answer, but tell you why in great detail. If you asked him to figure out the area of a room, he might not be able to do it. But if you asked Tom how many BTUs were necessary to heat or cool a room, he could work it out. It was rumored that Tom took apart a car engine and put it back together at the age of 12, and I believe he did. As we got older, we had to go out to the gate to smoke. This actually meant stepping off campus onto a sidewalk that bordered a rather busy road. Tom didn't smoke, nor did I at the time, but we would go out there just to hear Tom listen to cars driving by and tell us not only what kind of car just drove by, but what, if anything, was wrong with the engine just by listening to it. There were people there who had enough vision to confirm that he was correct about the make and model of the car. We had to assume he was also correct about any mechanical issues. Of course, I would say things like, "What color is it?" This pissed Tom off to no end, and he'd usually respond by saying something like, "I don't know the goddamn color, you asshole." When I was about 12, I visited Tom's family at his house for the weekend. This is where I learned beyond a shadow of a doubt as to the large part mechanical things played in Tom's world. He seemed almost obsessed with anything that had a motor or that could be fixed with tools. We spent about every waking hour doing something with that stuff. Tom's church took special interest in him and assigned him the job of getting up early Sunday morning to light the furnace in the church. To me, this was a serious responsibility to give a young kid because it involved working with gas. But he had been doing it for years. We went to Sunday school and the teacher talked to us about a bunch of stuff that I could not even begin to believe, so I started asking questions. To me, there were simple things like, why does God even think about creating a hell? Noah? Come on now. What about this Jonah being eaten by the whale? Or, did Daniel spend all of that time in the lion's den? I don't know why the teacher didn't take control of my outbursts because clearly we ended up discussing things that were not in the nice lesson he had prepared for that Sunday morning. He was very patient, though, and we had what I thought was a stimulating and interesting discussion. The spelling bee. They used to hold spelling bees in the auditorium. Participation was open to anyone in high school. One year, for some reason, even though he could not spell any better than I can, Tom decided to enter the bee. I'm not sure why. Everyone knew that he didn't have a chance of winning, but getting the correct word is always in the luck of the draw. Was this Tom's lucky year? The word that came up was carburetor, and everyone misspelled it, including the best of students we had. Everyone except Tom, that is. The problem was that Tom had to spell one more word to win the bee. I don't think I've ever heard an auditorium of a couple hundred people so stone quiet in my life as they gave him the next word. Here Tom was about ready to accomplish a most unlikely thing and beat the best at their game, which I personally would have loved to see happen. Unfortunately, Tom missed the word and was out of contention. I mentioned that Tom had a temper, and for some reason I enjoyed antagonizing him. When I realized that he was not a morning person, I used to bug the hell out of him at the breakfast table. One time he swore loudly and informed me that he was going to hit me over the fucking head with a peanut butter container. These were not the plastic jars we use today. Instead, they were rather large, very heavy, substantial thick glass containers that they filled with this institutional stuff they called peanut butter, which also weighed considerably more than real peanut butter. I don't know why Tom chose to inform me that he was going to hit me, because it gave me time to prepare. I was able to reach out and hit his arm, which knocked the container out of his hand. It fell into the center of the table and broke several dishes, but the peanut butter container remained intact. One evening, some of us were outside smoking, and once again I managed to piss Tom off. This time he called me a host of names, concluding with, "I'm going to put this fucking cigarette out in your fucking face." I believe he would have done it. He was really pissed. But again, thanks for the warning, I was able to grab his arm and whack it on my knee and cause him to drop his cigarette, which further pissed him off, but did little to stymie his anger. Despite these disagreements, Tom and I remained friends and attended the same community college, during which time we lived just 2 blocks from each other. He managed to convince the auto mechanics department at Lansing Community College to let him try for a degree, which in itself I thought was amazing. Another friend of mine, Clark, was extremely talented at woodwork despite being totally blind. A major university let him pursue a degree in teaching shop class, but of course he could never get a job doing it. In addition to his superb woodworking ability, he could play almost any string instrument. I suppose it was the same with Tom. They would let him take classes, but there was no way anyone was going to let him work as a mechanic. He could have done it, though. It was not uncommon to go into the garage at Lansing Community College and see Tom working underneath a car. The teacher said that the only issue with Tom was that he had trouble finding his tools sometimes after he had laid them down. Don't we all? Tom maintained to be average in college, much better than he did in high school. My major was mostly partying, drugs, and drinking, where I too was able to remain near the top of my class without bothering to continue to go to college. During this time, Tom and I parted ways because he had little tolerance for my lifestyle. As I mentioned, Tom had a thing about cancer from an early age. This is something he carried with him during the entire time we remained in contact with each other. When he was as young as 5 years old, he would talk a lot about his uncle who had stomach cancer, or his other relative who was coughing up blood because he too had cancer. He also would advise us of things we shouldn't do, such as swallowing toothpaste because it could cause cancer. This, of course, brought out the old "don't touch the hot stove" theory in me, so I challenged it head-on by swallowing toothpaste, which I did for a few days until I tired of it. Strangely, Tom died in his early 40s of stomach cancer. Not so fine dining. Like everything on campus, the dining room was located quite a ways from the dormitories. For some reason, they located the high school kids nearer the dining room than the small kids. I never understood the rationale behind that. So the younger kids had to get on their winter coats, boots, hats, and gloves and line up in the hallway of the dormitory to walk over as a group to the dining room. In thinking about it, it surely must have been a heck of a job for the house parents to make sure that all 24 of us were dressed appropriately, especially in inclement weather, because later in life I thought it was a lot of work just getting our two boys ready to go to school. When we got to the dining room, we had to remove our coats and hats in the lobby, which meant that after the so-called meal, we all had to put our winter coats, hats, and gloves back on again and walk across the campus back to the dormitory. The mid-50s was before the separation of church and state became a priority, so before we could eat, they made us remain standing behind our assigned chairs and say a prayer or grace. This idea was not without merit, though. Considering the quality of the food, there was no question our lives were at time in danger, and a little prayer or two probably was beneficial, but I felt that one of the prayers had little to do with saving our asses from the food. Instead, it started out by saying, "Thank you, Lord, for making me whole." Even at an early age, I could see the error in this thinking, and it pissed me off. What the fuck was that about? We were all blind. We were not whole. I don't mean that we shouldn't be thankful, but perhaps there was another prayer that could have been chosen. In general, people sang that little ditty without question, but not me. Instead of "Thank you, Lord, for making me whole," I used to sing, "Thank you, Lord, for making me 3/4." But when I told friends about it, they thought that was horrible. Why? I asked. They thought it was blasphemous. Of course, we came up with a couple of ideas for more suitable prayers that we could have been made to say. "Bless this bunch while we munch our lunch." This was actually an unintentional contribution from my mother, who made it up one day when I was home, but not regarding the school specifically. Another favorite was, "Good food, good lunch, God damn it, let's eat," from Daredevil Tim, whom I mentioned earlier. The actual prayer probably said, "Good God, let's eat," but Tim modified it according to his liking. The food at the school was, well, institutional, and frankly, it's amazing we all survived the dining experience. During my time at the school, there were only a couple of incidents of food poisoning. We weren't the only ones who didn't know what we were eating. One day, I was walking past the kitchen, and I stopped to ask the cook what we were having that night. He said something like, "Beef or pork, I'm not sure." This is why, at over 6 feet tall, I left school weighing 120 pounds. The cook was evidently aware that they were serving us inferior quality meat, and he tried to change that by going to bat for us one day, but it was of no avail. He went to the accountant, who had final say over what we ate or didn't eat, and asked if he could buy a higher grade of meat. He explained to the accountant that we weren't eating the meat, but I guess that wasn't important. Nothing changed. The goulash, chili, and spaghetti were good, but they constantly forgot to drain the grease from the hamburger. When I was 12 or so, we had our first pizza made at the school. It was rather different. They had to tell us what it was, because no one in their right mind would have recognized it as pizza. The crust was, well, different, and there were few toppings, which I found to be boring. Also, maybe because it was made with government surplus cheese, it just didn't taste right. A couple of kids got sick from attempting to eat the strange concoction. I love cheese now, but because they had some kind of God knows what thing they represented as cheese, I couldn't eat any kind of cheese for years after I left the school. The pancakes were like nothing I've ever had since. They tasted weird, and along with being raw inside, probably because they were so thick, they had lumps in them, and they were extremely heavy. They were, however, somewhat disguised by the awful syrup they offered us. I kind of got used to them, though, at least to their weight. Later in life, while visiting a friend, I was asked to pass the pancakes, but when I reached out for the platter, I flexed my muscles, ready to perform an Olympic record lift, and picking it up, I almost put it into orbit along with that fucking pear. The ketchup tasted like something from out of this world, which it likely was. I don't know what was wrong with it, but it just wasn't right. The peanut butter was hard and tasteless. Sometimes they would put oil in it to soften it up, but the oil would float to the top. It was just strange. There is no other way to describe it. It seemed that in the dining room, each table had its own personality. At my table, we referred to the food as shit. Shit in a bowl, shit on a plate, shit on a stick, or, of course in the case of chipped beef, shit on a shingle. The shit sandwich was the most distasteful of them all. The problem was defining which sandwich qualified, even though most of them did. There was general agreement that the cheese shit sandwich was number one. Another shitty favorite was also referred to as the dog food sandwich. I actually liked that one. It was beef or some kind of an attempt at a meat spread using the meat of choice mixed with mayonnaise, pickle relish, and onions. Not too bad. Mike's table was more practical in describing the food. When they found something they could not eat, they found good uses for the stuff. Those lumpy pancakes became possible patches for a leaky roof or manhole covers. The meat might be used as poison to kill mice. At other tables, they played with the food. That's how a cheese sandwich got stuck on the ceiling of the dining room. On another day, you might sit at a table and suddenly notice that something seemed to be moving around on your leg, only to reach down and find that the person next to you was calmly emptying the salt or pepper shaker on you. Thad's table used to joke about the food. They seemed to laugh about everything. It was probably driven by Thad's quick sense of humor, which I enjoy to this day. They would talk about how many people were in the infirmary from last night's meal. One day, someone from Thad's table got up and rang the announce bell to announce that the death total from last night's dinner was now 16. On another evening, I must have either actually enjoyed something that we had eaten, or perhaps I was too weak to get up from the table, because I was in the dining room after most people had left and I heard the staff talking to each other about an apparent shortage of butter knives. They seemed to not have enough to go around anymore. I calmly smiled as I reached under the table to touch a few of the handles of the 30 butter knives from the last 5 supposed meals that all of us at the table stuck between the frame of the table and the bottom of the top. Sack lunches. Often when our wrestling team, the band, or the debate team traveled to other schools for tournaments or competition, the folks in the dining room would make up sack lunches for us. On our first trip with the debate team, the coach opened her bag to see that the bread was moldy. We ate candy bars that day for lunch. One has to wonder how much mold and other crap we ate that no one saw or cared about before we swallowed it. After that, we started asking for a food allowance when we traveled. The first place we went with our food allowance was the International House of Pancakes, where I ordered real pancakes with whipped cream and strawberries and normal bacon. The coach remarked at how much I ate and seemed to enjoy the meal. Hell, with the exception of the time I spent at home, I hadn't eaten real food in 12 years. It was the most wonderful thing. Real pancakes, real strawberries, real whipped cream, real bacon, and no fake syrup. The school did have good baked goods. The homemade bread was excellent, especially when fresh. Despite the peanut butter and the odd jelly, because you never knew what flavor it was supposed to be, the bread was the best thing we had to eat. On the days they baked fresh bread, we would eat plate after plate of bread and butter, while the main dish just sat there. They also had excellent donuts, but in thinking about it, aren't all donuts good? The pies and cakes were also quite good. They let us start drinking coffee at a relatively young age, but it did not taste at all like real coffee. Every spring, we would go through a time when they gave us what simply had to be sour milk. Of course, most of us didn't drink it. This usually happened in early May. In an attempt to get us to drink it one year, they made an announcement that the milk was good, but it was just going through a change because the cattle were being moved from the barns to the pastures for the summer. Not many of us bought that story. Finally, Tad took a picture of the milk across the campus to the home of the school superintendent, who some of us called Asshole Thompson, and he asked him to smell and taste it. We never got that kind of milk again. Sometimes we had no idea what we were getting, so when they served us this thing called Welsh rarebit, which few of the kids had ever heard of, we were all shocked at this little gem. No one liked it, although maybe it would have been better if the cheese had been palatable. Because no one was eating that crap, they made an announcement asking us to please try it because it was the cook's specialty. Not many kids ate it. We simply couldn't. There were, of course, times when we would get the same dish 2 days in a row, which is understandable, but when we got it 3 days in a row, I felt the need to bitch. This happened once during exam week, which may be the reason that I didn't get into trouble for my outburst. I was a little late getting back to the cottage for lunch, and as I walked past the dining area to go to my room and drop my coat off, I yelled out, "What's for lunch?" Someone said, "Corned beef hash," which I really liked after it was doctored up with shitty ketchup. The problem for me was that it meant that we were having the shit for the third day in a row, so I said something like, "Shit, not again." Immediately everyone started laughing, which I couldn't understand because it was normal dormitory and dining room talk. As it turned out, Asshole Thompson was visiting us for lunch. He was cool about it. It said something like, "Rough exam this morning, Dave?" Not feeling much like accepting the proffered carrot stick by saying something like, "Oh, sir, you wouldn't believe it," I took a less diplomatic approach. Instead of accepting the olive branch, I said, "No, 3 days in a row is a bit much, don't you think?" On one occasion, we got something to eat that smelled so badly that we set it out on the patio. No one ate it. Along with corned beef hash, we also seemed to have beef stew a lot. Lots of the kids didn't like it. I liked the carrots and potatoes, but the meat was about as tough as anything I'd ever attempted to chew. One day, the lady who ran the dining room evidently was having some personal issues and took it out on us. She got pissed because a lot of kids were not eating their beef stew, and she told us that if we didn't eat our stew, we could not have our dessert, which was strawberry shortcake that night. Well, I was eating my stew, so I was quite surprised when she told me that I couldn't have my dessert and took my dish of shortcake away before I could stop her, which I would have done. I protested that I had eaten my stew, but she said I only ate it to get the shortcake, which, even if true, should not have been a problem, because I felt that once she issued this edict, that anyone should have been able to eat their stew and still get the shortcake. Otherwise, why make the announcement? The shortcake was kind of bland, but compared to lots of stuff we had, it was a treat, perhaps because we didn't have it too often. A lot of the kids who were denied shortcake refused to leave the dining room after supper time had ended in protest. I did not stay to protest the decision to take away desserts from people who didn't eat their stew. I protested because I felt personally wronged. Eventually, they called the superintendent, Asshole Thompson, to come over to the dining room and resolve the issue because none of us were going back to the dormitory. Of course, Asshole Thompson sided with the staff. Even when I raised what I felt was a valid point, that I always ate the stew and was eating it that night, I was turned down. I've always hated rules without logic. The announce bell that I referred to earlier was located in the front of the dining room. Of course, it was intended to be used only with permission and only for pertinent announcements. Nevertheless, just for fun, sometimes people would go up to the front of the room and ring the bell without permission. Cliff, who was prone to that kind of thing, rang the bell, and when everyone quieted, he let a fart that could be heard by everyone in the dining room. Wrestling was a huge thing at many schools for the blind. It was our football. We couldn't play football, of course, but we could wrestle because it's basically hands-on. The only rule we asked teams to agree to is that we had to maintain contact until the takedown. This was usually just arm contact, so we knew where the opponent was. Like all schools, we had cheerleaders, and usually to hype us up before a match, they would get up in front of us in the dining room and perform a cheer that we could participate in. One particular cheer went like this. The cheerleaders started with the name of the person who was wrestling for our team at the lowest weight in high school wrestling at the time, 95 pounds, and worked through the list. Jerry, you're our man. If you can't do it, no one can. This was augmented by clapping 6 times between the name and the phrase at the end, so it had a sort of rhythm. Jerry, you're our man, followed by clap, 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 clap. Then, if you can't do it, no one can, followed again by rhythmic clapping. Well, we got into this and started pounding on the tables and hitting the metal milk and water pitchers with silverware, yelling and pounding glasses or banging half-full pitchers of milk or water on the table instead of just clapping. Then a few kids, including yours truly, started lifting the tables a few inches off of the floor and slamming them down, which caused glasses to tip over, spilling the contents. Surely some things broke. It kind of sounded like a prison riot. The thing got so rowdy that the adults made them call off that cheer, and they never were allowed to use it again in the dining room. The teacher who made a difference in my life. Most of us have a teacher who made a profound difference in our lives. In my case, it was Mrs. Keyes. She's the only black teacher that I remember being at the school. She was my 4th grade teacher, which is about the last year that I remember enjoying school much. To me, she was a remarkable person who took special interest in me, and as a result, she made a lasting impact on my life. Even if I likely failed her in many ways, as I pursued my own more self-destructive paths in looking for myself and reasons for life. Hopefully, later in life, I have been less of a disappointment to her. On the first day of school, before we did anything else, Mrs. Keyes felt it necessary to give us 9- and 10-year-old kids a talk. She spoke with us about her being black. She said that if you could peel her skin back, she was the same as us inside. I was 9 years old and had never thought much about prejudice or hate. It just never occurred to me. What stuck in my mind was this nice lady peeling back her skin to prove a point. Then I thought about the idea of having to peel my skin back to prove a point. And thinking back about that day, isn't it sad that she ever had to feel the need to give such a talk? What is wrong with the human race that we quibble over such things as the color of one's skin? Mrs. Keyes' husband was a ham radio operator, which was something that always interested me from a very young age. When we would sit around swearing in Jim's room in South Hall, the attraction to me was not so much the other kids. Instead, it was that he had a pretend transmitter. Somehow he got his radio to quietly hum, and we pretended that it was a transmitter. I tried hard, but I couldn't get my radio to do that. As a result, I was disappointed at the radio my parents bought me. When I was in Mrs. Keyes' class, I bought an old Army shortwave radio receiver for $10 from a high school student, Jerry, who had a ham license. When I took it over to Mrs. Keyes' house to show Carl, he put a headphone jack on it as a Christmas present for me. My parents and I used to go over to their house for dinner on Sundays on my way back to school, and Mrs. Keyes spent a lot of time talking to my mother and dad, which I think they found helpful. Unquestionably, she made a difference in helping my parents and me adjust to each other and to get along as we continued to attempt to deal with my blindness, with me living away from home in a residential school. During our spare time, Mrs. Keyes and I studied Morse code, which was a requirement for the amateur radio license at the time, and we challenged each other to work at it. I even think we made a bet as to who would memorize the alphabet first, which I won, but only because she wanted me to have the success. At the end of the year, she sent me a note telling me that I had won and encouraged me, as she did so many times throughout the year. Jessie Manley was one of several influential teachers in my high school life, and for sure the most colorful. It's for that reason that I want to write about him, but also because he taught us so much more than piano tuning. As part of our 8th grade studies, we were all required to take a one-semester entry-level course in piano tuning, and those of us who enjoyed it or saw it as a money-making option could choose to continue studying with Mr. Manley if we wanted. Learning this skill helped keep me alive when I was hitchhiking around the country. I always carried the basic tools with me and never failed to get around to talking about pianos when riding with people, especially when I needed a little money. Sometimes this could lead to spending a day or two in places that I hadn't intended to stay to work and eat well. Not only did Jessie teach us during the week, Mr. Manley worked hard finding pianos for us to tune out in the community. Jessie was blind, so his wife would drive us to homes, schools, churches, and other places on Saturdays and even weeknights when he felt we were ready. Some of us made quite a bit of money while he and his wife Barb donated their time for free. Working with him was a lot of fun, and to this day some of us talk about him and imitate his Georgian accent and some of the colorful and sometimes profane phrases that he was remembered for. He also taught us a lot about how to use tools and to be successful far beyond just repairing pianos. He had a way of instilling self-confidence in his students through trust and by example. There is no question that much of the ability I have to fix things around the house and to work with power tools is a direct result of working with him, even more so than what I learned in shop class. Jessie lived about 3 blocks from the school, so some of us would visit him from time to time. One evening when we stopped in to see him, his project at the time was remodeling his bathroom, and he took us all up to show us his work. He was working on the floor, which was composed of thousands of small wooden pieces that were laid perfectly against each other. I remember the carpentry as being perfect. No one could have done a better job. This was inspiring to me, and I'm sure to others as well. While I knew I would never accomplish anything that intricate, I strived to do better as a result of seeing what Jessie could do. The main thing I developed while working with Jessie was self-confidence. I knew that I could think things through and accomplish a lot with my hands. I had lots of opportunities at home to practice. My dad received a small handheld circular saw for Christmas one year, and after he set it up, his first project was to trim the bottom from a door that dragged on the newly installed carpet to the point where it could not be opened or closed successfully. He turned on the saw and cut, but he was making little progress. When he'd started the saw, I could smell wood burning, but although the brand new saw was running correctly, it was not cutting through the cheap wood that the bedroom door was made of. I took a look at the saw and pointed out that my dad had installed the blade backwards, so it was turning the wrong way. I got bored during the summer with not much to do, and I would look for projects around the house that I felt I could accomplish. Among other things, I fixed the closer on our back screen door. It had been broken for years. I never asked to do it. I just did the stuff while my dad was sleeping during the day. He worked nights. When I finished the job, there was an extra piece of wood on the door frame to mount the closer because the wood had gotten chewed up. As a result, it wasn't painted, so it didn't look right, but the door worked better than it ever had. At the time, I didn't think that my parents knew I fixed the closer, but in looking back on it, there is no question that my mother noticed the unpainted block of wood and just let it go. She definitely would not miss something like that. This was yet another example of my parents letting me grow and learn on my own. Jessie could get angry, though, or I think more like frustrated with students. My first roommate, Tom Munn, was in one of the classes I took with Mr. Manley, and one day Mr. Manley got frustrated with him and said something like, "God damn it, Tom." When Tom still failed to get the hang of whatever Jessie was attempting to teach him, Jessie got more frustrated and said, "Tom, you son of a bitch." The words son of a bitch were about half of an octave higher in pitch, which matched Jessie's frustration. I know this is not orthodox teaching, but we all accepted this as part of the way Jesse was. Hell, we were that way too, for the most part. Some of us still are. Even though I don't think that stuff bothered Tom much, he knew he had Jesse by the short hairs and said that if he swore at him one more time, Tom was going over to the principal's office to report him. Jesse apologized and life went on, but a few days later frustration reared its ugly head once again, and Jesse said, "Tom, you son of a," followed by a long pause. Then the word, gun. It was all I could do to keep from rolling on the floor with laughter. Jesse did his best to tone it down, but he just couldn't. A few days later he lost it and called Tom a son of a bitch again, and true to his word, Tom said, "Okay, that's it. I'm going over to talk to the principal." Tom immediately hurried out of the room and headed for the school administration building to report Mr. Manley. Well, of course Jesse couldn't let this happen, so what you would have seen if you had been there is one blind student hurrying towards the school building, which was quite a walk, and Jesse, also blind, but a much faster walker, hurrying along behind trying to catch up, saying things like, Tom, I think we can work this out. Brother Tom, let's talk about this." I guess he finally caught Tom, and they worked things out. I believe that Jesse was able to better contain his frustration after that, at least with Tom. One of the phrases Jesse tended to use was "to fuck, I say," and then he'd laugh a little. He never said that in a church, though. Lynn Young was one of his students and didn't have the same inhibitions. Lynn was quite tall, and as a result, he tended to hit his head on low-hanging things. One week, while going down the basement in a church to work on a piano, he bumped his head on a low-hanging pipe. Lynn stopped and spoke to that pipe, using about every swear word conceivable to man, and then some. Then he stood there rubbing his head for a minute and evidently felt badly about his language in the house of the Lord, so he said, "Sorry, Christ, but that really hurt." We all, including Jesse and his wife Barb, busted up. Fred Newman taught math, algebra, geometry, and history, and was the teacher who figured out that if he gave Tom a story problem about something mechanical, he could be an A student. My first class with him was general math in the 7th grade. Aside from his propensity for greeting the girls at the door to his classroom by putting his arm around them, he was an excellent teacher, a genius. He had a way of teaching math that simplified it and made us want to learn it. We started with the basics, learning multiplication tables and basic division, followed by square numbers and square roots up to 25. We then put this to practical use by having contests using math problems composed of numerous sequences of the above to see who could get the answer the fastest. One technique that I remember is that if you want to add 89 and 59 in your head, it's a lot easier to make 89 100 by adding 11, then add 59 and take away 11, than it is to add 9 plus 9 and carry and all that stuff. A short example of the problems Mr. Newman would give us is 14 times 2 minus 3 squared. His problems were much longer and given quickly in a sort of sing-song voice. We always had the answers immediately. By the way, the answer to the above is 625. He also developed decimal and fraction problems and taught us the shortcuts that made those things easy. Not only did we have contests within our class, during off-school hours, Mr. Newman would hold contests between different grades. They were not mandatory, but we never missed the opportunity to have some fun. We also demonstrated the math techniques to visiting students and staff from other schools. We would ask someone from the audience to pick a number for the answer to the next problem he was going to give to us in front of the visitors and whisper it to Mr. Newman. He would also have someone pick the number to start the problem with, thereby making it foolproof. Really, what we did was quite impressive, but also quite simple if one understands the basics. Mr. Newman also tried to get us to think outside of the box, something that I pride myself in doing to this day. He would frequently come into class and talk about something he heard on WOR radio out of New York, where he was originally from. WOR was on what they called the Clear Channel, and he used to listen to them in Michigan at night when he couldn't sleep. This was when radio hadn't been so dumbed down. During history class one afternoon, he told us about a survey that indicated that it had been determined that sighted children would tend not to cheat in a class taught by a blind person because it would be too easy, whereas cheating on the sighted teacher was more of a challenge. We as blind children had no problem fucking with the teachers, blind or sighted. Mr. Newman always enjoyed a good joke, so one day I decided to encourage a friend to tell him one that I had heard from my sister. I didn't have the nerve to do it, and I didn't think he'd do it either, but he did, and in talking with him a few years ago, I was surprised that he still remembered it. He asked, "Mr. Newman, do you know why a woman should never marry a basketball player?" Of course, Mr. Newman took the bait and said, "No, friend, why not?" Thomas replied, "Because he always dribbles before he shoots." As I recall, Fred was laughing so hard he had trouble asking Tom to leave the room. Mrs. Horton, who was also blind and taught us music and directed the student chorus during much of my time in school, was playing the piano, and a couple of kids walked up and pulled the piano away from her as she continued to play. Mr. Grafe, who was observing at the time, was laughing so hard he could hardly discipline the kids. In addition to teaching basic music, Mrs. Horton also taught English. I knew there was a wastebasket to the right of her desk, so one day as my mind was wandering, and in an attempt to please a girl named LaWanda, I wadded up a paper and threw it. The distance was about 15 feet, but I got lucky and hit it. LaWanda was not easily pleased, though, and said something like, "I bet you can't do that again." Well, I would have done anything to try to please LaWanda, so I wadded up another piece of paper and let it rip. The wad hit the wall this time, but bounced nicely into the wastebasket, so once again I was fortunate to hit the target. I should have quit while I was ahead, though, because after that I couldn't hit it, and after my third or fourth miss, Mrs. Horton got more than a little upset and asked whoever threw the wads of paper to pick them up. Hell, I couldn't see where they were, so I just sat there along with everyone else, knowing that Mrs. Horton couldn't possibly have any idea who it was, and as a result, short of making it a huge issue, she couldn't do much about it. LaWanda could see some and evidently took pity on me and walked up and picked up the paper wads and threw them away. But that was all she ever did for me. Our music and band teacher, also blind, despite his need for a young girl now and then, was a masterful teacher. Our school was one of 3 schools for the blind in the country that had a marching band. We would march shoulder to shoulder. Of course, following the drum cadence was no problem at all. Every spring, Mr. Chard took the show on the road, so to speak. The band went on a tour around Michigan, playing at various schools and churches. It was a lot of fun, and there's no question that it was an opportunity that not many others had. Mr. Wolf taught health when I was in high school. He had the worst halitosis of anyone I've ever met. We joked that he could knock the buzzards off a shit wagon by blowing in the general direction of the wagon from 3 miles away. Add to that, he was a breathy talker and tended to exhale way more than was necessary, so by the end of spending an hour in his class, either the room had absorbed the odor of his breath or I was permeated with it, because it took a while to get rid of the lasting effects of attending his class. Mr. Wolf was the only teacher for whom I received an E, or what was then a failing grade. He was very strict about talking out of turn in class, and 1 mark against you in his notebook meant a failing grade for that week, because the class was only held once a week, thank God. After 6 weeks of his class, I had evidently amassed 6 marks for talking, and I received an E for the first trimester. I never complained because I didn't really care about half of the class received failing grades that trimester, and either someone complained or the office noticed the unusually high number of failed students and made him change his approach. Later in life, I learned that if you fail everyone underneath you in the chain of command, it makes you look bad. Other than correct the failing grade, though, all of us who failed that trimester received an A for the next trimester. These 2 trimesters were averaged together, which meant that we got C's for the entire semester. Discrimination and prejudice at the school. In some areas of the country, they used to have separate schools for the blind for blacks and whites. It seems to me that with such a small percentage of the population being blind, the expense of running 2 schools, the buildings, the administration, and so forth, would end up shortchanging both blacks and whites, but I guess that wasn't the consideration. Later in life, I worked with a black lady who remarked that she felt we all have our own prejudices, which I think was a very profound statement. As a result, I feel it's necessary for me to examine my motivations from time to time. Surely throughout my life, people have asked more than once, since I was blind, how I could have hate or prejudice about color. I don't feel much prejudice, but my question to people who feel that way is, I don't understand that if you can see color, how anyone could waste time hating such a silly difference without stopping to think it through. Our school was supposedly all-inclusive, although if you look at demographics, one has to wonder where the black kids went to school, especially the girls. I remember only one black girl when I was in high school. Clearly, that would not have been representative of the number of black and blind teenage girls in the general population. At the school, whites and blacks were not permitted to date each other, but in fairness, at the time, that feeling was more widespread in our society as a whole. While discussing race issues in class one day, Fred Newman told us about another survey that he heard about while listening to the radio. This was also taken in New York. The participants were white parents. They indicated overwhelmingly that they would rather have their child marry a black person than a blind person. As blind kids, this shocked us all. Of course, we thought we were normal. It's not that we felt we were better than blacks, or anyone for that matter, but surely, weren't we somewhat equal? A similar survey would probably turn out the same way now, if not more overwhelmingly, because interracial relationships are more widely accepted in many places, whereas attitudes towards blindness and handicaps in general have not changed much. I don't see this as prejudice, more as fear, because when people who are not handicapped think about how they would handle blindness or being in a wheelchair all day, the answer seems obvious to me. Of course, you do what you have to do. Much later in life, I had a chance to observe an activity that was put on by some of the handicap groups in Kalamazoo. They organized a luncheon which was held every year during Handicap Awareness Week. During the luncheon, they would ask people to try out a handicap. I thought this was ridiculous because, as a friend who was in a wheelchair pointed out to me by relating a story about looking down one day and seeing his cat sitting in his lap. He could not feel it, so he didn't know the cat was there, perhaps digging his claws into his leg until he looked down and saw it. This, along with the fact that the person who agreed to try out a handicap during the luncheon could get out of that chair and walk away in an hour, or any time they wanted. It would be the same thing if they chose a blindfold. They could take it off and resume normal life at any time they chose. This made the exercise ridiculous to me. The mayor of Kalamazoo attended the Handicap Awareness Luncheon one year and chose to put on a blindfold. While eating lunch, she felt so disoriented and found such difficulty that she actually freaked out. She took the blindfold off and left the luncheon. It is not realistic to put anyone in that position because they have no training, no time to adjust. It is not a fair comparison. Furthermore, it does not represent how we, who are used to our handicaps, successfully handle them, which I believe would be a much better message to try to convey. In my case, being blind since birth means I don't have to think about it much. I have nothing to compare my situation to. Interracial dating at the school. Because blacks and whites could not date each other at the school, I have to think in terms of how difficult it was for that one girl who was in school during my high school years, or even the few black kids we had. Who were they supposed to date? Emma was the only black girl that I remember while I was in high school. We had nothing in common, and she was much younger, but I should have dated her just to mess with the administration. They would have thrown a fit. From my point of view, there was nothing they could have done to me that would have mattered one bit. I didn't care about school or any of their rules, but I also didn't think about it enough to stand up and be counted. To me, that's where I failed. One day, while eating lunch, I heard a huge commotion at the next table. What had happened was that Jim had called George, a good friend of mine and my debate partner, a nigger. George said to him that if he did that again, George was going to throw a pitcher of milk on him. That day, Jim just happened to be dressed up in a suit and tie for some kind of a promotional or educational event for people who were curious about the school. Jim was always one to push the limits of about anything, and he simply could not back down. Jim should have listened to George because he meant it. I don't remember what kind of punishment they received or if it was the same for both people, but George was not happy at all about being punished, and I couldn't really blame him. He came into my room that evening and told me that he planned to throw his wrestling match the following day. He did, and made it quite obvious. If there is one thing I regret about school in my younger years, it is not being more compassionate, not protesting, and not speaking my mind, perhaps like it might seem from this narrative that I would have. While I supported George, and he knew it, he fought his battle alone. I wish I had stood with him, raised some hell, made a point. Even getting kicked out of school would have been fine. I wasn't doing much anyway. George was my debate partner for 2 years. Fortunately, he never had to make the decision to throw a debate. That would have been a more difficult thing for me to support because I wanted to win each and every time. He was unquestionably the best speaker I ever had the good fortune to debate with. He, like many of us, did not read Braille well, so when we studied, he would ask me to read and reread the quotes from supposedly qualified people who, in looking back on it, were not particularly unbiased, such as government officials who have to toe the party line, or magazine writers who have an axe to grind as well. That supported our position, which we were required to offer during the debates. We did this so that both of us could memorize them. I'd stumble through my reading of the material, and we would both memorize it the best we could. Sometimes George got the evidentiary quotes a little wrong, as did I, but he always made his points well, and neither of us were ever cited for it. George got me involved in debate, and for that I'll always be grateful because it is one of the few things in school that I enjoyed and excelled at during my high school years. Even so, in truth, I signed up for the team by accident. George and a couple of other friends who were interested asked me to sign them up because they were attending wrestling practice on the night of the sign-up, and when I did that for them, the coach signed me up as well. I protested, but she wouldn't let me go. Thank you, Miss Brown. I forget her married name. She married in 1968, and the entire debate team attended her wedding. At our first debate tournament, I ended up filling in for someone who supposedly had a sore throat, and I was hooked. My first speech was boring and dry, but I didn't care. I was extremely hyped up. I seemed to love standing up in front of a group and a judge and having people actually listen to me, even if they had to. I knew I could get past the boring delivery, and I knew this was something that I wanted to pursue. The following spring, I heard that Western Michigan University was going to hold a summer clinic for high school debaters, and since I lived in Kalamazoo, I asked my parents if I could attend. They felt that I should go with someone in order to make things easier for me, although as it turned out, several of the girls there were very accommodating and made my life quite comfortable. All would have been more than just fine, I'm sure. However, I am very fortunate to have met Larry, and in looking back on it, I wouldn't have it any other way. In order to find someone to attend with, my parents and I called one of the high schools in Kalamazoo and asked if anyone would be attending. The school recommended a student, Larry Driver. I really like Larry and truly regret that I lost contact with him and would give about anything to be able to locate him. Larry and I became close friends. We didn't stay in the dorm during the debate camp because we both lived in Kalamazoo, but we spent a lot of time at Western Michigan University taking advantage of their excellent research library and a few social things. When we first met, Larry and I went to the library to do some research for the upcoming debate topic, which was about compulsory arbitration, when all of a sudden Larry burst out uncontrollably laughing. He could not stop. He was looking up something relevant, I'm sure, in Black's Law Dictionary, and had stumbled upon a legal definition for a special bastard. And here I thought we were studying about unions and arbitration. Didn't most kids look up all of those words in the dictionary to see if they were there and how they were defined? Well, a legal dictionary offers even more fodder. We all know what a bastard is. I've used the term liberally throughout my life, graphically so, often accurately, to begin to describe people who pissed me off or that I didn't like. Of course, the law has to get so technical, doesn't it? A special bastard is someone who is conceived before marriage but is born after the marriage of the two people who admit to having intercourse before marriage, for which there are also numerous legal variations and definitions depending on whether both people who marry were involved in the conception. Larry taught me things about debate that I didn't learn in school. For example, I learned that the negative side, which in general opposed the resolution that the affirmative side has to support, had options other than just opposing it. Instead of opposing it, we could agree that there was a problem, but offer what was called a minor repair to the status quo, which meant that we still opposed the affirmative, but we agreed that a small repair to the current system would work. In other words, we could offer something in between, which I felt most affirmative teams would not be prepared to deal with because they would expect us to totally oppose them. Or, alternatively, we could propose a total overhaul of the affirmative side. This meant we could totally agree with the needs they proffered, but our solution would be totally different. I liked the latter approach because we would end up agreeing with their case, but if we could present an alternative, one that they had no qualified evidentiary quotes to support, we should be home free. To me, this meant that I felt I could, and I did, stand up and thank the affirmative team for proving our case. This ended up not being as easy as I thought it would be, but it was fun playing with it. I used to tell the opposition things like, even a stopped clock is right twice a day. Along with the broken clock analogy, I used to use props in debates. One of my favorites was a bottle of pills, to represent that if taken incorrectly, much as the affirmative case was offering, it could be dangerous. One day, as I was shaking the pills and talking about them, the top came off of the bottle and the pills flew all over the room. I had about 9 minutes left to speak, so I just kept going as if nothing had happened. The debate clinic was composed of teams from all over Michigan and staffed by people from high schools and the university. One of the staff members just happened to be the coach for one of the teams. As the clinic went on, many of us felt this was unfair, and at the final dinner, where her team was rewarded for winning the tournament, we staged a civil protest with the permission of the staff, which honored those of us who we felt should have been better represented. During the evaluation of the clinic, Larry wrote that, according to Black's Law Dictionary, the experience was very special. When my mother read his remarks, she became all concerned about Black's Law Dictionary, because not knowing what it was, she associated it with black people. It took me a while to convince her that Larry was not making it a racial issue. A few weeks after the debate clinic, Larry and I went to the Kalamazoo Fair together, and there we went on lots of rides and bought some relatively adult pins that I could not wear anywhere or show to my parents, but that would be quite calm by today's standards. They said things like, "I'm a tiger, can I get into your tank?" Or, "You can pet my dog, but leave my pussy alone." This wasn't for me, of course, just stuff to joke about with the guys back at school. Of course, I thought about telling some guy, Jimmy, for example, that the pin said something inert, like study hard, and getting him to wear it, but I didn't do it. In the spring, Larry asked me if I would listen to and evaluate a speech he had prepared for a forensics contest. I was happy to offer my input, and being one of the few kids our age who was fortunate to own a reel-to-reel tape recorder, even if it wasn't as nice as the one Stevie had, I recorded it so he could listen to himself as we talked about it. One of Larry's concerns was some of the colloquialisms that were an integral part of who Larry was. He was self-conscious about the way he said some things, with the only difference being that he was black and I was white, and we say some things differently at times. I told him not to worry about it, to be himself, and give the speech as is. The speech was about race relations. I think Larry asked me to evaluate it, not only to help him by making the recording, but to teach me how things were for blacks then, which unfortunately they still are to a large degree even today in many ways. I kept the speech and shamelessly plagiarized it some for an English class in college. The professor used a couple of what I felt were some of the more powerful sentences as examples in his class. Thank you, Larry. A year later, at my high school graduation party, which we held even though I was forced to leave school with only 8 weeks left, Larry gave me a chess set as a gift. It was one of the coolest gifts I've ever received. I'm so glad that he gave it to me and took the time to come to my house to teach me how to play. Since then, I've won a couple of tournaments and lost a lot more, including being beaten by a 10-year-old girl in a tournament that was held in Lansing. My happiest success was when I finally defeated Larry. While scanning the frequencies on my ham radio, I found a group of chess players who met regularly to play. Among others, it included an airline pilot, a chess and checker champion from Ohio, a paraplegic from the Midwest, and one other blind person that I was aware of. I have never enjoyed playing chess on the internet or via mail because it seems too impersonal to me, but we could talk back and forth on the radio and we got to know each other quite well. The chess set that Larry gave me was stolen a couple of years later while I attended a college prep program in Detroit. I'd like to find the fucker, Richard, who stole it, almost as much as I'd like to be able to locate Larry again. The chessboard Larry gave me was not adapted for the blind, but the pieces were shaped like men as opposed to being round, so I just faced them forward on an adapted checkerboard that I had, which was comprised of white and black squares, which were raised or lowered depending on their color. An adapted checkerboard just has lowered squares for the checkers to fit into, whereas because the chessboard uses all 64 squares, its board has holes in the middle of each square, and there are pegs in the bottom of the pieces so they fit in the holes on the board and are stable. The tops on one of the colors of men, usually white, are flat, whereas the black pieces have rounded heads. Larry graduated from high school a year ahead of me and attended Western Michigan University, where he became very involved in several groups and participated in some demonstrations in the hopes of improving race relations and in pointing out the evils of discrimination, and to me, rightfully so. I was living in Kalamazoo at the time and hitchhiking around much less when the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, came to visit my parents. The DIA, an oxymoron to me, is a branch of the military. If the government had been behaving itself, which it only does when caught at something, the DIA would never have been permitted to come to anyone's house inside of our country because it is not legal for them to investigate within the United States, or at least that's how it was before 9/11. It seems that the DIA could not find me because I traveled around so much, and they wanted to talk to me about my friend Larry because of his involvement in what was correct and just, my words. Personally, I thought it was funny that the long arm of the government couldn't find me, and I made no bones about subtly pointing that out later. The DIA told my parents why they wanted to talk to me and asked if they knew where I was. My parents gave them my address. The DIA also told them that they would visit me the next morning and instructed them not to warn me that they were coming. Perhaps they thought I'd take off again. I don't know. My parents agreed and never said a word to me about my impending visitors. I never, ever would leave my kids out to hang like that. I would have asked the DIA why they were investigating on American soil and told them I had no idea where my child was. But the next time I saw him or her, or if I saw them again, which I'm sure my parents questioned considering the way I lived at the time, I might mention that the government had paid me an illegal visit. Then I'd contact them and help them do whatever they needed to do, including leaving the country if that was necessary. For sure, I would never give my children up like that for any reason. To me, my parents trusted that the DIA was offering them the truth, and as a result, they were willing to sacrifice their son without having any idea how it would really turn out. From my parents' point of view, I'm sure that they simply didn't know any better. Their generation was more subjugated to the government and rules and all that is sacred. When the DIA came to visit me the next day, I wanted to tell them that they caught me just in time because I was packing for a trip, but I refrained. They asked me about Larry and his involvement in several organizations that I had never heard of. They said that Larry had applied for a job as a minister in the Army, and they had to check him out first. This episode took place during the Vietnam War, and as I recall, Larry had enlisted in the ROTC in college. When I asked him why he did that, he said that if he had to go to war, he wanted to be an officer. His reasoning was that the higher your rank, the further back from the front you could be in a war situation. Of course, in Vietnam, there weren't any real fronts. Basically, we sent kids out to be slaughtered. I had no idea whether or not the story the DIA gave me about Larry applying for a job as a minister in the military was accurate, but it seems to me that that job might possibly have put him further to the rear of any front line that might be established. I basically told the representative from the DIA that Larry was a good guy and would be a fine minister. I told him the truth, which was that I had nothing but respect for Larry, and eventually they moved on, but they gave me a business card in case I wanted to follow up with further information. After they left, I made some phone calls in an attempt to check out one of the organizations they had asked about and learned that it was a peaceful organization with the intent of promoting positive relations between blacks and whites. So I called the DIA office to tell them. Of course, the first question they asked was, "How did you find this out?" I told them that I had my sources. Sexual improprieties at the school. As in any residential school environment, there were rumors of sexual improprieties between students and staff. Our music building, Lions Hall, which was named for the Lions Club of Michigan, who financed it in 1954, was one place I visited from time to time later in the evening, either to tune pianos or to attend amateur radio club meetings or just to visit with and smoke with Clyde, the janitor. Additionally, I would often go down to the lobby and call my girlfriend, who lived off campus, before I headed back to the dormitory, because phone calls were limited to 3 minutes in the dorm, whereas there was no time limit on the phone in the lobby other than that we weren't supposed to use it at all. Invariably, while talking to my girlfriend, we could hear the band teacher breathing into the phone as we professed our supposed love and talked in detail about the things we were going to do to each other the next time we had some alone time. We made shit up just to fuck with him. I'd say something like, "The next time we get together, I'm going to eat the lining out of your vagina." And she would respond with something about sucking a golf ball through a garden hose. We even joked about him listening when we knew he could hear us. It was interesting because we couldn't bitch about him listening because I wasn't really supposed to use the phone like that, and he wasn't going to say anything because he was enjoying it too much. The more we talked, the faster he breathed. It was rumored that one of the night watchmen used to take advantage of his power. They were required to make periodic trips through the dorms and all of the school buildings at night and punch a time clock as they made their tour. This meant that he had unrestricted access to the students, including those in less supervised areas where he could get away with his fantasies and meet his needs, even though he was married. He carried around pictures of his wife in the nude and showed them to some of the kids who could see. While he may have done some outwardly commendable things with his life, one has to wonder how he treated those adopted children behind closed doors. In addition to showing pictures of his nude wife to those kids who were fortunate enough to be able to see them, it was rumored that he would physically grab teenage girls, push them up against the wall, and attempt to force his will on them unless he met resistance. The only time I felt threatened at school was likely by another student. I'll never know for sure. This took place when I came back from talking to some of the guys at the smoking area. On my way into the dormitory, as I turned the corner, ready to climb the stairs, I felt and had heard someone start to reach around my head and face from behind. Many of us who are blind can feel things like that. It isn't an extra sense. It isn't magic. Most people probably can do this, but they've never had to use this sense, so they never developed it. I have long legs and used to skip stairs a lot for exercise, and just to see how many I could skip at a time. So when I felt or heard someone behind me, I ducked my head some and took off like a bat out of hell. As I remember, I could skip as many as 3 or 4 stairs at a time, but this time I think I stretched it to 5 on a couple of flights. I don't think I've ever climbed 5 flights of stairs that fast in my life. Nothing else ever happened to me. Overall, during my time at school, it wasn't a tough place. I wasn't aware of any of the female teachers being aggressive, or at least they never approached me. In thinking about it, though, this was not so bad because other than the student teachers we had on occasion, I can't think of too many who were appealing. The rumor was that the dean of students had to get married, but I have no idea if that was true. We thought it was funny, though, and made sure that all of the kids heard about it numerous times. For obvious reasons, the school administration had real concerns about our growing hormonal imbalance as teenagers, and they feared unwanted pregnancies. Kissing could be a capital offense. The dean of students tried to tell us that kids who had normal vision did not kiss and make out like there was no tomorrow, which of course we did not believe or care about much for that matter. Even if it had been true, it would have been their loss. In fact, I had a hell of a time keeping from splitting a gut during the meeting where this was discussed. I personally think that homosexuality was less discouraged at the school because it was less of a risk for the administration. No one was going to get pregnant. There was one older boy, Nelson, who molested 17 boys from my dormitory. He would befriend the younger boys and eventually approach them. I have to believe that with 17 out of roughly 30 boys having been molested, surely one adult, somewhere, had an idea of what was going on. Nelson approached me one day and asked me how large my penis was. Hell, I was 10 years old. I had no idea what large was. I figured we were all the same. Actually, I had never thought about it. When he asked, I just said I didn't know, so he asked me if I would tell if he had a look. I said yes and quickly walked away. He never bothered me again. Eventually, all 17 of the littler boys who Nelson molested went to the dean of students, some crying, to tell him what had happened. Nelson, who was a wrestler, our equivalent of football in terms of the team being given extra privileges while the staff sometimes looked the other way, perhaps when they should not have, was simply told to never attack 17 younger boys again. Nelson was known by all of us, except the staff, I guess, to be a real badass. After we graduated, the last I knew, Nelson had been to jail 12 times. At that time, he had not yet achieved his biggest goal. He wanted to be promoted from the county jail system into the Jackson State Prison because they had pool tables. I'm sure he made it eventually. During his time in the county facilities, he tended to put on weight, which was an improvement. He usually came out of jail looking trim and fit, but he would immediately resort to the life that got him sent to jail, and within a few months he would be returned to what was likely his home environment for some more than minor offense, 20 pounds lighter and much the worse for wear. Even though Nelson was given a free pass by the school administration, more than one heterosexual couple was suspended from school for transgressions of a much lesser nature during my time there. A hand down the blouse, for example, could get both parties sent home for 2 weeks. In some cases, just trying to do something that never really happened was enough to earn suspensions, which is what happened to Clark, who was the president of the Amateur Radio Club. Amateur Radio. I received my first ham radio license when I was 12 years old and held it until recently when I decided that computers were more fun and made communication much easier. With help from a few fellow hams in the Kalamazoo area, I was able to get some equipment, and we strung up several dipole antennas around my yard. In general, there were a few places in the country that sold ham radio equipment, which meant ordering over the phone, or if you wanted to see the equipment first, you had to travel. The closest store was in Muskegon, Michigan, with the next closest store in Milwaukee. Fortunately for me, though, there was a store that sold a limited amount of ham radio equipment located about a mile from my house, and the guy who worked there lived about 2 blocks from me. He was very helpful with antennas and in letting me try out equipment. One day, I borrowed a very heavy piece of equipment, and while testing it out at home, primarily because I didn't know what I was doing, I blew it up. There were several quick pops, and there was lots of smoke. My mother evidently heard the noise and came running into the room and saw all of the smoke and promptly fainted. She threatened to take my equipment away and put an end to my hobby. My dad displayed a rather large pair of balls that day, for him anyway, and when I told him what she was wanting to do, he said to just let it blow over. And this time he was correct. The only other time I remember my mother fainting was when my son told her that my ex and I were getting a divorce. My ex and I had intended to tell my parents, but had told the kids the night before and hadn't gotten a chance to speak with them. So the next day, when my parents were watching the boys for a while, they of course shared what was for certain the biggest thing on their minds. After the explosion, we paid a visit to Tom from the radio store at his house, and when he came to the door, he was somewhat pale-looking. As it turned out, he had been shocked by very high voltage while working on a power supply. I asked him why he didn't let go, and he said he tried real hard. We had an amateur radio club at the school, which afforded us many opportunities, both with radio and extracurricular things. I was the vice president of the amateur radio club, and my friend Clark was the president. We were given a room in the basement of the main building to set up a station, and Clark and I were given keys to the room and had control over when people could come in and use the equipment. There was never any supervision down in the basement. They trusted us, and we really did mean well, but we had too much time in our hands, and well, we were young and adventurous. Add to that, Clark and I may not have been the most responsible people to entrust with that kind of responsibility at that time in our lives. For some reason, they put an old coat locker in the room, and we couldn't think of a use for it because we just threw our stuff over a chair or on an empty table. So we decided to stuff John Hunt, whom we called John Cunt, in the locker and tip it over on its front so he couldn't get out. Then we left the room for dinner. Needless to say, John was not a happy camper when we returned. The only time adults seemed to be around in the basement was when maintenance people needed to do something, which did not happen on weekends. While exploring the basement one weekend, I found that my key to the radio room fit one of the other doors, and when I told Clark about it, we decided to have a look inside. The room had a desk, but more important to us, there were a couple of old mattresses in it. We filed that information away for later use and locked up the door and left. A few weeks after we made the discovery, Clark asked me if he could borrow my key to the radio room so he could take his girlfriend to the mattress room. I was more than happy to loan him my key, providing he shared all of the details with me later. Of course, one major disadvantage to being blind is that you cannot see who is around, so if you don't hear anything, you have to assume the coast is clear. In this case, it did not go well. Just after Clark and his girlfriend walked in the room, expecting to have a wonderful afternoon, A couple of maintenance men that they obviously couldn't see observed them from down the hallway as they entered the room. I guess they felt that they had no choice. They knocked on the door and tried to open it, but Clark was strong as an ox, and he managed to hold the door and to push the desk in front of the door to help hold it shut until the workman went away, while his girlfriend crawled out of the window, which in itself was a rather risky thing when one can't see who is around, but there was no other choice. It did ruin a potentially excellent way for them to have spent the afternoon, though. They were both suspended from school, even though they ended up having done nothing. I thought I'd get in trouble because it was my key, and all of the keys had identifying numbers on them. While Clark was serving his suspension at home for doing nothing except going into an unauthorized storage room, the dean of students called me into his office. Dean Weir asked me to show him how the key worked. I would guess this was because he couldn't get it to work because the key just didn't fit in the lock. You had to pull it out just a little bit in order to make it open the door. I was thorough about stuff like that. As far as I know, I'm the only person who figured out how to disable the buzzers they had on the exit doors to the dorms to notify adults if they were opened at night. I was also resourceful enough to be in possession of a master key to all of the dorms. It cost me a whopping $5, but I never used it for much other than to lock my room door when the other kids went on a rampage, like they did with poor Tom from Hungary. These things just happened a couple of times a year, usually the night before graduation, when no one could do much about it. Dean Weir made me try the radio room key in every lock in the basement to make sure it didn't unlock any other empty rooms. Then he took it away from me and gave me another key that he also made me try in every lock until we were certain that it didn't open anything other than the radio room. He let me keep that one, and I never got in trouble. I think he figured that Clark and I accidentally got our keys mixed up, or possibly he felt that boys will be boys. The decision to expel Clark and his girlfriend was made by asshole Thompson, not the dean of students. Religion. Of course, not everyone was like me. There were people with all kinds of interests and beliefs, ranging from my heathen approach to life to the very religious. Keith and Russ were perhaps the most religious boys at the school, and both have pursued careers relating to Christianity. I used to initiate discussions with them about religion and other philosophical topics because I question everything and because I like to argue. One day I walked into Keith's room and, feeling quite excited about my conclusion, I proudly announced to him, "Keith, I have the answer." He, of course, asked, "The answer to what?" I told him that I knew it was not appropriate for us to swear so much, but it seemed to me that a phrase like "God damn the devil" should be permissible in the eyes of God as sort of a prayer. He said, No, you can't do that." I asked, "Why the fuck not?" I don't recall a definitive answer. Keith used to say that he was ready to die, so one day I said, "Okay," and I grabbed him by the neck and proceeded to playfully choke him. When he struggled, I said to him, "Are you afraid?" He said that he wasn't afraid. He just didn't want me to go to hell. Of course, I asked if God forgives. Despite my attitude at that time, I did go through some times in my young life where I considered religion seriously. At that time, Billy Graham used to buy lots of time to air his revival services on local stations, and when we knew one was coming up, a few of us wanted to watch it. The problem was that we knew that the kids who monopolized the TV room would never let us interrupt the programming they enjoyed, so we walked down to a second-hand store not far from the school, and I convinced the owner to let me rent an old TV. Several of us sat around my room watching the show, and when the call came for people to come forward, several of us started to cry and professed our newfound belief in God. For me, this lasted about 3 days. It came to a sudden end when I was in the process of packing up the TV to take it back to Earl at the store, and while carrying it across the room, I slipped and fell, and the TV literally shattered into millions of pieces. That ended one of my brief positive encounters with the Christian God, and I swore more profusely than ever because I had to pay for the TV. My views on the Christian God have evolved to this. I will pick an example from the Bible, the story or fable of Moses, but there are many more that are equally suspect. Recently, someone rang my doorbell, disturbed me making breakfast, made the dog bark, and woke up my wife, all because he had some uplifting news to share. The only inspiration that came out of his desire to share whatever it was my decision to include this in the book. Until the unwanted interruption rang the doorbell, I was feeling good and quite uplifted, all on my own, as I do most mornings. I was just trying to finish a good book, and I had to stop what I was doing because this guy thought that I needed to hear his uplifting news. It begs the question, what reason would he or anyone have to think that I needed what he felt was uplifting? Maybe I'm happy and content. It is people like him who are not yet happy, even though they feel that they have seen the light. A couple of years ago, some invaders of my peace and tranquility came to my door during the Super Bowl, of all things, to profess their God. I told them that God himself would not interrupt the Super Bowl to answer the door. In this case, they were from a church that is known to practice polygamy. So I told them that not only had I no intention of interrupting the game or the $6 million 30-second commercials, but even if I wanted to, I couldn't because I didn't approve of their morals. Nor do I approve of the morals of the priests who take advantage of little children, much like those predators that I was fortunate to avoid when hitchhiking. The one difference is that the predators are selfish, money-driven assholes, and the priests are godless perverts using their religion to poison the lives of children when clearly their hand is the choice they made when they chose to go forth and sin no more. When I was young, I used to argue about religion with people who came to my door, spouting their version of the good news, much like I did with the people at the church I incidentally attended in L.A. when I was hitchhiking across the country. Those giving testimonials have been off drugs for as much as 3 whole days, but I have learned to not waste my time. That day, I just told him to get the hell out of here. He grunted and left. Having said all of this, I do have trouble believing that our being here is an accident, or that it just happened. It seems to me there must be a creator of some sort out there, and to you, creator, I'd love you with all my heart and soul if my heart could love and if I had a soul. However, I don't have any answers about humanity's perceptions of a God, although I have vacillated on it from time to time throughout my life. What I believe is that none of the established religions have a clue either. That isn't why they have been designed. Not the mother rapists, not the father rapists, not those who play with snakes or read the Bible or worship the beloved Corona. None of them have the slightest idea. How could any of us know? We haven't died yet. We haven't been confronted with life after death, providing it exists. I believe it's all in what people need to rationalize, in part at least, to try to understand why we die. Someone long ago created the idea that we all have this invisible soul, which is what we are all about, and that we should worship this invisible God, and the Holy Ghost, yet another invisible entity, is somehow in the picture. The capitalists, a religion of sorts, got wind of this idea and learned to make great deals of money out of it. The moralists, those who believe they know what's best for all of us, often excluding them, decided to attempt to use this idealism called religion by defining sin for us as a way of controlling society. Of course, this has failed miserably because there is this thing called justification, or rationalization if you prefer, which is the true governor of our faith. Back to Moses. Do you think for 1 minute that Moses, if there was a Moses, went up into the mountains and saw God, and that God wrote out these commandments on stone for him? These tablets came along at just the right time to save Moses' ass. At this time, Moses had been wandering around in the desert with his group of people who were becoming more discontented each and every day as they wandered around aimlessly. These are the same people who were fortunate enough to survive when his compassionate God drowned all the approaching armies when all he would have to do was stop them from crossing the river. All he'd have to have done would have been to preach to them, for God's sake. They'd all have turned tail and left, yet this compassionate human view of God, or the Creator, decided to kill them all so his people could live happily ever after. Anyway, the people were tired of wandering around in the desert with a constant water shortage and bad food. After all, how much manna can one person eat? They were becoming restless and disobeying Moses. They needed guidance, rules to live by, as all societies do, and a reason to follow those rules. Some of Moses' people were so discontented that they would have preferred to attempt to return to Egypt, where God had killed all of the bad guys, which should make it easy to assume their previous lives with much less hassle, which would certainly be more comfortable for them than they had been while living in the desert. Wouldn't you feel the same way? Here's what I believe really happened. Moses either snuck off or ran off into the mountains, most likely to save his ass from his very unhappy followers. Perhaps he had to leave in a hurry, and he didn't have time to take any manna with him, so quite naturally he got hungry and ate some mushrooms that he found along the way. And perhaps that's when he saw God. Then he came up with this idea of scribbling on these tablets while he was hallucinating, which unquestionably meant that he had to find more mushrooms. This sequence likely went on for quite some time, but Moses eventually felt quite lonely. Tripping is no fun by oneself, so he scribbled some rules on some stones and headed back to his people. Immediately, he saw that nothing had changed while he was gone, and he once again became angry with his people and smashed the tablets, which likely were quite heavy, so perhaps he just accidentally dropped them. He wasn't angry at all. He just wanted to go back into the mountains and look for mushrooms. So this meant back to the mountains, more mushrooms, and so forth. These tablets supposedly had 10 common-sense commandments on them that were clearly designed to help Moses control his people. Thou, which means you, not God, shall not kill. Thou shalt not steal. And the big one, thou shalt have no other gods before me, which would have been tops on my list if I professed to be a god. As far as taking my name in vain, oh, what the hell, go ahead. What does it really hurt? Arguably, many of the commandments are things we might all be better off if we followed. Moses told his people that the 10 Commandments were written by God to give them credibility, of course. Well, these commandments from God, or perhaps from one of the first recorded psychedelic trips, got the people's attention and gave Moses control over them again, and likely gave Moses many more years of wandering around the desert with no idea at all what the hell he was supposed to do before his spell over the people wore off. But it begs the question, would it not have been easier if Moses had just brought a bunch of those mushrooms back and shared them with his people? Or would it not have been quicker and more decisive if God had come down from the mountain and told the people to straighten up? I mean, if God came in here right now and told me to stop writing this stuff, if he faced me like a man, or whatever he is, surely I'd quiver like the little meaningless blob I am and stop. Alternatively, if he brought me some mushrooms, well, God knows what I'd write about. As another alternative, God could have done the sensible and easy thing and drawn his chosen people a map to their divine destination on those tablets. Perhaps he should have done that in the first place. What about this thing called faith? About a year ago, my friend and roommate from my early school days, Russ, who is now an ordained Lutheran minister, told me that he felt the Lutheran God wanted him to do some Braille transcription, and he asked me how to do it and what he needed. A friend of mine donated a Braille display, which can be attached to a computer to produce Braille dots according to the text you would see on the screen. I asked Russ to send me his computer, and I would set it up for him. Russ needed training, though. It was something I'm not familiar with, and it would have been difficult to do from across the country, so I referred him to several local groups and agencies that I thought might be able to help. Around this time, I heard Russ talking about doing Braille transcriptions on his internet radio show. He said, "So I said to God, if you want me to do this, you're going to have to come up with the money." Well now, this sounded good to me. This is better than sliced bread. All of these years, I worked my ass off trying to make a few bucks, when all I would have had to do was ask God for money. Not only that, I learned that I wouldn't have to be nice about it. "Dear Lord," and stuff. I could just say, "God, you're going to have to come up with the money." I definitely would not ask him for money for food, though, because what if he didn't give a shit if I ate? Or what if he sent that fucking manna from heaven? Better to come up with a list of things in the hopes that some of them would be worthy enough. Then I could sin and spend the money as I wanted, and, of course, ask for forgiveness if necessary. It occurs to me that God might not be a capitalist. Well, perhaps the American God is, but if he's more broad-minded, perhaps I could ask for things other than money. How about mushrooms, for example? Perhaps Russ is onto something here. I fixed Russ's computer up and sent it back to him, but as of yet, he hasn't been able to find anyone to teach him the software. Whenever we talk, I just can't help myself. I have to ask about it. So when he called me on my birthday, I could not resist asking how things were going with the Braille transcription. When he said, "Not too well," I said, "What happened? Did God change his mind?" Then I felt guilty about that, so I put on my politician's hat and attempted to walk it back. I asked, "Does God change his mind?" To me, Russ's response was the greatest rationalization I've ever heard. He said that God does not change his mind, but that maybe he, meaning Russ, wasn't listening. Now at this point, I couldn't walk it back, and I said, "Well, why didn't God tell me or the church before they spent the money to purchase you the equipment?" He laughed. A confession always relieves the soul. When I was in junior high, our English teacher asked us to write a short story. I think this is a stupid assignment to force on an entire class. For those who have little or no ability to write, what are they supposed to do? They have failed before they start. No wonder so many kids hate school. School is that way, though. I did the assignment, but here's the truth. I had no idea what to write, and over the weekend while I was home, I told my mother that I had to write a short story, and that I had no idea what to write about. At the time, my mother was looking at the birds in the backyard. She loved birds, and she came up with an idea for my story. She, made a few suggestions. But wait, this is supposed to be a true confession, so I must admit that it went way beyond making a few suggestions. Basically, she almost wrote the story. All right, to be truthful, while I put the story in Braille, she came up with the idea for the story and told me what to write. There, now it's out there. Boy, I feel better now. The problem is that things like that always come back to bite you. Well, not always, but usually. What we didn't know at the time was that Mrs. Horton intended to submit our stories to a magazine titled The Searchlight, which was written primarily for the blind. They were going to pick 3 winners from the schools for their blind across the country and publish their articles. So I did the assignment and promptly forgot about it. Mrs. Horton submitted the story to the magazine, and I went on about my business, whatever that was. It wasn't until early in the next school year when Dr. Asshole Thompson called me down to his office one day. Now, I did a lot of stuff in school, mostly fucking around and things we weren't supposed to do, as you can probably imagine, and I figured that since we were bypassing the dean, usually the first stop for punishment or reprimanding, either I was in real trouble for something I did or that I was going to be blamed for something I didn't do, which actually would have been more than fair since I got away with so much. It was after 5, and the administration building was quiet, and I was really kind of scared. Asshole Thompson didn't even ask me to sit down, which added to my fear. I was even shaking some. Asshole walked up to me, breathing his awful coffee breath in my face. which terrified me worse than anything else that day, and started reading this letter to me without telling me where it was from. As it turned out, it was from Searchlight, and I had won second place in the contest, which included a check for $50. The winner, also from our school, my friend Thad, got a whopping $75. The next day in English class, the teacher chastised me for not thanking her for helping me with the story. She even swore about it, which was about as prohibitive then as it was in the movies. She said, "You don't care a damn." But the thing is, it was a year later. I couldn't even remember what the hell my mother's story was about at that point until I read it again. The truth is, the teacher did not help me with the story, and I didn't have the courage to tell her that the real thanks should go to my mother. Thad, who won first place in the contest, recently confessed to me that he, too, had comparable help with his entry. I don't know about the third prize winner. Gym class. In gym class, we might be told to do 50 push-ups or 100 sit-ups. Usually I could do that stuff because I made myself, but I would say that over half of the class simply could not, so right out of the starting gate, they were going to get less of a grade. Unfortunately, it would be based on them not being able to do the work, but maybe it should be the teacher who failed, since we were not well conditioned to do this, and there was never practice to achieve these lofty goals. I was quite good in physical education, and I would have done better if I'd been on the wrestling team. I did well primarily because there was no homework. In addition to being able to do the sit-ups and push-ups, I could climb the rope, which many totally blind people could not do, and I could beat some of the sighted runners who in general ran faster than many of us who were totally blind. I could beat just about everyone in our Monday swimming class, except Milton, in almost any stroke. I contended that his being 3 inches taller allowed him to get to the other end of the pool more quickly, and I tried to get the coach to make him step back from the edge of the pool by a foot or so before we raced, but he wouldn't do it. We had race after race and countless restarts because one or the other of us would start before the command. I tried as hard as I tried at anything, but I could never beat Milton. The coach used to hold annual intramural swim competitions, but I never attended them because they made the boys swim nude in the pool, and the gay teachers would show up to watch the competition. To me, it would have been like going to a strip club, except the participants didn't get any tips. One of the things many of us who were totally blind could not do well was throw a ball. So one day, I asked the gym coach why so many blind people had trouble throwing. He said it was because we didn't understand the mechanics of throwing. Now, doesn't this just beg the question, why not, teach? In looking back on it, and after my involvement in beep baseball, I'm sure he was correct about us not understanding the mechanics. The thing is, he never took the time to teach us or offered to help us improve. Just get out there, stand in line for 20 minutes, throw the ball, or the shot put, then get back in line and wait 20 minutes for your turn to fail or do something poorly once again. I believe that a choreographer could have helped us a lot by taking us step by step through any number of procedures, including throwing a ball. Many of us may never have been good, but we could have improved if we had been taught the mechanics of throwing. How to use your body, how to step into it, the things we don't learn by observing people who know what they're doing. I believe that we would have benefited from the feeling and satisfaction in learning something, and it's possible that the teacher may have felt that he was successful at actually teaching. Later on, when I got involved in beep baseball, I spent a lot of time trying to learn the mechanics of swinging a bat. I was never great, but with some individual teaching, I got a lot better. My swimming antagonist, Milton, had quite a bit of vision until the 8th grade, and as a result, had no problems throwing or hitting a ball. One day, he hit a ball off a tee harder than anyone ever did at the school. It landed on top of the health center and killed a pigeon. Now, obviously it was an accident. He never could have done it on purpose. It was a shot that Milton, as a blind person, or any sighted person for that matter, would spend years attempting to duplicate, so he was quite surprised when one of the nurses asked him why he had to kill that pigeon. For the most part, gym was about playing games. Gym class in high school clearly demonstrated the difference between totally blind kids like me and those who had partial sight. In the 1960s, beepers and balls were mostly experimental, and sports opportunities for the blind were much more limited than they are now. We played baseball a couple of times a year. In part, this limitation was determined by the poor weather in Michigan. The totally blind kids could not hear or see the ball, so the class consisted mainly of blind people standing around while the partially sighted kids played the game. When we were at bat, they would roll a bat to us on the ground, and we could hit it because we could hear it, but the ball was pitched to those who could see. We had people standing at each base to call us to the base after we hit the ball. When in the field, all we as totally blind people could do was stand there until the half inning was over. Another very worthless game the coach developed was played inside the gym. It was a sort of soccer game where we would roll around on individual scooter carts trying to get a ball that we could not hear or see to the other end of the gym. It was a large, very light ball that was in the air as much as it was on the floor. As with baseball, about the only real participation the totally blind kids had was to wait for the ball to hit them in the body or head, whereupon the coach would yell, "That's using your head, David." Of course, the partially sighted kids could see the ball and participate. To me, it was a total waste of time, and for the most part, considering that this was a gym class we expended little energy, and I would classify it as a very low-activity event unless someone got kicked in the groin. Then he rolled around a lot, which is about as much exercise as one could expect, and as long as it wasn't me getting kicked in the balls, I could smile a bit, which exercised my face muscles. One of the few adaptations in the gym was the basketball hoops, with beepers attached at each end of the gym. The coach would turn them off and on alternately as needed. Realistically, playing any sport like basketball could prove dangerous, because it would be senseless to run and play in the necessary fashion, since inevitably injury would occur, not to mention an extremely high number of inadvertent fouls. Because of this, we developed a much different game, which meant much less exercise, but we could play it nevertheless. The game we played was called 10-shot. This consisted of standing at the foul line and shooting at the basket. Scoring consisted of 1 point for hitting the backboard, 2 points for a rim shot that didn't go in, and 3 points for a basket. Each person had 10 shots, so the total possible points an individual could score in a game was 30. Some of us got quite good at this game. Even then, though, the only training I received on how to throw a basketball was from one of the partially sighted students. Do you call this education? In thinking back on it, I have no idea where our teachers got some of the ideas they used in teaching us. Our science teacher, Jim Grafe, was talking about sulfuric acid one day and actually passed around a bowl of it. The bowl was hot, and I could smell it and hear the stuff fizzing. I never heard a class of noisy students be so quiet in my life. I think many of us had the same fear that I did, and that was that someone was going to get hurt. I could see a couple of less dexterous blind people dropping the thing. My fear was someone would drop it on my legs and burn me in about the only place I thought about at that age. So when the hot bowl of acid got to me, I asked the person next to me to set it down on my desk. Then I asked the person sitting on my other side to put his hands in his lap while I picked it up and set it on his desk. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but I'll never understand why Mr. Grafe did that. Our government teacher, Joe Toth, cried at the end of the year because he felt he had failed us in teaching us government. I felt sorry for him, and looking back on it, he did try hard. He said he wanted us to learn to think outside of the box, which is right up my alley, and that he didn't want us to just regurgitate facts. He then proceeded to make us regurgitate facts by memorizing every relevant person, date, and time, as it related to America and our government, and to regurgitate that useless bullshit on every test we took. He even held a contest at the end of the year to test our ability to regurgitate. I liked him, though, and he did try. One of the questions on a major test had something to do with how does one go about suing the government. I answered that since one has to have the permission of the government to sue it, and because the courts were part of the government, it seemed unlikely to me that one would be very successful in getting permission to initiate a lawsuit against the government, much less win. By the time he got around to reviewing the assignment with me, I had forgotten what I said, and when he read it to me, I recall feeling sheepish because of my lack of self-confidence. But, to his credit, he did care, and he was actually pleased. He said he wanted people to think about things like that. Mr. Toth was one of two teachers I recall who gave me an A in his class. This was in his economics class. The other was in biology. It was because there was no homework during those specific trimesters. I rarely did homework, so it worked out to my advantage. Mr. Toth's economics class used sort of a learn-what-you-want approach where we could pick areas of interest and study them. To assist us, he brought in guest speakers, one of whom was an insurance salesman, and when it was time for questions, I asked if smokers were charged a higher life insurance rate because they intentionally endangered their own lives. This was shortly after the Surgeon General's report on smoking had been released in 1964, and my question made sense to me. The guest speaker said that at the time they were not. It was years later before insurance companies started charging people who intentionally and knowingly endangered their health through some of their personal behaviors. Toth thought it was a good question and graded me well. What I remember most about that, though, is how upset some of the students who consistently received higher grades were because I got an A. Why should they care if I received an A? Hell, I didn't care much if they received an A, much less whether I received one. It did not deter them from their good grades. I just got one time, that's all. Toth also taught us that there were two classes of people in India and how one of them was repressed and that the caste system was bad, but there was not a lot of discussion as to why. Perhaps it is not a good system. I don't know. We never discussed the system we have here. How many classes do we have? How many people are repressed and have little or no real future in one of the wealthiest countries that has ever existed? Have we improved on the lot of humanity with our capitalist system when 1% holds so much wealth? I saw Joe Toth at a class reunion we held a few years ago and attempted to engage him on politics and government, but he didn't talk with me. Part-time roommate. Little Stevie Wonder went to our school, and I was fortunate to room with him for a year during high school. This was great for a couple of reasons. Along with the pleasure and prestige of living with a real star, I was able to have a room to myself much of the year. Stevie was required by law to be enrolled in the school, but because he had a personal tutor, he only attended the Michigan School for the Blind for a few weeks during the year. No one ever knew when Stevie was going to show up for a few days, so one day I woke up and he was in the other bed. It seems that he had just come back from a tour to Europe and arrived in the middle of the night. The first thing he said to me the next morning was, "David, I just got back from Europe. It's really cool. Have you ever been to Europe?" I had not, but I thought about it and replied in a rather smart-ass voice, "I have not, but if I was to go to Europe, it would have to be on a weekend because they don't let me get out of school for that kind of thing." Stevie had the neatest toys. One of the nicest ones that I can remember was a professional tape recorder. To this day, I remember it as being nicer than anything I've ever owned. He also had walkie-talkies that really worked. Our toy walkie-talkies transmitted about 10 feet if you yelled into them, but his went about 5 miles. One night, when we were outside playing with them, all of a sudden, Stevie yelled that he was on fire. He sounded extremely convincing, and Tom and I took off from the other side of the campus to attempt to find him. In the meantime, someone within the 5-mile radius heard the distress call and was ready to call the fire department and the police. That's when we found him and discovered that he was only acting. I was speaking with a good friend of Stevie, and he said that he didn't think we knew how big Stevie was going to be in music when we went to school with him. I think we knew he was a serious part of Motown and was not living our kind of life, but we may not have known how influential he would turn out to be. Stevie rarely misses a charitable event to raise money for people in stress or who have been hit by a major event, such as a hurricane, flood, or earthquake. The first time I got drunk was with Stevie Wonder. Not many people can say that. The truth is that I don't think Stevie drinks much, and I have been told by reliable sources that he has never touched drugs of any kind, which is more than quite commendable. Stevie didn't have a drink that night either. He was simply in our room when I brought what little was left in the gallon jug back to our room with me. I took the cap off the bottle and had a little nightcap and proceeded to put the top back on the bottle, but it slipped out of my hand and rolled across the floor. I knew I would never find that bottle cap, so I just stood there and swore profusely and loudly because I couldn't find my fucking bottle cap. The next thing I remember was a bunch of kids standing in the door laughing at me, and that's when the house parent came in and took my bottle away. I lay down on the bed and Stevie tried very hard to help me. He tried to hypnotize me in the hopes of bringing me down from being drunk. Of course it didn't work. I do wish he could have done something for the hangover I had the next day. Mobility training lacking. At the school, we were taught that we had to be better than those we would work with in order to compete, or, in other words, to function, but we were not taught how to handle the more likely scenario that we were not always going to be better than everyone. In fact, it is highly possible that we were not going to be better than anyone at many things. Setting a bar that high can make life very difficult because it can be and is unachievable. The assumption while in school was that we surely could and would be better than everyone else, or what was the point in continuing with education, or anything for that matter. I expected to grow up and graduate with the tools to go out there and knock them dead. Nowadays, if special schools for the blind existed, they would likely hire people who specialize in blindness issues, and I believe the focus would be a lot different, more constructive and positive. We were, of course, introduced to the 3 R's in school, but there was not a lot of emphasis on the things that were important to teach blind people how to succeed in the real world. Simple things like table manners were rarely, if ever, discussed. For me, it was not until I was in the 9th grade, while at home for the summer, when I learned to hold a fork correctly. I may not have learned then, but I knew something was wrong with how I was holding the fork, and I asked my parents to show me. One of those essential tools, in my opinion, is the ability to travel well and successfully. One would think that mobility, how to travel with a white cane, would have been drilled down our throats from day one, but not so. It wasn't until the 5th grade when we were given white canes and they placed a bunch of folding chairs throughout the gym and taught us how to hold the cane and swing it in alternating positions to the steps we took so that the cane would always be in the general area that we would be walking into with our next step in the hopes of finding objects that we would otherwise run into. Our gym teacher taught the class and instructed us to navigate the chairs that were scattered around the room. Well, I could not see the chairs, but I could see where they were, so it was a breeze. But I learned little about how to use a cane or to walk in public areas. They also took us out to one of the streets that bordered the campus and taught us how to wave our canes so traffic would stop. I am not certain that's a good thing to teach blind people because you cannot count on traffic stopping. It's far better to wait for a clearing. The other issue with that part of the training was that Vine Street was a stop street, so cars were going to stop anyway, and it gave a false impression of what to expect in real situations, because the reality is that most people ignore it when you wave at them. This was confirmed years later when I participated in a study to see if people would stop for us, whether using a cane or not. We also walked minimally with the gym teacher in a virtually traffic-free area. I was more fortunate than many blind kids because I lived in Kalamazoo, where Western Michigan University is located. They have a master's degree program designed to teach people how to teach the blind both in everyday living skills and in mobility, so I received specific training, mainly in mobility with a student trainer for a couple of summers during my high school years. It was far more intensive than anything we received at the School for the Blind. As a result, I received much more experience walking on busy streets and in crossing where there was real traffic flow than many kids did during that time. One of the first places I learned to travel to on my own was the beer store. Of course, I couldn't buy beer yet, but I could get candy and things like that, and soon I started buying my cigarettes there. I also stopped at a drive-in restaurant, similar to McDonald's, which was just coming into fruition at that time, where I could buy cheap hamburgers, malts, and small bags of French fries. My parents were good about letting me travel on my own after I had completed some of the training at home. One of the things I started doing on my own was to walk to the barbershop to get my hair cut. The barbershop was located about a mile from the house. I liked to walk and thought nothing of the distance, but now if I had to walk a mile to get my hair cut, I think I'd let it grow. At school, we were allowed to go off campus in teams of 2 or more in the 5th grade. The closest shopping area was called Northtown and was about 6 blocks from the school. Downtown Lansing was about 14 blocks, so there were lots of places to go if we had money or if we just wanted to get away, which I usually did. It wasn't until a year or so after I left school that they hired a full-time person with a degree in teaching mobility. Evidently, mobility instruction was not on the top of the list at other schools for the blind in the 1960s. In Michigan, we called it cane travel. In California, they referred to it as travel training. It is now widely known as mobility instruction. With her permission, I have included the following, which was written by a good friend, Lori Kastner. Lori is married to Mike, whom you may remember from the section on not-so-fine dining, where he found practical uses for the pancakes. In addition to the article below, Lori has assisted me in writing this book because she knows so much more about writing than I do, including the proper use of grammar and how punctuation should be correctly used. Her command of the English language is also far superior to mine. Thank you, Lori. Lori's first mobility experience in her words. Where did I go? Travel training. I heard that term for the first time during lunch at boarding school when one of the older girls said, I have travel training this afternoon. Her tone suggested that she might be going somewhere wonderful. Where was she going, and why was she going there? I yearned to inquire. But since I was only in 6th grade, I kept my mouth shut. One day, 2 years later, I stood grasping a long, clumsy cane with a stern instructor mumbling behind me. That day, I longed to return to 6th grade. Instead, I crossed streets without understanding intersections and followed exact routes without knowing what was to my right or my left. If I took a wrong turn along the way, how would I return to my route or get back to school? However, somehow I avoided problems until the Wednesday when I strayed 2 feet from my path and bravely stepped around a sawhorse. On that day, I began my lesson standing at the crosswalk of College and Derby, memorizing the route my instructor demanded. Cross 5 streets, turn left, cross 4 streets, walk about 50 feet, wait for him outside the donut shop, and definitely do not buy a donut. As I approached the corner where I was to turn left, my cane bumped something. I reached out my free hand and inspected a plank attached to a post. What was that thing in front of me? How should I proceed? Who could I ask? As usual, my instructor sauntered somewhere blocks behind me. Anxious to reach my destination before he could criticize me for not knowing what to do, I moved to my left around the end of the strange object extended my cane, and stepped into emptiness. As I plummeted into somewhere, hard concrete scraped my right leg and wet dirt smeared my blue blouse. Without time to ask myself what had happened, I landed astride a man's shoulders. "Huh?" he exclaimed. Before I could speak, move, or attempt to extricate myself, at least 3 pairs of hands grasped, lifted, and hauled me upward until I felt my feet touch solid pavement. An official-sounding voice asked my name and address, and even though I attended boarding school, I recited the location of my home, wishing I was there. My instructor's all-too-familiar voice intervened, scolding the men for their lack of proper barricades. Before one of them could reply, he ordered me to continue on my route. Bewildered, I hastened across the street and turned left, glad to avoid a scolding. An hour later, I told my classmates in home ec that I had fallen into some kind of hole. The teacher inquired whether I had any scrapes or bruises I could show her, and I explained that my shirt covered all the abrasions. Did she wonder if I had wounds that needed tending, or was she merely curious? About a month after my accident, when I was home for the weekend, my mother unexpectedly stated, "2 men from PG&E came by this week. They said you had fallen in a manhole where some construction was going on. Why didn't you tell me about this?" "What did they want?" I asked, hoping that my travel instructor would not learn of their visit. "They wanted to pay us $50 to compensate you because you could have been badly hurt. I advised them I would have to ask my husband what he thought." She paused, then added in an amused tone, "When one of them called the next day, I told him your dad said he did not know PG&E was so cheap." Her tone assured me she had had the last word. When she informed me that I would receive a check for $250, I remained silent. She also revealed, "When I found out you had fallen in the manhole, I phoned your instructor, and he said you were using your cane incorrectly." Before I could defend myself, she continued, "So I said to him, 'Well, aren't you the teacher?'" Again, my mother had the last word. Soon my scrapes healed, my parents opened a savings account in my name, and I continued following prescribed routes to strange locations during travel training. Then, one Friday, my instructor lost me in the busy, crowded San Francisco Greyhound depot, and another adventure began. Getting hit by a car. As far as I know, after we graduated, one former class member was hit and killed by a car. And thinking about this, it reminded me that in addition to several close brushes as an adult, one while hitchhiking, I was one of the students who got hit by a car during my high school years. A friend of mine, Whitney, who had some vision, told me that he had been hit 5 times. One has to wonder why Whitney was allowed to leave the campus. He was never seriously injured, although he was knocked unconscious once. Then I started traveling with him, and I learned why he was hit so often. Whitney was a bit careless. It seems that even after being hit by a car numerous times, he didn't learn. One time, he and I were walking down to Freddy's, a bakery that was located about 7 blocks from the school. Freddy's had everything from donuts to pies and cakes. You could get 5 or 6 dozen day-old donut holes for less than 50 cents. A whole pie cost only 60 cents. I don't remember what Whitney and I were planning to get, likely something to supplement, but as always he carried his portable radio with him. He loved that thing, and radio in general, for that matter, and would sleep with the radio on at a low volume all night. During the year that he was my roommate, this practice bothered me to no end, and I repeatedly asked him to turn the radio off. Sometimes I would turn it off in the middle of the night, and while he never noticed, it didn't help because the next night he would leave the fucking thing on. Finally, one time, while Whitney was out of the room for a while, I took the back off the radio and short-circuited it, hoping that it would burn up the next time he plugged it in. I used too large of a wire, and it blew a fuse in the main breaker box, which was far too easily repaired. And thinking about it, I should have broken a pin off of one of the tubes. That would have cost money to fix and taken time. But there were no second chances, though. I had been busted. So Whitney and I, along with his portable radio, were walking to Freddy's Bakery to get some goodies in the hopes of supplementing yet another failure in the dining room. I think we were about halfway back to the school when Whitney realized that he had left his radio at the bakery. This was fine with me because I had eaten what I bought and I could go back and get something else. For Whitney, though, this fear of losing his beloved radio threw him into a panic. We turned around and ran back to the bakery with little regard for traffic. I kind of relied on his partial vision to keep us safe, but I soon realized that I'd better look out for myself because Whitney was so emotionally distraught that he wasn't going to make rational decisions. At one point, we started to cross the street with lots of traffic and against the light. We were not hit by a car that night, but I learned how careless Whitney was about traffic, especially when he was afraid of losing his beloved radio. Fortunately, his radio was still at Freddy's when we got there, and the walk back to school was uneventful. The school was located in a relatively traffic-free area, except for Willow Street, which ran along the north side of the campus. But to the west of the school, Willow Street curved, and it was certainly difficult to impossible for drivers to see us when we crossed to go to the local store and a few other places in the area. This is where several of us were hit by cars, with Whitney, of course, being one of them. It was late in the evening on Tuesday, May 5, Cinco de Mayo Day, in 1964, when I got hit by a car. I was coming back from the store with a bottle of Coke in my hand. I was probably thinking about a girl or some other nonsense instead of concentrating on traffic like I should have been when there came a point where I realized that I was going to be hit. This was before the guy slammed on his brakes, but I could hear him coming. When he hit me, I rolled up on the hood of my back and I fell forward off of his hood when he came to a stop 15 or so feet later. The only injury I received was when I fell off of the car and smashed the bottle of Coke. Bottles were made of glass then. My hand required 7 stitches. Probably I was more scared at that moment than I had ever been previously at any point in my life, but there was much more to come, like being robbed at gunpoint and being driven back in the woods while hitchhiking in Florida, but this was years later. After I was hit, I quickly stood up and asked the driver for help. I walked over to the health center where they concluded that I needed stitches in my hand and called the dean of students who took me to the local hospital to get stitched up. They also x-rayed my right hip because I had some minor pain, but all was fine. I have described exactly what happened, but despite this being the truth, this was not the story the police heard. The driver, who was secretary of one of the local Lions clubs, told the police that I walked into the side of his car. Of course, if I had done that, I could not have fallen forward from the front of the car and been injured in the same way. The police never interviewed me. I bitched about it, but I was a minor, and along with being blind to them, I simply had no credibility in their eyes. I called the family and told Mr. Anderson that I knew he had lied and asked why, but I never got an answer that satisfied me, probably because it would not have been possible to have given me a satisfactory one other than to have been more truthful, which he evidently had no intention of doing. I also called the president of his Lions Club, but of course nothing came of it except that the driver knew that I was very aware that he had lied. Along with not being able to see around the curve, it is arguable that it is more difficult to hear around the curve as well. And while I believe that the driver may not have had his full attention on driving at the time because I heard him before I heard his brakes, I never should have been crossing the street then. So to me, it was my responsibility to have taken better charge of my life. A few weeks after being hit, I realized how traumatic being hit by that car still was. Whitney and I were sitting in English class one Friday afternoon when I heard brakes scream as a car stopped abruptly on Willow Street. Both Whitney and I froze, and I started to shake. I had to stop working for a minute or two. I simply could not continue. I had a small dose of what they now call PTSD. Oddly, as much as my mother was opposed to the lawsuit I had filed against Union Carbide years later, she insisted that we sue this driver, which I really didn't want to do. We ended up suing his insurance company and won a whopping $1,000. The lawyer fee was only $250. My, how things have changed. A couple of years later, one of the classes at the school did a project on the street crossing on Willow, and after looking at the statistics for the past 20 years or so, they determined that it was very dangerous. This did not deter us from fucking around, though. One guy walked across Willow on stilts as a dare. The class presented its findings to the city, but it was to no avail. After I graduated from the school, Tom Munn, who is a member of the National Federation of the Blind, and I went to the local city commission and petitioned them to do a study. They agreed to do so, and as a result, they decided to put up a push-button caution light. This would not force cars to stop, but supposedly it would warn them to be cautious, which I felt was simply a normal responsibility when driving, regardless of whether or not there was a caution sign. One thing that asshole Thompson was good at was politics. When I told him what the city was going to do, he told me not to worry, that after they put up the light, he would invite them out to observe how it worked, and when they saw how worthless it was, they would simply replace the caution light with a stoplight. He was correct. As an adult, I have not been hit by a car, although there have been a couple of close calls, minor things. While hitchhiking one day, I was hit in the hand. In thinking about it, why this only happened once, I have no idea. Fortunately, this occurred in the city, and traffic was not fast. Another time, a car was backing out of the driveway very rapidly and ran over my foot. It did not hurt. When the driver got out of the car, it was obvious that she had been drinking. I was okay, so we both went on our way. Another time, when I was walking home from work, I crossed a street where several cars were waiting. They could not move because of the traffic flow, but the front car rolled into me as I was crossing. I don't know if he fell asleep, was looking at something else, or what happened, but when I slammed my cane across his hood, which obviously damaged the paint at the very least, he stopped, and I continued to cross the street. When I got home, and after I stopped shaking, I ordered the heaviest cane I could buy. My start in politics. I've talked about Milton earlier. He became one of my good friends, especially after we left school. I can't say enough about him. He was extremely kind and had a big heart, and we remained very good friends until his death just a few years ago. There was so much more to Milton than most people ever realized. Our friendship started in our senior year when our class was debating whether to hold baccalaureate services at the end of the year, which had been a custom forever at the school. Asshole Thompson asked me if I would attempt to get the class to vote not to hold baccalaureate services because at the time there was a lot of discussion about separation of church and state, and he saw the writing on the wall and wanted to move away from it. Either he didn't have the balls to make an executive decision, or he figured if I could get the ball rolling, it might make his life easier down the road. Considering all that Milton and I went through trying to make this happen for asshole Thompson, it was a wise decision on his part. Since I didn't care and was always up for a good debate, I made a resolution at our class meeting not to have baccalaureate services. We voted on my resolution, and the result was a tie. However, the president voted, which caused the tie. As we all know, except for President Cathy, presidents can only cast a tie-breaking vote. They can't vote to make a tie. I will stop short of accusing her of cheating. I think it was more a matter of ignorance on her part. I tried to get her to disqualify herself, but instead, the group made the decision to hold another vote. During the time that elapsed between the two votes, a couple of guys decided that if having the baccalaureate services was so important to some of the girls, they would support them, so my side lost. Well, this pissed me off, and I was familiar enough with parliamentary procedure to be dangerous. I knew that if a person cast a vote on the winning side, that person could vote to reconsider, and if the request received a second, another vote had to take place. So I found someone, Milton, who had voted for baccalaureate services, or at least would say he had. No one thought to challenge it, and we got them to agree to move to reconsider. The debates were furious and loud, with everyone yelling at once. I was called a cynic and all kinds of things, but I saw no reason to name-call other than to think, "Fuck you, I'll show you, cynic." The first thing I did was to jokingly offer to buy a few votes. This got my classmates quite upset, which I never have understood. Many of them wanted to have a Christian-based service and would never have accepted money openly anyway. It made them mad, though, so I offered again and again. The debate and the voting went on for weeks. I knew we couldn't win, but Milton agreed to always vote in the affirmative for the service, or to say he did, so we could abuse parliamentary procedure and move to reconsider time and time again. We had several votes, so this went on for quite a while. Our class meetings were just shouting fests. President Cathy had no awareness of how to take control, and for some reason the class advisors were not helping her. Milton got a hell of a kick out of this. I think he participated more in this than much else that went on at the school. We both had a lot of fun with it. Finally, one day, as the process was nearing an end, Milton came into the meeting and sat down at my table and said, "Well, boss, what are we going to do this week?" and laughed. I knew then that I had a lifelong friend. It reached the point where I knew my resolution could not win, so finally I gave up abusing parliamentary procedure to manipulate things. We lost, of course. Baccalaureate services were held, but what fun. From the beginning, I knew we could never win. Unknown to me at the time, I would not attend either baccalaureate services or graduation. 8 weeks before graduation, could it happen again? I think even though I wasn't fully aware of it at the time, I felt abandoned by being sent away from school and losing several close friends, but there was one more thing that not only drove the feelings of abandonment home, it has scarred me deeply to this day. During my senior year, the school decided to contract with a child psychiatrist, and we, as students, could make appointments to see him if we wanted to. I had some, what I see now as normal teenage growing things that I wanted to talk about, but I also had a lot of curiosity about how this mysterious psychology thing worked, so I made an appointment. I saw Dr. Pedro Ojeda 3 or 4 times and came to grips with my issues and had nothing more to say. A major complication in talking with him was that he was from somewhere in Africa, and his very heavy accent made him extremely difficult to understand. Worse than that, though, was that he could not understand me very well, which meant that I often had to clarify and repeat myself, and I had to keep asking him to do the same. Of course, this calls to question how he ever became a child psychiatrist, or why anyone would hire him. In the case of the school, the rationale was a bit clearer. They looked for the lowest bidder when they contracted work, and I'm sure he qualified for that. Along with not understanding the language, there is always the added problem of comprehending the local or colloquial meanings of words and phrases. Years later, when I lived in Kalamazoo, I was commuting to Grand Rapids with Steve, who is a social worker at the Kalamazoo State Hospital for Mentally Ill People. On the way home one day, he was telling me about something that happened at work that involved a doctor who didn't have the best command of the English language. Evidently, there was a patient who they were about to release, and one of the foreign doctors went in to interview the patient before they could let him go. The doctor came out and said that they could not release him because when he asked him what he was going to do when he got out, he said, "I'm going to get me some wheels." Evidently, the doctor did not understand the colloquial use for wheels and thought the patient was delusional. Steve explained what the patient meant, and evidently he was released. I did not do the right thing and cancel my visits with Dr. Ojeda. Instead, I just stopped going, and this was surely a mistake because the next Wednesday when I should have gone and I didn't show up, there was an announcement over the public address system asking me to go to the health center where his office was located. After the second urgent call, I decided I should go over to his office and tell him that I didn't need to see him anymore. We talked for a while, and I left. This happened again the next week, so I reinforced once again that I didn't want to see him again. However, we had an hour to kill, so we talked some. I got bored, and as a result, I started making up shit. To me, I was just putting in my time. I told Dr. Ojeda that I hated the dean of students and that I would like to kill him. I don't know why I said that. I really like Mr. Weir. I feel he always tried to be fair, except for that bullshit about not kissing. When Clark was suspended, Mr. Weir apologized to Clark on the way to the bus station and said if it had been up to him, he would not have sent Clark home. Charlie Weir and I remained friends for years after that and saw each other during numerous Lions Club functions, as well as at a wedding where I was the best man. As a result of my childish stupidity, Dr. Ojeda judged me to have a mental problem and told the school administration what I had said and suggested that I was dangerous to others. A couple of days later, Asshole Thompson, Mr. Weir, and Dr. Ojeda made a trip to Kalamazoo to talk to my parents, and the way Dr. Ojeda handled this should have, in my opinion, raised a red flag. He told my parents, in his own professional way, "Your son is sick, sick, sick." On Friday, April 14th, 1967, 8 weeks before I was scheduled to graduate, I received yet another call over the school intercom during English class. This was not a message telling me to go to see Dr. Ojeda, but instead to report to the school office. When I got to the office, I was shocked to find my parents waiting there for me. Without a word, we went out and got in the car and left the school. I had no idea what was happening. All I could think of was that perhaps someone in the family had died, but when we were about halfway home, I realized this wasn't the case because I noticed that my Braille typewriter was in the trunk because the bell would ring when we went over bumps. This meant that everything I had was in the car and that I was leaving school, so I asked them what was going on. My parents responded by driving into a small park which was located along the road where we got out of the car and walked around some. I thought surely that we were going to have a talk, but not so. Instead, I had to listen to my mother go through the usual thing about how no one loved her and kids were always disappointing to their parents. Still, there was no explanation to me about what was going on and why I was so suddenly dragged out of school or what was going on. It was left to me to figure it out. When my mother finished her rant, we got back in the car and drove to what turned out to be my home for the next 2 weeks, the Plainwell Sanitarium, which I later learned had been converted from a tuberculosis sanitarium into a private institution for the mentally ill. We got to the sanitarium, and without prodding, I got out of the car with me still not having a clue about where we were or why I was taken out of school so abruptly and taken to another institution, which was, at that time, a mysterious and undisclosed location to me. We went through a couple of locked doors into the lobby, where I sat down and my parents went up to a desk and signed some papers. At that point, finally, they gave me a brief explanation of where I was, but no information as to why. I begged my parents to not leave me there and to take me with them, but they turned around and left me sitting there. It was like being sent away to school all over again. Because it was Friday night and all of the doctors had gone home, I could not receive the standard intake evaluation, so they took me downstairs where I was locked in a cell from my own protection. There were a couple of other kids down there, and just like at school, we yelled back and forth some for a while that evening. When they determined that it was bedtime, 2 nurses came in and took me to the bathroom where I could brush my teeth and other things, then back to my cell. The next morning when the nurses brought in my food, once again it took 2 of them. They came into my cell, one on each side of the bed, which was bolted to the middle of the floor, about 4 feet from the plastic bucket on the floor that I never used, and handed me my tray. One of the nurses was bitching about the fact that it was raining outside. I couldn't let this go, so I said, "Well, at least you can go outside." I was in my cell until sometime Saturday afternoon when I saw a doctor, and I was judged to be safe to live with the rest of the crazy population. There were mostly kids my age there. I was not an expert, but from what I could tell, much of the reason they were there was because of behavioral things. I didn't see anyone whom I felt was what I would think of as sick. There were also a few very deranged older people, likely not because they were sick, but because of Alzheimer's or dementia. Almost all of us were given some kind of pills. I took one or two of whatever the shit was they gave me, but I hated the effects because they made me tired, and one time while walking down the hall, I fell down. When I fell down, I laid there for a minute to make sure I could get up. Then the nurse said, "Don't you think you should get up off the floor?" I replied that I was going to do that as soon as I was sure that I could. After that, I started finding ways to get rid of the pills, either by wadding them up in napkins at the dinner table or shoving them down between couch cushions. Some of the kids just spit them into the wastebasket, but I was afraid of getting caught if I did that. I witnessed the effects on some of the kids who were given shock treatments, which were still being used then. Those kids would come down from the shock treatment room all with horrible headaches, and some of them couldn't even remember our names. We were told that most of the short-term memory loss was temporary, but God knows how much other damage was done. Terry, one of the girls, had beautiful handwriting, which reverted to looking like a child's hand after the treatments. I was never given shock treatment or anything much other than the pills I didn't take. It took me a few days, but I finally figured out that I would not be going back to school, so I typed my parents a long letter which informed them that I had figured it out. I don't know when they would have told me if I hadn't asked. Of course, the response was in writing. Once again, we failed to talk about something that I felt was kind of important. The best thing at the Plainwell Sanitarium was the food. Although institutional, it was excellent, and I could eat all I wanted. Peggy and Terry, two girls approximately my age and also patients, unquestionably helped me want to stay alive during my time at the Plainwell Sanitarium. We spent most of our time together, except when they would make Terry go upstairs for her shock treatments. Peggy was a chain smoker, if I ever saw one. We could get cigarettes if we were either adults or if our parents had authorized them, since they were paying the bill. I was not an adult, but every time Peggy would get a cigarette, she would ask me if I wanted one, so I never ran short. The nurses had to give them to us, and they also had the matches, because matches could be dangerous. I don't know for sure why Peggy or Terry were there. Hell, I didn't have a clear understanding as to why I was there. In general, the days were boring, with no activities in the morning other than the call for shock treatments, but we had occupational therapy classes in the afternoon. We were all assigned doctors, but we only saw them about once a week. There was no activity on Saturdays or Sundays, except when the weather was good. They would take us all out for a walk. This was an opportunity for me to hold both Terry's and Peggy's hands. They took us outside and opened the gates, and we walked in a column around the neighborhood. I was told that during that time the residents of the neighborhood all went inside. I was the first of the three of us to get out of the sanitarium. I wrote a couple of letters to Terry, and she wrote back, but shortly after I left, the sanitarium mysteriously closed, and I have no idea what happened to Terry. I was able to locate Peggy several years later while visiting a friend in Peggy's hometown. To say the least, she had lived an interesting life and should write her own book about her experiences. One day, a couple of us talked about escaping. We figured that we could get the bars off the window and climb down our bed sheets. Of course, this wasn't particularly realistic, but it gave us some hope and something to think about for a day or so. All day we went around singing, "Tonight, tonight, won't be just any night," from West Side Story. Having to go to the nurse to get our cigarettes lit was a pain in the ass, so one afternoon I took advantage of a mistake by one of the nurses. She lit someone's cigarette and, without thinking, laid the matchbook on the table and walked away. I've always been an opportunist, and I immediately picked it up and put it in my pocket. I never dared use them, though, because they were contraband. Someone told on me, though, because that night, while I was supposed to be sleeping, I heard the nurses come into my room and start rummaging through my drawers. I asked them if they were looking for something, knowing full well what they wanted, and since I was busted, I gave the matches back to them. I was released from the sanitarium after exactly 14 days, which was the standard evaluation period. Dr. King told my parents and me that I was fine, perhaps a bit reckless and careless, but I was of no harm to anyone. I thought a lot about whether or not to include this in the book, but if it's even more difficult to put into words than can accurately describe how distraught I was after I left that institution, except to say that distraught isn't nearly a strong enough word. I was sad, angry, and confused, to say the least. I felt that there was no one that I could trust or believe in, especially my parents. The one thing that I was certain of was this time they had abandoned me for the last time. I had missed my senior trip and the prom. I had lots to be pissed, angry, and sad about. In addition, there were still several weeks left in the school year, and while there was no point in me going back, I did want to attend my graduation ceremony. The only way I could go back was to call Asshole Thompson and ask for his permission. I chose to do that because my sister had quit school to get married, and I wanted my parents to see one of us graduate. When Asshole Thompson returned my call, he informed me of his decision. He said that I could come back to school for graduation, but I had to leave as soon as the ceremony was over. Well, this pissed me off to no end. I said, "You stupid motherfucker, who the fuck stays around after graduation? You can take your graduation and your school and shove it up your ass, Asshole Thompson." 50 years later, in thinking about this situation as an adult, there is no question that I could have prevented what happened if I had been more mature or even just a little more careful. However, not one adult in this episode of my life behaved responsibly either. Ojeda was way out of line and unquestionably over his head and should never have been allowed to practice psychiatry on adults. Even worse was that he was allowed to talk with children whom he could never understand. I believe that my parents had options other than to commit me to a mental institution. To say the least, that was a bit over-extreme. Additionally, I will never understand their decision not to bother to communicate with me about what was going on, other than it was the norm for them. To me, it was irresponsible, lacked good judgment, was a horrible way to treat anyone, and just plain sucked. Regardless of the poor way they handled it, there certainly were options other than committing me to an institution for evaluation. This was cruel and way the hell out of line. Lastly, I have never been a violent person at any time in my life. All the school administration would have had to do was talk with me. If they had, everything would have been cleared up. Should I have been punished in any way? I don't really know, but the extreme decisions that were made to remove me from school and send me to a sanitarium for evaluation never, ever should have been allowed. Never. A few years later, when I was living in Lansing and screwing around with community college, I needed some money, so I called a day student from school, Madonna, to ask her if she would like to have her piano tuned, and she said yes, so I went over to her parents' house that night to tune it. Madonna and I had nothing in common, but that was just fine with me. All I wanted was to make some money, and I never implied anything else. However, her mother and dad got the wrong impression, and after I tuned the piano, they had her and me sit down in the kitchen by ourselves to eat cold pizza. They thought I had interest in her, and they, having no idea what to do with their daughter, thought I might possibly be helpful, or more likely, I would offer some hope to them. After the pizza, I was getting ready to leave, never intending to come back, when who should walk in the door? Why, it was my friend, Dr. Ojeda. It seems that her parents were paying him to try to help her. Madonna's parents introduced me to Dr. Ojeda, and I immediately took a step back to get away from him. He extended his hand, but I did not. I had no intention of shaking the fucker's hand. Madonna's mother said, "No shaky hands?" I said, No, not with him. But Donna's dad gave me a ride home shortly after that and quizzed me all of the way about how I knew Dr. Ojeda and why I didn't like him. He was not interested because he was concerned about Ojeda's qualifications, but whether or not I was fit for his daughter. I thought about giving him some details, but all I said was, keep him away from your daughter. I'm sure when Madonna's father got home, Dr. Ojeda told them all about me and how I was sick. So they did the right thing and kept their daughter away from me, which worked out just fine from my point of view. Part 3. After high school. Still lost and angry. When I was at the school, my only exposure to the real world took place partly on weekends, but mainly during summer vacation. During my childhood, it was difficult to make a lot of friends when living at home for less than 3 months each year. While this may not have been a problem for others, for me, being blind added to this difficulty. My relationship with family was limited to my grandma and grandpa on my dad's side because our family, meaning aunts, uncles, cousins, and so forth, were not part of our lives because the supposed adults didn't get along. Add to that, my mother didn't get along with her mother. Actually, for much of my life, she didn't get along with my dad's mother and father, who owned the farm, either, but that relationship got much better later in life. I also believe that leaving home at such an early age affects people differently, and that some people left the school emotionally void to varying degrees because they shut down in order to survive. The horrible hurt that one feels when removed from their family at 4 or even 5 years old with absolutely no counseling or guidance is an unimaginable experience. It is still difficult for me to comprehend, but somehow I lived through it. Really, what choice was there? When my ex and I divorced, telling our boys that I was leaving them was like abandoning them for me. To the extent one can feel another person's pain, I felt their pain as if it was happening to me, especially for Ted, who was more demonstrative of his sadness and anger. Dan and I never discussed it, but I'm sure that at an even younger age it must have been more difficult than he chose to display in any way recognizable to me. I've always said that shutting down was not the case for me, and that I thought that I went to the other extreme and perhaps I ended up being too emotionally sensitive. In thinking about it, though, I did shut down, but in a far different way. I think that I felt more emotions, but I had no idea how to control or use them. Additionally, as I've indicated, I left school less mature than many others and with questionable boundaries or direction. I think that's evident by my expressing to the good doctor that I wanted to kill the dean of students. This is not a direct fault of the school or its curriculum. It is just about me, David Gordon, and what I was at the time for whatever reason. I don't know how many people leave high school with a clear vision of the future, but I had absolutely none. At that point, I didn't care about going to college. I'd had enough of school and dormitories, and I hated all of that shit. Even today, when I think about the possibility of ending up in a nursing home someday down the road, which to me would be yet another dormitory situation, which I believe I should be able to adjust to more easily than others because I've been there, done that, but my preference would have to be a close-up talk with Smith & Wesson. Even though I felt abandoned at the school, I was lost when I left the protected environment of the Michigan School for the Blind because it was all I knew. I not only left the institution which had become home, I left the vast majority of my friends, some of whom I had known for as much as 13 years. When we went our separate ways, my friends were not a phone call or a simple few blocks or even miles away. Our homes were sometimes hundreds of miles from the school and from everyone we knew, lived with, and grew up with. There were no computers. There was no social media. Even long-distance phone calls were too expensive to allow for keeping up with friends. It was more than that, though. I also left the teachers, house parents, and staff who had become part of my family and daily life, much more so than my real family. The only option was to sit down and write a letter to one or more of the friends I left behind and wait a week or more for a response. Some people, many people, did a better job of assimilating into society than I did in terms of having the goal of going to college or having a specific career in mind, and of knowing that it was likely to change over the next few years in many cases. However, when I look at the suicide rate in just my high school class, 2 out of 24, I'm shocked. Even though I admit the number is atypical, I have to wonder how well adjusted or how ready any of us were to face the real world. I know that some kids, adults now of course, covered their emotions, buried them deeply, and have never let them out. I'm glad I'm not one of these people, even if those kids lived a safer and more subdued youth. I know now that my anger was a lot about feeling abandoned as a very young child. Even though my parents did what I considered to be some questionable things, to say the least, I believe that if they'd been aware of my feelings of abandonment, they may have handled some things a little differently. I hope they would have. The feeling of being abandoned was an obvious conclusion that a young child would have to come to, and for me, it seemed to be reinforced time and time again. In my case, it clearly was a factor in much that I did. My sister and I have talked about it some, and she can speak from the family point of view. She feels that she and my parents felt comparable sadness and uncertainty when I went away to school. It was difficult for them as well, and clearly Barb felt that she paid a price in terms of facing neglect and living through the heartbreak my parents felt. Even though I'm sure it was unintentional, Barb had to deal with my parents' reaction to me being gone from home. There is no question that she spent much of her childhood feeling neglected, that I was the favorite in all kinds of things that may or may not be valid. Regardless, they were important to her. Again, she had no one to talk with. As a result, both Barb and I spent a major part of our young adult lives living on the edge and doing crazy, outrageous shit. Eventually, we went through our own individual extensive counseling, which was helpful, but there was no counseling available to anyone in the early 50s, so from my point of view, while my parents had each other, I had nothing to rely on or confide in, except a few other kids who were going through the same thing, and we never ever talked about it. It is amazing how kids can cover up their feelings and live with what I see now as a really fucked up thing for kids to have to go through. We silently covered up. We just dealt, because that's what kids do, don't they? My grandpa's farm. Despite the turmoil and sadness, there were good things, and some of my fondest memories as a child are the times I spent on my grandparents' farm. As I remember, his farm was about 80 acres of land, and when I was very young, my grandpa had cows, pigs, and chickens. By the time I grew up enough to really enjoy it, he mainly had cows. For a while, he had a horse that my parents bought from my sister, and of course several dogs along the way. My favorite dog when I was a kid was named Mutt, who came with the farm when my grandparents purchased it. He was a good-natured dog who lived outside and slept in the barn at night. My sister and I tried to let him in the house, but he never seemed to want to stay. We also tried to ride Mutt, but he just quietly brushed us off with ease. We would spend time at the farm when my parents needed a break from us. Although, as little as I was home, I never understood why they needed a break. While I have fond memories of the farm, it could also be very, very boring. In the 50s and early 60s, there were of course no computers or iPads to play with, and TV was limited to 2 channels. Because we were not located near any large cities, there was limited AM radio, except at night, and FM was not widely used at that time. It was so lonely and quiet out there that when someone would drive by, my grandpa and grandma would jump up as quickly as they could at their age, wait for the dust from the gravel road to clear after the car went by, and hurry over to the window to see who it was. A conversation between them while making breakfast might go like this. "Have you seen Max drive by yet today?" "Yes, about 30 minutes ago." My grandma and grandpa would read the Kalamazoo paper at night. It arrived in the mail usually at least one day late, but they enjoyed it. They would both take sections of the paper, then exchange sections when they finished reading them. While reading, invariably one of them would comment on an article they were reading, and then after they exchanged sections, the other one might make the same comment. This disturbed me to no end. Was it their faulty memories, or did they simply not listen to each other? Eventually, I figured it out when my grandpa quietly asked me when we were alone what his phone number was, which I still remember. Even though I wasn't sure what his phone number was, he still drove a car. What I remember most fondly about being at the farm was helping with the chores, which I really enjoyed. Twice a day we would get on our farm boots and outer clothing and go out to the barn to feed and water the cows and the Shetland pony that my parents bought mainly for my sister. We all used to ride the thing, which was not always very safe because Star was kind of mean and would try to rub us off between two trees, or when he saw the barn he would make off like a bat out of hell, which meant you had to not only hang on, but duck your head to keep from getting it knocked off while going through the barn door. My grandpa let me do, or at least try, about anything. I even used a pitchfork to help clean the barn, and loaded the stuff into a wheelbarrow for transport to the manure spreader that was hooked to the tractor. For me, it was great exercise and beat heck out of sitting around the living room with not much to do. I learned my first swear words at the farm by listening to my grandpa, but unfortunately for me, I failed to keep that information to myself. One day, all of us, Mom and Dad, Grandma and Grandpa, and my sister had dinner. I finished early and got down from the table to play with a little toy tool bench that I had received for my birthday. So I'm down there hammering away, playing, and like my grandpa, I had a little trouble with something, or perhaps I just made up having a little trouble. Regardless, I imitated Grandpa and said, "God damn it." This brought immediate silence to the dinner table, and my mother asked what I had said. Well, I was more than happy to repeat it for her, along with saying that Grandpa says it when he's working on things. I was told to never say that again, and that Grandpa would never say it again either. Of course, he did say it again, and truthfully, I've been known to slip once in a while. Salty language has plagued me to this day, even at work. One time during an annual performance review, my boss told me that I swore too much. I said, "Jesus Christ, Joe, it's not like I broke cherry on you. You swear a lot, too." He replied, "Not very goddamn much, Dave." Like my dad, Grandpa was very good about showing me things and letting me do things. I think beyond what many blind people ever had exposure to. This, of course, is good and bad. I knew about the electric fence, but this didn't stop me from learning about it by experience. This is not to say that I did whatever I wanted, but I had a lot of freedom, perhaps more than I'd give my kids even if they could see. When I was 8 years old and very bored one late afternoon, I decided that it must be about time to get the chicken eggs. Oddly, no one asked where I was going, and I went out to the hen house by myself. Fetching the eggs was not easy, and perhaps not very safe. It involved chasing the hens away, which pissed them off, and they could get feisty. While I was not injured that day, I must have been told to not do that again on my own because I never did. In order to get to the hens, I had to walk through an area that was enclosed by one strand of electric fencing, mainly for young calves, I think. I could see more then and could see where the fence was, so I crawled underneath it because I didn't want to feel for the handle. I learned about the electric fence by touching it once. Once is all it takes. A friend of mine who came to the farm with me for the weekend learned about the electric fence by pissing on it. I don't know why people do things like that, but it isn't as uncommon as you might think. One of the things my grandpa let me help with was to introduce the young calves to the electric fence. This was done by putting a halter on them and walking them up to the fence and standing there until they touched it with their nose a few times and jumped back. Eventually, they learned to stay away from it. One day, a friend and I were out in the small pasture, and one of the calves crawled under the fence into the next pasture. I guess he thought the grass was greener on the other side of the fence. I used to walk with my grandpa when he mowed the grass. Power lawnmowers were fairly new then. It did not have the starters or release cables they have today. You had to wrap a rope around a pulley. Sometimes the pulley would catch the rope, and you had to be careful about that. My grandpa lost part of a finger that way. Lawnmowers also didn't have a nice, easy way to shut them down. You had to remove the spark plug wire from the end of the spark plug. One time, when we finished mowing, I walked around to shut the thing down and got a hell of a shock. I'm not sure why he didn't stop me. My understanding is that it's about 18,000 volts, but the amperage is low, so that, while shocking, pardon the pun, it doesn't hurt much and will not burn. It does, however, make a little kid yell. My grandpa joked for years that they could hear me all the way to Kalamazoo, 23 miles away. Tractors were different in those days, or at least the smaller ones were. There was no starter. You had to turn on the gas to the carburetor, then turn a flywheel located on the side of the tractor, which would turn over the engine. It was similar to how the lawnmower worked, except you didn't use a rope. It took a little more strength than my grandpa thought I had, so when my dad and grandpa were talking and I asked if I could start the tractor, my grandpa said, "Yes, go ahead," even though he didn't want me to. He was shocked when I got it going. I always felt free to try things and to explore some on my own. One time, I fell out of the hayloft. I wasn't hurt, but my grandpa suggested that we never tell Grandma about that. I, of course, had already come to that conclusion. Often my sister and I would bring friends with us when we stayed with Grandma and Grandpa to relieve the boredom and to have some fun. We had a BB gun and had a promise not to shoot anyone, but of course, as soon as no one was around, the shooting started. Having friends with us made exploring much easier for me. As we got a bit older, it even meant we could walk to town, which I remember as being about 3 miles, to get a pack of cigarettes, which Jeff and me smoked one after another. Of course, my sister and I hitchhiked from the farm to Kalamazoo. There was a pond we could swim in some, but we had to be careful about bloodsuckers. I only came in contact with one of them, though. It was on my thumb, and I just flicked it off. While walking around the farm with Grandpa one day, my sister spotted a snake, so our grandpa killed it, even though it was harmless. Grandpa let me chase my sister around with it for a while as she screamed and carried on while my grandpa laughed. I cherish those times as some of the best of my childhood. More about my parents. My parents made mistakes. Don't we all as parents? For what should be obvious reasons, to this day I remain confused when I think about them. My dad was very good about showing me things and helping me find meaningful ways to explore the world around me. One summer, when I was home from school, I asked about baseball and what the dugouts and the fields looked like. We got in the car and drove about 20 miles from home so my dad could show me how the fields were laid out and so I could experience how far the bases were from each other. To do this, we walked the field from home plate to deep center field and around the base path together. We also walked around the dugout. This kind of thing was common. If we went into a sporting goods store, we would walk down the aisles and he would stop and show me things that either I had asked about or that he felt would be of interest. With baseball, this would include the different kinds of gloves that players playing different positions use, or things like a catcher's mask. He'd also introduce me to things like hockey gear, diving equipment, fishing equipment, all kinds of things that sighted people may see every day, but many blind people may never encounter. he did not show me the most important piece of athletic equipment that is made, the cup. My dad did the same thing in hardware stores. The nice thing back then was that everything wasn't wrapped in that plastic shit that takes 2 days to open, even after you purchase it. So it was easy to pick things up and see how they worked or looked. During the fall, my dad was watching a football game on TV, and I asked him what a football field looked like and how the game was played. He didn't do what I would probably do. He didn't wait until after the game. Instead, he turned off the TV and got right up and set up an example using butter knives and other things on the kitchen table. I still don't understand how plays develop and never could comprehend the speed of the game, except to know that it's beyond my ability to understand. Regardless, I enjoy football immensely. My dad couldn't understand blindness from my point of view, yet he did his best to see it from my world. We used to walk a lot, and we developed a baseball game that we could play together, and we played quite often during the summers when I was young. This involved him pitching a ball to me on the ground, and I'd hit it as hard as I could. Of course, many times he'd intentionally let it get past him. He'd call it a single, double, triple, or home run, and then he'd make me walk with him to go get the ball. We lived on a dead-end street, so I could hit the ball as far as I wanted without much danger of it hitting another house, because it would just roll down the intersecting street. There was virtually no traffic. Often, it would be 2 or 3 houses down the road. When he'd hit the ball to me, he'd hit it slowly and on the grass so I could hear it and catch it. That is, unless I was ahead by a bunch. Then he'd pop a few past me, but never very many. He was extremely patient and kind, not only to me, but to everyone. If you could have met my dad, the very first thing you would observe about him is that he always thought of others. He never, ever put himself first. I seriously doubt if he ever ate a pizza with exactly what he would want on it. He would always defer to others. I'm not that way. I figure I'm only going to eat 7,000 or 8,000 pizzas in my life, and if I miss getting one my way, life just isn't fair. One evening, when a neighbor's dog was running loose and came into our yard and was going to attack our little chihuahua, my dad put a stop to it in a hurry. He would tell you that he kicked that dog halfway across the yard, but really, he booted the dog enough to encourage it to run back home. The dog was not hurt, but he learned to never come back into our yard again. It wasn't over yet, though. My dad went over to the neighbor's house and did not do as so many of us would, which was to yell at them for letting their dog run loose. Instead, he apologized for his actions. My dad went to his grave thinking of and doing for others, and not like so many Christians and their leaders who do so because God or any higher being like that says so, but because my dad says so. There wasn't a better, kinder, sweeter, nicer man on this earth. If there were more people like him, maybe we wouldn't have fucked the world up so badly. My dad was devoted to his wife and would have followed her into the bowels of hell if he could have helped her or served her in any way. In his eyes, my mother could do no wrong. One time, after both Barb and I left home, my parents were planning a vacation. My mother was the planner, as always. She got each of them a piece of paper and asked Dad to write down 10 things that he wanted to do, and she did the same. Not surprising to me, their answers were very different. My mother had 10 things listed. Basically, she planned out each day with things that she felt would be fun and interesting. I am aware of this because my mother was not happy with my dad's list of things to do and read the list to me one time when I visited home. I actually thought it was quite cool. My dad had just one thing on his list. He wrote, "Be with you, over and over 10 times. His wife was all that mattered to him. When my mother died a few years ago, I thought my dad would never survive without her. She was his life, But he did survive and did very well. In fact, while I'd never have told him this, I thought he did better in terms of thinking, remembering, and running his life than he did before my mother died. He wouldn't have believed me if I did tell him, and it is not something he would ever want to hear. He may not have been as happy, no question, but to me, he really did well. Still, anyone who met my father would soon discover that he had little self-confidence. My mother robbed him of that. Any conversation with him would eventually get around to his saying how dumb he is. He was not highly educated, but he was not stupid. He was very aware, but he didn't believe it because my mother ran him down for years, much like she did my sister and me. A couple of years ago, when I was staying with my dad for a few days, he told me that he had to talk to me about something. Then he started to cry and apologized to me for his halitosis. I told him the truth. I said, "Dad, you don't have halitosis, and believe me, I know what halitosis is. I had a teacher who could call the buzzards off a shit wagon from 3 miles away." My dad would not believe me. He even thanked me for being so kind about it and accused me of lying to avoid hurting his feelings. I tried hard, but I could not change his mind. The reason he was so convinced that he had halitosis is that my mother drilled it into him as a way of controlling him, of keeping him. My dad could not get past the thing that my mother molded him into. The one thing my dad did hang on to and continued to develop on his own was his kindness. Somehow he hung on to that, and it's what he was all about. Doing for others was his total focus. Because my dad was so subservient, he simply could not stand up for us kids when shit happened. This was complicated, because much of the stuff that happened to my sister and me happened after Dad went to work, so it's likely he wasn't aware of a lot of it, and surely he closed his eyes to some things, but he had his personal hell too. I would not have wanted to be in his shoes. There is no question that my mother was a victim of her childhood. She was horribly mistreated as one of 6 children. She was the only child who was disliked and mistreated by her mother. When she graduated from high school, she came home to find a suitcase waiting for her on the front porch, and she was told to leave. This was after my mother worked in the fields during the summers for years, trying to make money to help her siblings go to college. Her brothers and sisters all went to college, but she never received any help from any of them when it became her turn. As a result, she never received further education beyond high school, where she was valedictorian of her class. I believe she was probably the brightest of all her brothers and sisters, but her mother didn't like her for some reason. I think in modern days she could have gotten some help, but there was nothing back then. I believe that, because of this, my mother also lacked self-confidence and never pushed herself to full potential. She turned down several lab jobs because she didn't believe enough in herself and continued to work in manufacturing. The hard and sometimes back-breaking work may have contributed to her early medical retirement. Did that give her the right to mistreat us and cause us kids, and even my dad, to walk on pins and needles at times? Probably not, and I believe that at some point we all have a responsibility to make ourselves into what we know is right. In her case, though, I don't think she could. I don't think she had the awareness. I really don't think she knew when she lost it. Just like her mother, there was a little part of sanity that just wasn't there at times. I thank her for anything good that I am and for her strong guidance and belief in me, but there were times when she simply wigged out for a while. When I was preparing to go back to school after summer vacation one year and my mother was ironing some of my clothes, she left the iron on the ironing board and walked away for a minute. Not knowing the iron was there, I bumped the iron and burned the hell out of my elbow on it. Her response during one of her less aware times was to the effect of, "You should watch where you are going." Of course, my feeling was something like, well, bitch, I'd love to watch where I'm going, and while I'm at it, to see my way out of here. As an older teenager, I would come home from school some weekends, usually not really wanting to, because then my life was at the school, but also because home was not always a pleasant place to be. I could handle school because there was little supervision, but the stress of being home was sometimes more than I could handle. One Sunday afternoon, while debating with my mother about which bus to take back to Lansing, the early one or the later one, it became clear to me that she wanted me to take the earlier one as much as I wanted to. Mother just wasn't there sometimes, but when she was there, she could be lots of fun. She planned the holidays, cookouts, just about everything we did. She was a wonderful cook, and of course, my dad always did the dishes. Despite the dysfunction, I have lots of fond memories, and in some ways I could not have done better in terms of parents who supported me and fought for me, which is very necessary when raising a handicapped child. I had a lot more than many kids do, and despite some of the things I've written, I've never lost sight of that. After I left school, and especially after leaving the Plainwell Sanitarium, for obvious reasons I knew that I could not stay at home. Along with the fact that I wanted to be on my own, get high, get laid, party and have fun, and live my own life, my mother tended to confront me about seemingly random things in a negative and aggressive manner. These bitch sessions had no boundaries for her and were not necessarily relevant to anything that was going on. They were more just tear Dave down sessions, like the way she treated my father. Her attacks were on my free-thinking attitude. Really, what would I be without that? This is kind of how I think my sister grew up. As confining and surreal as the school was, I do realize that it offered a much preferable environment for many children who came from abusive homes, which I think would be even more difficult for a blind person to live through. Later in life, I was at a girlfriend's mother's house. We had been out drinking the night before, and I passed out in a chair, where I woke up the next morning to hear Mom and girlfriend, who had been blinded in a car accident a couple of years earlier, arguing. I was sober by the time I woke up, but obviously they did not pass out. They sat at the kitchen table and drank all night long. I was lying awake in the chair in the living room, listening to them argue, when my girlfriend's mother slapped her. This, of course, is nothing when compared to what so many kids go through. Not that she was a kid at the time, but it caused me to think about what a shock it would be for a blind person to be slapped when you have no idea it's coming. Usually, these bitch sessions with my mother started after my dad left for work. He worked nights, so around 10:30, the bitching began. You could set your clock by it. The minute my dad left for work, I knew that the attitude around the house was going to change. The confrontations with Mom were not lectures about things like, "What are you going to do with your life?" but were more about how much she could belittle me and bitch and rant, sometimes uncontrollably. She would get so wound up and angry that I know she didn't remember much of what she said the next day. Unrelated to the nightmare bitch sessions, but around the same time frame, I was cleaning strawberries, and when I finished, I reached to the end of the counter for a towel to dry my hands with, and in doing so, I accidentally knocked a bottle of ketchup onto the floor. Ketchup came in glass bottles then, and it shattered and made a hell of a mess. My mother totally lost it, yelling about how no one loved her and saying belittling things about me. I have no idea how no one loving her related to the shattered ketchup bottle, but for some reason, my mother had lost all control at the time. This happened during a relatively severe Michigan summer thunderstorm, and about that time, a tornado watch was announced on the television, so my mother asked me to not only turn off the TV, which for some reason they tell you to stay tuned to during a storm, but to also unplug it. I agree that televisions should be unplugged during high-intensity storms, and that perhaps a radio might be a better and safer source of information during those times. This was not the end, though. My mother continued to rant and rave for several minutes about how no one loved her. Oddly, the same kinds of things I raved about when I drank a lot, except then I was thinking about me. When the storm passed, my mother's storm passed as well. It was like a light was turned off. My mother turned to me and asked why the television had been turned off. Clearly, she didn't recall a thing. Shortly after my 18th birthday, the nighttime sessions came to a head when my mother took the next aggressive step and jabbed me lightly in the shoulder. It was not a very hard punch, but I knew it was a sign of things to come if I didn't stop it, so I stood up and faced her and told her that if she ever thought of hitting me again, she better hit hard and continuously because I was going to hit back. This was followed by a session a few weeks later when I came home from a party extremely drunk and the bitching started again. Not that my mother didn't have justification that time, but I was feeling quite uninhibited and told her that she was a fucking bitch and that I could not stand her. The next day, there was a note from my mother that my dad read to me, apologizing for the confrontation and for being a bitch, but that she loved me. Again, what she did that night wasn't so wrong, but the timing was not good. The thing that struck me about it, though, was that the discussion was continued in a note left on the table for my dad to read to me, as opposed to having a family talk, or, at the very least, my mother directly expressing what was on her mind. In truth, I needed to and did apologize as well, but I didn't write a note. I did so directly. I saw this communication issue as a real problem for my family and tried to encourage us to have more family talks between all of us. My idea was to talk, not about serious stuff, but just talks, joking around and shit, like normal people, instead of being singled out by my mother. My sister had tired of the family stuff long before then and quit school at 16 and got married, mainly to get out of the house. Our family situation was not nearly as bad as many that I'm familiar with and have read about, but when you were going through it, it is what it is for you. In truth, I owe a lot to my mother and father for handling extremely well what I still see as a horrible situation for a young, innocent, middle-class couple to be placed in, raising a blind person with no preparation or awareness of what to do until they were faced with it. While my mother wigged out a few times, I owe much of what I am and any successes I've had in life to her and her guidance. She gave me much more than the education that I was supposed to have received from the school. My mother looked around her and saw what went on and tried to instill in me things that ended up working well for me later in life. Simple things like good posture. Posture is something that I, of course, couldn't see, but my mother made sure that I did see it in terms of being conscious of it and what I should be. To this day, I think that sometimes I am too well postured, but perhaps that's better than not being aware of it. A hitchhiker is born. Hitchhiking was a huge thing to me when I was young. It was an opportunity to meet people and to experience life. Needless to say, I really got into it, and I had several near-death experiences. Many of them happened when I lived in Florida, I think in part because of the transient population, but also because the way I got around was primarily to hitchhike. The first time I ever hitchhiked was from my grandparents' farm to Kalamazoo with my sister. When there weren't chores to do, we got horribly bored at the farm, and while I was too young at the time to get laid, my sister wasn't, and she wanted to see her boyfriend. She took me with her so I wouldn't be on the farm alone and have to explain to Grandma and Grandpa where my sister and her friend went. I remember my sister telling me that as long as there were door handles on the back door, we would be fine. Well, the first thing I checked for were the door handles, and there were none. Obviously, this scared hell out of me, along with the fact that it isn't supposed to happen, What are the chances that the very first car I got into while hitchhiking would have the door handles removed? We asked the driver about it, and he said that he had removed them to keep his kids from opening the back doors. At that time, there were no safety locks or childproof things in cars or anywhere else much for that matter. I felt a bit safer, but until we got to our destination, we couldn't possibly know for sure. We made the trip safely, though, and after that I was totally hooked on the idea of hitchhiking and very aware of the freedom hitchhiking would give me. I can honestly say that if we had not hitchhiked to Kalamazoo that day, I never would have thought of hitchhiking on my own. After school. During the first few years after I left school, when I would drink, I often got horribly drunk, occasionally to the point of blacking out. Many times I would ask people if they loved me. I never understood that need until later in life, after much counseling. It was my feelings about being abandoned, and I think I still feel that way at times, even though I know that was never the intent. There was simply too much reinforcement of being abandoned right up to the Plainwell Sanitarium. My first job. While I was still at home, my dad read me an ad in the paper about a job opportunity that sounded better than promising. The ad wasn't clear about what I would be doing, but from the description I felt that I might be qualified, and the money they indicated that I would be making was way more than I deserved, so I applied for a job with P.F. Collier without knowing for sure what I would be doing. We all know that anything that sounds too good to be true usually is just that. But I had fun with my first job, which ended up being selling encyclopedias door to door. Nick, the man who ran the local sales office, was black, and before he hired me, he called me into the office for a talk. He asked me if I had experienced much discrimination in looking for work. Truthfully, I hadn't experienced much of anything by then, but I was intuitive enough to know that I'd have a job if I said something to the effect that, yes, it is very difficult looking for work. This was a heck of an experience, though. I never made much money, nowhere close to what they tell you can be made. Very few people do. Nevertheless, I did make more in 1 week than many people, with the key words being 1 week. I didn't make any money during the other 6 weeks I was there. After the indoctrination, which required reading a book titled Think and Grow Rich, which was designed to get your mindset, along with studying the material we needed to know, which also included charts on how much money we could make and how rich we would become if we worked for the company, I think we all believed that we were going to be super rich. The material that we had to study in order to present it to customers included a composite volume of samples from the encyclopedia. I memorized the sequence well enough so that I could page through it while talking to the few people who let me in their doors and be quite accurate about what they were seeing at the time I talked about it. This was not easy, and I remember feeling very frustrated more than once because in addition to the book, there were other visual prompts that I had to learn without seeing them, and I came close to quitting several times. One time, during a demonstration, I accidentally held a huge poster thing upside down while talking, so I decided to mark one of the corners of each of the visual things in my sales kit with a dot so I could get them right. The training was quite extensive. I, of course, always felt more closely examined, and at one point I was doing a demonstration with the manager in front of the entire sales team, which included simulating knocking on the door. The demo included the boss opening the door and us shaking hands. We shook hands, but he continued to hold on to my hand for what I felt was far too long, which I interpreted as him wanting to see how I would handle aggression, So I dropped my sales kit and grabbed his wrist of the hand hanging onto mine and forced him to his knees. Everyone laughed. He explained that it was meant as a friendly handshake. For me, I just didn't want to do anything wrong, and because as a blind person I had been taught to always be better than everyone, I felt I had to do what I did. Perhaps I had less awareness of different kinds of handshakes, having experienced few other than the perfunctory ones, and not the, "I'm a salesman and I'll love you if you buy this from me, please," one. The other thing is this teaching from the school that we had to be better than others left me thinking that I could not make a mistake. After the extensive training, our first assignment was in the Kalamazoo area. We were so indoctrinated that we also believed we were going to go out there, think, and grow rich, which of course did not happen. During that evening, several people from the management team watched me to see how I would travel and to evaluate whether or not they felt I could succeed. Obviously, I passed the test because after that, to the best of my knowledge, I was left alone to succeed or fail at the job on my own. The next day, it was time for all of us very deflated new recruits to return to the office for debriefing, where we all learned that none of us sold anything. What a disappointment. We were so brainwashed by that time after the extensive training that we believed everyone needed a set of encyclopedias. Using very carefully couched words, it was explained to us that this poor start was expected, but that it would get better. After that, we started going to different cities all over the state, usually upscale, middle-class communities. There was a middle class then, and we would knock on doors for several hours each evening trying to make a sale. In looking back on it, I find it sad that the most sales were not made in these more affluent communities, but with families who did not have a lot of money, and in some cases already had one or more sets of encyclopedias. I sold a complete set of books to a truck driver and his family, even though he was on the road most of the time, and they already had 3 other sets of encyclopedias and no children to benefit from them. This was in the late 60s, and our sales manager, who was black, instructed us to skip black families because of the potential that they might be a poor credit risk. I hope that has changed. Imagine me, a totally blind person, walking the streets of very different communities in different cities with no awareness of my surroundings. Sometimes there were sidewalks, sometimes not. That's how it was. I remember walking up to one house where I never found the door. I walked around the house twice, but I never found it. To this day, I swear there wasn't one. There were all kinds of strange things like that. One night, I kind of got lost and ended up knocking for the second time on the door of a house where a lady evidently lived alone. This scared her badly, and she said something to me in a shaking voice and slammed the door and called the police. I felt sorry for her. Of course, the last thing on my mind was to scare anyone. One Saturday, after a long day of rejection and cold and drizzle, I walked up to a door, and a guy who had obviously been drinking but reacted much as I probably would when I'm sober said, "I'm not interested in your bullshit. Get the hell out in the rain." By then, it had about stopped raining, so I said, "Sir, it's not raining," and smiled. That was about the high point of that day, because then it started to rain again. On a much warmer evening, I knocked on a door to discover that the man who opened the door was also blind, since he wasn't married and had no kids and obviously had no use for a printed encyclopedia. I politely moved on. For me, the job lasted until the weather started getting cold and downright miserable. At that point, I was so happy to be invited into the occasional house that I would try to engage the residents in any kind of conversation that would let me keep warm a little longer, but this, of course, did not result in sales. I became more depressed about the job and my ability to succeed. I met all kinds of people, from doctors to people who did not do much with their lives. I even sold a few sets of encyclopedias along the way. I learned a lot about people, though, and greatly improved my travel skills, if not just my confidence in them. Now that I knew I wasn't going to make it as a salesman, I had to look for other opportunities, so I decided to go back to school, and I applied at Lansing Community College so I could get away from home and live in the city that I was most familiar with. This was my first experience living alone, having to cook, and to do all of the things that go into daily living, much of which I had never done before, and had received little helpful training at the School for the Blind. They didn't have microwave ovens then. The closest things were these toaster ovens and TV dinners. Those toaster ovens got extremely hot, and I feel they were quite dangerous, especially for someone with little experience. There were several other kids whom I'd gone to school with, including my lifelong friend, Tom Munn, who had a similar idea and lived in Lansing. Unlike those kids, though, for me, going to school meant drinking heavily and partying like there was no tomorrow. It also meant my first exposure to the drug culture of the 60s and 70s, marijuana, acid, and other things. Regarding the moral aspects of some of the things I did, I certainly look at many of those things differently now. Despite all of the partying, it was a very, very lonely time for me, and without question, loneliness was much of the motivation for many of the things I did, including my decision to try hitchhiking on my own. I don't remember where I hitchhiked the first time, but I do remember feeling free and happy. I couldn't drive, but I could get into a car and go anywhere I wanted to at about any time I wanted. I could leave my boredom, depression, and sadness behind and be part of someone else's world for a while. Sometimes there were minor inconveniences, like inclement weather, or worrying as to whether or not I would ever get a ride, but overall, it was good. There were times when I stood out in the cold for so long that I could barely move my feet to get to the car when it stopped. I didn't always have good boots, a hat, or gloves. I just didn't think of stuff like that. After all, I was young, and nothing could go wrong. Could it? One Friday night, I hitchhiked to Owasso to visit a girl I was dating who was still living with her parents. They lived out in the country, and to further complicate things, they didn't have a telephone. I would not be allowed to spend the night, so at about midnight I started out for Owasso from her house, which was only a few miles, but part of it was on country roads. It was cold and windy, and I had no gloves at the time. If a policeman hadn't stopped that night, I'm sure I would have either frozen to death or been seriously injured by the freezing temperatures that I was not at all prepared for. My first big trip during my hitchhiking days was one I'd always wanted to make. I left Michigan for California because I was bored and very unhappy, and I didn't have much going on in my life. The days were long, and I had lots of time to think. Because one of the things I had always wanted to do was go to California, I decided that now must be the time for an adventure. I wasn't working then, and I reasoned that if I ever worked and had money, I wouldn't have the time to travel across country. In this case, I had no money, but lots of time. It made sense to me to start out with some cash, even if very little, in my pocket, so I took my brand new TV to the local pawn shop and sold it for $40, intending to buy it back sometime in the future, but I knew I never would. $40 seemed like enough to get me started. If I had only $20, it would have seemed like enough. I put everything I thought I might need in a small pack, including a few changes of clothes, minimal toiletries, and the basic piano tuning equipment, and headed out. Here I am with very little money, extremely lonely and beyond unhappy, and with little going for me, and it was raining. Like everything else, I did not plan for the trip. I just went. I left Michigan as soon as I got my bankroll, which meant that instead of doing what might be the sensible thing and waiting for morning, I started out in the drizzle and quite late on a Tuesday afternoon. It took me 6 rides to get out of Michigan and about 4 more to get to California. This is probably due in part that I was hitchhiking during the 5 p.m. rush hour. We smoked a joint in one car and passed around a half-gallon jug of wine in another. I hadn't thought much about what route to take. I had no idea there was a choice. I just figured I'd head west. As you've guessed, in truth, I hadn't thought much about anything. My rides ended up pointing me on the northern route, so that's the way I decided to start out. I was fairly blitzed by the time the last ride of the night came along. It was with some very nice people who owned a camper. They let me sleep in the camper, which also meant that I was privileged to share a delicious pancake breakfast with them in the morning and travel all of the next day in comfort, warmth, and dryness. It also gave me plenty of time to come down from the high I was on from earlier that evening. All good things must come to an end, which happened at about 8 o'clock in the evening when they dropped me off somewhere in Iowa. Needless to say, 8 o'clock in the evening was not really the best time to hitchhike because traffic starts to die down by then and because it was dark. I never thought about this much at the time, but since then I have given a lot of thought to the fact that I had no idea what the highway structure looked like or the varying ways that it could be designed. My sister didn't teach me that when we hitchhiked to Kalamazoo so she could get laid. Since then, she told me that she didn't know I wanted to get laid or she would have had a friend bring someone over. What kid doesn't want to get laid regardless of age? We talked about fucking at school when I was 7 or 8 years old, and even though I had no idea what it was all about, I knew I wanted to do it. The trip from the farm didn't require knowing much about highway structure. We only needed to know about one straight road. Of course, big-time hitchhiking across the country was totally different. Although it seemed to me that when traveling a couple of thousand miles, walking wasn't going to change much. I did walk sometimes, in part because I enjoyed walking and also because I felt free. There were also good reasons to walk. One good reason was when I felt I was not in a safe place, or perhaps it could be argued that is not a good time to walk. Safe usually had to do with traffic flow, or if I had been dropped off as the driver was pulling onto an exit. In that case, I'd have to walk down the exit until it clearly split from the highway so I could hear the traffic flow better. Then I would cross the exit and find the edge of the highway and usually walk a little farther. It was important to walk in cold weather to keep my feet warm, but this wasn't the case on the way to California in August. There were times when the driver would drop me off where 2 highways split. With only one exception, I received good directions as to what to do. In this case, I often ended up standing between the 2 highways with traffic zooming by at high speed on both sides of me and scared to move in either direction. I could still see light and contrast at that time, and if there were good white lines along the highways, I could figure it out, but it would have been so easy to have been hit by a car because, in truth, I had no idea what the hell I was doing. This was further complicated by the fact that I was high a lot of the time. After the camper dropped me off, I was fortunate to get a ride within an hour or so with a couple of college students from New York who were traveling out west for the summer, kind of like me, except they had a car and more money than I did. For me, this was unquestionably the most fun part of the hitchhiking trip out west. Because the 3 of us were eventually headed for California, it made sense to me to stick with them for a while. We stopped to explore things along the way, and they seemed thrilled to get out of the city and experience fresh air and clean streams and running water. To them, the air looked so clean that they'd hold their breath when a big truck would drive by, spewing its exhaust. We spent some time in the Badlands in the Dakotas. What I remember about the Dakotas is being in the middle of nowhere. It was totally quiet and void of trucks, airplanes, and other human noise interventions. I put a couple of small rocks on my pack for cheap souvenirs. They were later stolen in Berkeley. I have no idea why anyone would have wanted them. We went horseback riding in Wyoming, somewhere out there in the wide open country. Things were less expensive then. It cost $5. This probably wasn't the best use of my bankroll, but I didn't worry about it too much because I figured that I was going to run out of money either way. The guide who took us long-haired hippies out on the trail was very friendly. He asked us just what a hippie was. We had to ponder this, but finally one of us came up with a simplistic definition that hippies were laid back, and if we didn't get stuff done today, we'd do it tomorrow. Our guide agreed that we had something in common. At that time, there was a lot of discussion about hippies. It was not like the polarization of different elements of our society today, although there was some anti-hippie backlash, and we thought it best to not get into the anti-war sentiment or, of course, the drug culture with our guide, although I think that's what he expected to hear about. None of us had any drugs. In fact, I don't recall the subject ever coming up during the time we spent together. Because we weren't in a hurry, we deviated from the northern route and went through the petrified forest in Arizona. They made it well known that it was illegal to take any of the petrified wood, but they gave us all a small piece, about the size of an average fist, on our way out of the forest. Now they give you a sliver, about the size of a fingernail, but you can buy artifacts made out of petrified wood. I probably would have spent more time with these guys, but somewhere in the desert, their car radiator leaked. They lost all of their coolant and the engine block cracked. I was faced with a dilemma because I didn't have much of my $40 left and I never asked them for a dime, and I never would have done that. I chose to move on without them because they were going to be delayed for a few days and I didn't have resources to hang out in the middle of nowhere. Clearly, we could have remained in contact if we'd had the internet then. I have always wondered what happened to them. The first city I went to in California was San Francisco, where I had another close call with the Grim Reaper. I knew that there were trolley cars in San Francisco, but I had no idea that they ran down the middle of the street. At the time, I was aimlessly walking around, exploring my new surroundings, and while crossing a street, I came to what I thought was an island, like a boulevard, so I proceeded to step up on it. Someone yelled, "No, don't go up there." I had no interest in standing in the middle of the street. That seemed more dangerous to me, so I stepped up on the forbidden curb. It was then that I heard the brakes of the fast-approaching streetcar, and I stepped back down off the curb. The driver called me a stupid asshole or something like that. I waved at him, and life went on with me a little bit wiser. I spent much of my time in San Francisco in and around Haight-Ashbury, which was a noted hippie hangout, but to me it seemed to be full of losers and heroin addicts. They had a free medical clinic there that mainly distributed methadone and probably penicillin. The first night I arrived at the free clinic, they were looking for someone who was old enough to buy beer. I was 21, so I offered. I walked down to the store with one of the people, but before I left, someone said, "We leave our bags and packs right here." I knew better than that, though, and I carried mine with me. As it turned out, they also expected me to pay for the beer, but I had no money that I intended to use like that, so we didn't drink that night. We weren't far from Chinatown, and while walking around, we ran into a guy in the street offering grams of hash, kind of like an everyday vendor. I thought that was cool, so I bought some. It came in a little plastic box with a peace sign engraved on the top. It was a rip-off. I don't know what it was, but I smoked it and nothing happened. I spent a lot of time hanging out and answering the phone at the center for people like me. One of the transients that came in to visit was handing out what he said was Steve McQueen's telephone credit card number. I have no idea whose it was, but I, like many others, managed to make a few free long-distance calls with it over the next couple of weeks. Along with the addicts and other transients, there were many other strange people, some on big power trips trying to boss people around, but no one paid much attention to them. I decided that maybe Berkeley, another hippie hangout, might be more fun, so I thumbed over there. The first order of business was to find a place to spend the night. I learned that there was a church where people were waiting for a van to take us to someone's house to sleep. I got in the van, which was a VW bus, with a bunch of thin mattresses in the back to sit on. We started passing around a bottle of wine as we drove to the house. There must have been 15 of us or so, and we spent the early evening passing wine and joints around. I woke up the next morning stretched out on a couch. I had little memory of the night before, except that it ended early for me. What was interesting and curious about it was that I didn't drink that much. I passed out suddenly and had no hangover. When I woke up about 8 in the morning, no one seemed to be around, so I got up and started looking for a phone to call the center at Haight-Ashbury to see what was going on. One of the girls from the night before came out of the bedroom, and I asked where everyone was. She said they were sleeping on the floor, but I didn't really think so. Surely I'd have heard someone, or tripped over or accidentally kicked someone when I was looking for the phone, so I have no idea what that was all about. A lot of young people, like me, went to California to experience life, and there were all kinds of predators out there waiting for their opportunity. I feel that I was very lucky that night. And thinking about it, I'm sure that my blindness saved me from lots of those traps because it would have been difficult to use me in the same ways that they abused other kids. Now, when I read about some of the religious cults that started out there, I can only wonder. I got my pack, minus the silly rocks from the Badlands, and left. I always kept in contact with the center at Haight-Ashbury, and when I was there, I helped out by answering the telephone helpline. One day, a call came in from a girl who asked if anyone wanted a ride to San Diego. I wasn't doing anything special that day, so I headed down the coast with her, but only as far as L.A. I never made it to San Diego on that trip, but later in life, I visited several times, and in looking back on it, I wish I had checked it out. The weather is about as good as one can hope to achieve, and it just plain could have been a lot of fun to spend some time there. Money was always an issue, but I did have my piano tuning equipment. I always mentioned it to people I rode with, and sometimes it would turn into larger jobs for churches or music stores, which would often determine how long I stayed in a city or area. By the time I got to L.A., I had about $25, which I spent on a meal. I also rented a room for a week, which meant that I was once again broke, so the next day I went in search of work. I found a music store that wanted a few pianos tuned. It was located right across from MGM Studios. As it turned out, the store owner was going over to MGM for something and asked if he could borrow my tuning fork for a few minutes. When he came back, he said that my fork was a little flat when compared with MGM, so he filed it a bit to make it exact. It was a relatively new fork. I have no idea if it was really flat, but it didn't matter much. I spent the next few days tuning pianos and did whatever I wanted to do after work. One evening, I went to a free clinic to type a letter to a girl I knew back in Michigan, and while waiting for the bus to go back to the rooming house, a girl walked up and asked if I wanted to go with her. Having nothing to do, I thought it was an excellent idea, and, well, why not? So I got up and we started walking. We walked a couple of blocks before she asked me if I knew where we were going. I said no. As it turned out, she and a friend had been handing out flyers at the bus stops to promote a church revival service. Church was the last thing I wanted to do, but by then I had no idea how to get back to the bus stop, so I continued walking with her, even though I now knew I was not going to get lucky that night. What a hoot. These druggies would get up and praise God and talk about how they had been off drugs for 3 days, things like that. At the end of the testimonials, they passed around bowls of stew. I was hesitant to eat anything like that because I had no idea what was in it, so I passed on the food which I really wanted. Then they came up and started preaching to individuals about making a decision for Christ right now. I was told that if I didn't, I could walk out and be hit by a car. I told them their vision of God was one of a cruel being, and much more, and I left. This was near the corner of Sunset and La Brea, and there were lots of kids from the other end of the spectrum hanging out there. As an example, one of the people I met was someone whose only name was Root Beer. No one seemed to know his name, and he never told me, but we spent several days visiting the local head shops and getting high. One evening, while we were standing out in front of a large building, one of the kids announced that he had just shot up 7 hits of acid. Of course, you never know who, if anyone, is telling the truth, but that seemed like a lot to me. We didn't stay around to see what happened to him. A few days later, once again, a girl came up to me and asked if I would like to go with her, but this time I said no. Root Beer seemed to know her, but didn't clue me in as to who she was or where I would go if I went with her. In a few minutes, she said she had to go, that he was getting mad. Evidently, it was some guy in a car waiting for her and whoever she picked up. I asked Root Beer about her, but he seemed a bit evasive, so I didn't push it. I have no idea what that was about, but I'm certain I made the right decision. There is no question in my mind that if I had gone with her, I would have gotten involved in some kind of child predator or sex ring. Coming home from California. I was still in L.A., and while looking for work one day, I got a ride with a guy who owned his own business. I don't remember what his business was, but he didn't seem to be very busy. We went to his establishment and smoked some of the best stuff I ever had. It tasted weird, but I was very happy that he gave me a joint to take with me, and I had intended to save it to take back to Michigan and share with friends, but it never made it that far. I carried small amounts of pot inside of my white cane. I actually ended up visiting him again on a future trip to California and picking up a couple of pounds packed in brick form and flying home with it. There was no TSA or security then, just a few drug dogs, mainly in the larger cities, like L.A. Life was much easier. One evening I was sitting in a car with a couple of people, and we picked up another hitchhiker and were passing a pipe around. This guy took the biggest hit I've ever heard anyone take. It went on and on and on until, without communicating about it, the 3 of us who didn't want him to bogart that pipe were laughing. He stopped taking the hit and asked what was wrong. Did I take too big of a hit? We just laughed and said something like, "No, man, all is good." At some point, I realized this was not really getting me anywhere, and I wasn't able to find any more work, so I decided to head back to Michigan. I didn't plan much, but when I would start a trip like this, the first obvious thing to do was to find the highway. Being in a city the size of L.A., it was not easy, because there were all kinds of highways. In general, I was fortunate to find people who could be helpful, but in this case I went to a gas station where the attendant had no idea how to deal with my blindness. He would say things like, "The highway is over there." I told him I couldn't see where there was, but he responded, "It's over there." I displayed my white cane and told him what it was for, but still, it was the best he could do. That's all I can tell you. I finally found the highway and ended up with a group of about 20 people who were all headed east. It was kind of like waiting for a cab at the airport or a large hotel. When your turn came up, you got the next ride. In all of the time I hitchhiked, most of the people I got rides with were young white males, but there were a few exceptions. I also learned that if asked when the last time I had eaten, I would usually say a day or so ago, even if I had eaten 20 minutes earlier. My first ride that Sunday afternoon was with several black men. They asked me when the last time I had eaten was. I made an exception to my rule because I didn't want to take advantage of them and responded, "This morning." Regardless, they went way out of their way for me and stopped by a fast food place and bought me several hamburgers and fries. I never begged for anything, but I never said no either. One day, one of the people I was traveling with was evidently quite hungry, and when the driver asked him what he thought about the state of Oklahoma, he ranted that he hated it and said no one is friendly there. He continued by saying that he hadn't eaten in days. While I was embarrassed by his actions, in part because we had a hell of a nice meal the evening before, when the driver took us to his house and made sandwiches, even though I didn't ask for them, I didn't turn them down. During the time I hitchhiked, the Vietnam War was raging on seemingly never-ending. One ride that I received was with a vet. He told me about the horrors he went through while in Vietnam. I didn't mention my anti-war feelings because they were not relevant. I also don't think I fully understood all that he went through until I thought about it later in life. It was a horrible thing. I have always felt for that guy and wondered what happened to him. He had a lot to deal with, and I don't think he had the slightest idea where to turn. I have always been sorry that I was less than helpful. As I got farther from L.A., 4 of us ended up traveling together toward Chicago, and we tried to stick together, but we soon realized that no one was going to pick up 4 people, so we split into 2 groups. When we would get a ride, we would tell them about the other people in our group, and if we saw the other half of the group waiting along the highway sometimes, the driver would pick them up. We always seemed to end up together again at night. This worked out for several days. For me, the most interesting ride of the trip home was the one I got in Missouri. Rob was a lawyer from the Detroit area. He said his firm was called the Law Office, and that they helped work on the trial of the Chicago 7, who were the chosen scapegoats after the disturbances during the Democratic Convention that was held in Chicago in 1968. Rob started asking me lots of questions about my blindness and how I lost my vision. When I told him that it was because of being given too much oxygen in an incubator, he asked if I had ever considered a lawsuit. I said that I hadn't. It is what it is. But at the end of the ride, he gave me his card and said if I ever changed my mind to give his office a call. I got back home, and one day while sitting around, unemployed and getting high, I thought, what the hell? What do I have to lose? Well, being a stoner at the time, I had of course lost Rob's business card, but I was able to remember Law Office and Rob, so I gave the office a call. I set up an appointment, and a few days later my thumb went up, and I headed for Detroit. By this time, Rob had made his fortune as a lawyer and retired and moved to Traverse City, so my appointment ended up being with Dick Goodman. Several years later, I told a friend of mine who was going to law school that one of my lawyers was going to be Dick Goodman, and he said that one of Dick's books about malpractice was required reading, so I figured I was in good hands. Dick and I talked for a while. He agreed to take the case, and I went home and basically forgot about it until I heard from the law office several years later. By then, I was living in Kalamazoo and working for the company I would retire from 27 years later. I was lying on my couch one evening when I received a phone call from my parents. It seems that they received a letter from the law office in Detroit that was addressed to me. Of course, they had no qualms about opening it without my permission, and it was there that they learned about the possibility of a lawsuit. I had never mentioned it to my parents because I thought it extremely unlikely that anything would ever come of it. I never would open a letter addressed to someone else, and at the time I lived across town and saw my parents regularly. They could have delivered it easily, unopened. What I am most surprised at, though, is that they even bothered to tell me about the letter. The letter was headed, David Gordon versus Union Carbide. Now, I had no idea that we were suing anyone, much less Union Carbide. Of course, we know that with lawyers, it isn't if we're going to sue someone, but who can we sue? And if we can't sue them, who else can we sue? Or can we sue them both? As a reminder, I was born at 29 weeks gestation and was given oxygen to keep me alive. I was given as much as 95% oxygen during my time in the incubator, which was a very high dosage. Normally, we breathe about 21%, or perhaps less than that now as we dump all of the toxic shit we can into the air and water that we require in order to survive. Initially, I assumed we would sue the doctor, but we could not because he was dead. We considered the estate of the doctor, but he had been dead for quite a while by then, and there would likely not be much left. Besides, no way would that be lucrative enough for the lawyers. They were bigger fish to fry. The hospital might have been next, but in 1949, when I was born, perhaps more level heads prevailed than now. It was illegal in Michigan to sue a hospital, as hard as that is to imagine today. Not to be deterred, my lawyers decided to go after the suppliers of the oxygen, with the contention being that it was being used as a drug and therefore should have been tested for toxicity levels, as any other drug would be. The other thing that we had to overcome was there was a statute of limitations on this kind of lawsuit, and I missed the limit by a couple of months. Fortunately, a clerk in the law office found another obscure law that granted me the right to sue. I have never known why, but my mother was extremely upset about the lawsuit, and as we prepared for it, she initially refused to speak with the lawyers. I have no idea where her anger was coming from. By this time, there were 2 lawyers working on my case, plus a very large support team of paralegals and other lawyers. I mentioned Dick Goodman, who was for sure retired now. The other lawyer was Dick Sobel. I came to think of them collectively as Dick and Dick. From time to time, I Googled Dick Sobel to see how he's doing. He has won some very huge lawsuits. A couple of summers after I received the letter, it was time for me to go to Detroit for the trial. I was told that winning the battle to hold the trial in Detroit was a major victory for us, because the community seemed to be more receptive to legal action like this, more liberal in other words. At this point in my life, I was much more settled down and couldn't have cared less about the outcome of the suit other than just curiosity about how the law worked. I did think that the contention that oxygen should be tested as a drug was ingenious and a valid and interesting point. The judge was very fair. His rulings seemed to bend over backwards to accommodate the fact that the trial was the first of its kind. Others had sued doctors and hospitals, but the ingenious idea of suing a Fortune 500 company had, to the best of my knowledge, not yet been tried. The trial lasted 2 weeks, but it was interrupted for a week so the judge could attend a judicial conference. The law office paid for my stay in Detroit and all of my meals. The first thing to do was to select a jury. The defense, of course, dismissed any and all young women. One of the potential jurors stated that he was a minister, and when asked where his church was, he hemmed and hawed around some, then was promptly dismissed by my lawyers. I asked them why, and they said because ministers tended to think in terms of this being an act of God and would not find in my favor. From my hitchhiking days, I felt that I had learned a lot about people and had become a much better judge of character than I have displayed in much that I've written. I told my attorneys that I felt they were wrong. I said that I thought this guy was a street preacher and likely did much of his preaching on street corners and in other public places, and that I felt he would have been happy to give me some money, regardless of the law. 2 days later, while walking from the court to lunch, one of the lawyers mentioned that the minister was standing outside of the bus station, quite obviously preaching. I said something like, "God damn it, Dick, what did I tell you?" Some nights after the day in court, we would meet to talk and have dinner. Our conversations were much more vulgar than I would have expected, with phrases like fucking this and cocksucking that. Well, now that we were speaking on my level, I could relate with them quite well. I went back to Michigan during the week between the prosecution and defense cases. I checked out of my hotel room early, so I had some time before the train left for Kalamazoo, which I spent drinking very heavily. I also drank heavily on the train, very heavily. I had told no one that I was coming home, so when I got off the train, I was surprised to see someone I knew, even though I didn't recognize them. It turned out to be my mother and dad. They had evidently called the hotel and found that I had checked out and came down to the train station to give me a ride to my apartment. I, being way too drunk, did not recognize my parents and asked who the hell they were. I remember my dad saying, "We are your parents." Even this didn't sober me up much. I got in their car and proceeded to tell them about the trial in the same graphic terms that Dick and I used every night. Words that I never had used to such extreme in front of Mom and Dad. I then proceeded to tell them that I didn't want to go to my apartment, but to the home of a girl I was fond of and very much in need of at the time. As I mentioned, Mom was not happy about the lawsuit, and while she eventually spoke with Dick before the lawsuit, I have no idea what went on at that meeting because Dick strongly encouraged me to let them meet alone with my parents. Dick wanted my parents to testify, but my mother refused. My dad, for once, made a decision that conflicted with the boss and did come to Detroit to testify during the second week. However, in discussions with my dad, Dick determined that my dad might be too truthful about some things and could damage the case, so they sent him home without testifying. This doesn't mean we would have wanted him to lie. It all comes down to the definition of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. It might not be as clear as it is meant to sound. One of our main witnesses was a doctor from New York. Dick flew to New York Sunday to prep him. On the way back to Michigan with him, they learned that he was being sued on a similar matter by the opposition, so he got right on a plane and flew back to New York. In discussion, they asked me if I thought we should have taken a chance with him. Well, I was into taking chances and said yes, but Dick were not so much into gambling. As it turned out in discussions with the Union Carbide lawyers after the trial, before the verdict, we learned they also knew about the lawsuit and were eager for us to have him on the stand. The testimony was general. I talked about my life, the doctors talked about doctor stuff, and so forth. The most interesting thing to me was being able to watch the formality of a deposition. I never knew how much we were suing for until the last day during the summations when one of the Dicks told the jury how much we were asking for. It was basically $20,000 for every year of my life based on a life expectation at the time of 73.3 years, which came out to $1,416,280. I joke with Dick that considering the inflation rate at the time, would that be enough for me to live on? Out of that amount, the lawyers would get 40% plus expenses, and then there were taxes. So if I won, I'd be paying for my hotel and food after all. By today's standards, this is a fair amount of money, but in the mid-1970s, it was a huge amount of money. After the summations and the judge's instructions to the jury, we were dismissed with deliberation to begin the next morning. After the jury left, the rest of us remained in the courtroom and discussed the case for a few minutes. One of the things the judge asked the defense was why they didn't use the argument, better a live blind person than a dead one. He carefully explained that he meant no offense to me in asking the question. I was not offended. In fact, I had expected that argument to surface, but it never did. The lawyers for Union Carbide said they felt that an argument like that could go either way, and they decided not to try it. The evening before deliberation, Dick Sobel and I went out to dinner and over to the house of some friends of his and drank moderately. I thought it was moderate. Dick passed out, or maybe just fell asleep, as I know both Dick and Dick were dead tired from the trial. The next morning it was time for deliberation. This meant for me it was time to shit or get off the pot in terms of negotiating an amount of money that I could agree to in case we decided to settle before the jury came back. Dick Sobel told me that right now the defense had offered $75,000. If I took this seemingly meager amount, I would get the money within weeks, whereas any jury verdict would be appealed and would drag on for years. I would have ended up with about $35,000 after expenses and legal fees, but on top of that, the income tax would eat up a bunch more. Now, this is really a no-win situation to be in. Either way, unless I won a huge verdict and it survived appeals, I could take the money and never know, or basically risk it and wait to see what happened. Being a gambler, I chose to do nothing at that time. This turned out to be unfortunate, to say the least, because the jury came back in less than 2 hours. This was bad news because it likely meant they didn't have to take time to bicker about an amount. Dick asked me what I wanted them to do, and I said that I'd like to clear $200,000, even though I knew the time for negotiations was over. It was too late. Of course, the defense didn't agree with that. Even the $75,000 was off the table when the jury came back so early. The verdict? We find no cause for action against Union Carbide. By this time in my life, I was employed, making okay money, and not at all where I was when I thought, what the hell, and thumbed for Detroit to talk to Dick Goodman. I was beyond unhappy for a few days, but really I lost nothing and I had fun with it. What's more, I got to experience something that not many people have the opportunity to do. Roommates and other people after high school. I have written some about people I met. Many of them were there one day and gone the next, but there are a few people, like my debate partner and friend Larry, who I will always remember and who made a difference in my life. After I got back from California, I settled down some in Lansing. Kevin was my first roommate. He was 16 when I met him, and he had just run away from home. His home life was something I would never wish on anyone. His stepdad used to beat him with a shovel. He started smoking at 9. Well, you get the picture. When I met Kevin, he was living in a home for runaways, but this was only a short-term solution, so I let him live in my house. I'm not sure how legal it was to have a minor living with me, but lots of illegal things went on there. Kevin told me that he had been kicked out of the school for the blind. I don't know why, but I met with the superintendent, Dr. Asshole Thompson, in a very feeble attempt to get Kevin reinstated. Of course, my reputation with the school at the time wasn't what one would call stellar. Having crashed a couple of dances with a girlfriend and other mischievous stuff that just sort of happened, my chances of success were nil. In fact, I'm surprised he even met with me, the senile bastard that he was. Perhaps the fact that I had previously told Dr. Thompson to go fuck himself was a prohibiting factor in my attempt to try to help Kevin, but the old fart deserved it. Unfortunately for Kevin, I was about all he had at the time. Because Kevin could not go back to school, and I wasn't doing much at the time, we got high a lot. That's what we did. From morning to night, we were always high on something. In looking for drugs, I ran across a huge bottle of what I was told was mescaline, which we called screaming yellow zonkers. It was such a huge bottle that I thought they'd last forever. I don't know what they really were, probably some kind of antihistamine. They definitely weren't real hallucinogens, and they didn't last forever, but they did get a person high. The plan was to sell the majority of them and enjoy a few. I think we ended up sharing them with friends and enjoying most of them without making much money, which is how most of my dealing experiences ended up. The more I got into dealing meant more and more people would visit us, and eventually people would even come over in the middle of the night to buy stuff. It was fine when my friends came over and even when they brought friends, but when their friends brought friends, I decided that the risk was more than I wanted to deal with. Besides, we ended up smoking and dropping all of the potential profits. Along with the above, we also bought a bunch of speed. I really liked it, but I was over 6 feet tall and weighed about 130 pounds, so I didn't think it was something I should get into much. Of course, if you get high a lot, you tend to get hungry, and we were always looking for places that delivered food. One hungry afternoon, we called a pizza and sub place that we hadn't heard of, and we learned that the guy who was the delivery person and assistant manager was willing to supply free food in exchange for some of our product. As you might expect, this can't last forever. A few days into our mutually beneficial arrangement, when we called to make an exchange, we learned that he had been fired, which was probably due to a shortage of supplies at the restaurant. I was able to get Kevin a job where I worked, and he finished his career there, as did I. Independence Day. On July 4, we generally celebrate with a cookout, getting together with family, and by watching a fireworks display. When I was young, because I could still see light, I could see the lights from the fireworks, but obviously none of the colors or things that made them anything other than a large noise to me. It was okay, but I'm sure you can understand that there wasn't a lot of enjoyment there. As a kid, I always wanted to get some firecrackers, cherry bombs, and M80s, because they made noise, and I could blow things up with them, but they were illegal in Michigan. My parents, who tended to adhere to the laws much more strictly than I did at times, made us stick to sparklers and other legal fire displays. Sparklers were meaningless to me as well because I couldn't see them, and they didn't make much of a noise. All I remember was being burned by the phosphate sparks while holding onto the sticks. As a young adult, no one was going to tell me what to do, and I determined to celebrate July 4 in what to me was a more meaningful way, so Kevin and I put together what little money we had, and I proceeded to hitchhike to Ohio with an empty suitcase in the hopes of bringing back something I could hear and play with. Larger fireworks were legal in Ohio and other states, but they were not legal to transport into Michigan or to use. I don't remember the date, but it must have been late June. I do remember that it was a very hot 97 degrees. I was shocked to walk up to one of the cars that stopped to pick me up on the way to Ohio and find that the front doors had been removed. To me, this was a definite step up from the first time I had hitchhiked when only the inside door handles had been removed. At this time, there were not seatbelt laws, so we just sat there on the bench seat cruising along at a relatively high rate of speed. The driver said that he had removed the doors because of the heat. A lot of cars didn't have air conditioning in those days. I arrived in Ohio at around 3 in the afternoon. The first fireworks place I went to said that they could not legally sell anything to me because my car, which I didn't have, had to post signs that I was carrying fireworks. Regardless, I would never make it into Michigan with signs like that on a car if I had one, or even on my suitcase. As I turned around to leave, one of the guys said that he'd give me a ride to the highway. Instead, he took me to his house and to his barn, which was loaded from floor to ceiling with all kinds of fireworks. I'm sure there were things there that would have been totally unsafe for me to have handled, but fortunately for me, I was governed by the small amount of money I had. I purchased a gross of cherry bombs, one of M80s, and a huge package of firecrackers, and put them in my suitcase and headed back to Michigan. By then it was around 4 p.m., and it was awfully late to make it back home before dark, but there was no choice. I was totally broke, and all I had was a suitcase full of fireworks that were illegal where I was going. Other than the car with no doors, which is a somewhat disturbing way to ride, the trip had not been particularly eventful. That is, until the police stopped me in Michigan and asked me to get into the back of their car. Thankfully, they didn't take the time to search my suitcase. I'm sure that in today's world, they would not miss that opportunity. I had been stopped by the police many times while hitchhiking and knew that while it was illegal to hitchhike, in general, they wouldn't do much. I was kind of a special case, though, being blind. In this case, they determined that I could continue to hitchhike, but not on the highway, only on an entrance ramp. I was fine with that. What choice did I have? They drove me to an entrance ramp and told me to stay on it. I was just glad to get on my way, but after sitting on my potentially explosive suitcase for 2 hours on an entrance ramp where only 2 or 3 cars passed me by, I knew that if I didn't get a ride soon, it was likely that the police would for sure come back at the end of their shift and pick me up, and then they would probably take me to the station and search my suitcase with some kind of rationalization. I decided to take the risk of going up on the highway. My hope was that someone, anyone, would pick me up and get me out of their jurisdiction before the good officers came back. I was fortunate to get a ride home late that night. We had a good time with those fireworks, blowing up all kinds of things and pissing off the neighbors quite a bit. By the way, a cherry bomb will not blow up a bowling ball, but if you put one inside of it in an enclosed area such as a basement, it will make one hell of a deafening noise. It also pisses off the people living upstairs in the house. As the holiday weekend of July 4 neared, Kevin and I decided that we wanted to go camping. This was yet another difficulty because we didn't have any money, nor did we have a tent, just a couple of sleeping bags and mosquito netting. Nevertheless, we were undaunted by those small inconveniences, and we got a friend of ours to drive us to a campsite near Gun Lake, which is a large lake in southern Michigan. We could not stay anywhere in the official campsite because we couldn't afford it, so we set up our little camp, complete with the above, our remaining fireworks, and enough pot to get us through the weekend in the woods. As I have mentioned, my roommate Kevin was also blind. He did have some vision, but it was quite limited and virtually useless after dark. We got to the campsite on a Friday night, and by Saturday morning we were getting bored. After all, how high can one get? As we had done before, we spent considerable time trying to work that out, but for fun and to do something different, we decided to rent a rowboat from a store that was nearby. We left our meager possessions in the woods, but took the essentials, the weed and the cherry bombs, which we knew would blow up in the water, and headed out for a cruise. The guy who rented us the boat did have one very important question. He asked how we would ever get back. Well, we hadn't thought about that, but we were not to be deterred, so we just told him that things always work out. Probably not knowing what to say, he agreed, and we got in the boat and rowed away. After a few hours of smoking the peace pipe, swimming some, and throwing cherry bombs and M80s into the water, we had to admit that we were hopelessly lost out in the middle of a large lake with no idea where to go. To further complicate things, or potentially, anyway, one of us had thrown a cherry bomb in the water, and we could hear it floating around. I think that the one of us who did that was me. The current carried it under the aluminum boat, which scared hell out of us. We rowed and rowed, but the current caused by the movement of the boat carried the cherry bomb along with us until it blew up. Fortunately, it was far enough from the bottom of the boat at the time that it exploded that it didn't do any damage. So there we were, floating around, not knowing what to do, and really not caring too much. Then Kevin saw what he felt was, or might be, a public beach, so we headed for it. Once there, we tried to get directions back to the boat dock, but of course, there were several docks, and we had no idea what to do. Our next task was to find the place where we parked our boat when we left it, to ask for help. Finally, we did, and we got back into it, intending to row along the shore until we found somewhere to dock it. By now, it was getting dark, and at about the last vestige of daylight, Kevin saw a place that looked like a boat dock, so we pulled in. We got out of the boat and were walking, hopefully in the direction of our campsite, when I heard a screen door squeak. I remarked to Kevin that it sounded like the door to the place where we rented the boat. As it turned out, we ended up parking the boat in the dock next to the dock that belonged to the boat rental shop. The owner gave us back our deposit and retrieved the boat. We spent the deposit, most of our remaining money, on a 6-pack of beer to augment our evening, and found our way back to the campsite where what little equipment we had was intact. The next morning, we were sitting there passing the pipe and throwing cherry bombs around when someone came to our little campsite and kicked us out. He said it was private property, so we knew we had to leave. Obviously, we had some fireworks left over after July 4, mainly hundreds of firecrackers, and we were bored with them, so I decided to throw them away. After cherry bombs and M80s, they aren't really much fun anyway, so I put them in the trash, along with a couple of empty aerosol cans, and I thought that was the end of it. My assumption was that the trash man would come and take them away. Little did I know that our landlord burned the trash, which I thought was illegal. So on July 9, which coincidentally was my birthday, I was standing at the kitchen sink doing dishes when I heard what sounded like heavy-duty popcorn, accompanied by an occasional loud blast, which was obviously an aerosol can. Well, it wasn't long before the landlord knocked on my door and asked what the hell it was that I had thrown away. She was obviously really angry. It is one of those times when I wish that I could have seen her face. Now, I figured she knew what it was, and I was probably 19 at the time and kind of a smartass, so I just told her that I was sorry, but that I considered it a hell of a nice celebration on my birthday. She did not see the humor in that. We moved a few weeks later. Luciano moved in with us next. I met him through John, who said he needed a place to live. Pardon this, but what a pussy magnet he was. What a godsend, and at such a needy time in my life. He was also a black belt in karate and a very interesting guy. He attended Michigan State, but I don't think for long. It wasn't where his heart was. His brain was in the wrong head for college. John did not live with us, but also attended Michigan State. His father was an attorney in the Lansing area, and no one would think John would also end up being a huge success, but I have no idea what happened to him. One day, a bunch of us were out walking through a nature area. John always carried his weed in his sock or in the top of the brace he wore on one leg. When we got home, he realized that he had lost his bag. I told him that he'd just have to forget it. Life goes on, but he insisted on going back to comb the trails for it. He spent hours walking the trail and swearing about that bag. He was very self-conscious about his brace, to the point where he let it rule his life. One rainy afternoon, after eating a few screaming yellow zonkers, the four of us, John, Kevin, Luciano, and me, decided to hitchhike to Chicago for the weekend. We split into two groups to make getting rides easier. One of the rides that Luciano and I got was with some people who said they'd take us about 50 miles if we bought them some gas, so we agreed. When we pulled out of the gas station, they quickly pulled over and said that we should get out of the car. I started to protest. I figured that since Luciano was a black belt in karate, what could go wrong? Instead, Luciano insisted that I shut up when we get out of the car. I couldn't see the knife that they had pulled and were for certain ready to use. I met Ted when I lived in Saginaw, where I was supposed to be doing some training for something related to blindness in the hopes that it would lead to employment. My home at the time was in Lansing, so I hitchhiked back and forth on the weekends. Ted worked as a purchasing agent at a hospital in Saginaw and lived in Owasso, which is close to Lansing, and drove back and forth every day, so we worked it out where I'd call him on Friday if I wanted a ride. Sometimes he would drive me to Lansing, but other times I'd stay in Owasso overnight and hitchhike to Lansing in the morning. Ted was older, at 39. I was 19. He tried to help me find work. He was a very positive influence in my life, and he is why I pushed hard to name my first son Ted. One day, he told me that he and this psychiatrist friend of his had helped another guy in a similar situation to mine. Evidently, the psychiatrist even bought the guy a car. I never met the psychiatrist, although after hearing about the car, I wanted to. No one ever bought me anything like that, but then I may not have wanted to do what was necessary to get a car or something comparable. When I lived in Saginaw, I was working with a mobility instructor who was supposed to teach me mobility skills, how to travel with a cane, and things like that. It struck me that I had been all over the country by then, but I had to learn how to use a cane? It was fun, though, because they had the latest equipment, sonar, and ultrasound devices, and I enjoyed playing with them. One day, Paul, the mobility instructor, gave me an assignment to go down to the post office, go into the vending stand, which was operated by a blind person, and say hi and come back. No problem, I said. But soon after I started walking, Ted drove up and asked where I was going. I told him, and he asked me if I wanted a ride. Well, Paul never said how I was supposed to get to the post office, and it was a very hot day, so I said sure and got in the car. So I'm in the vending stand drinking a nice cold Coke and talking to the owner about how ungodly hot it was outside and waiting for Paul to get there. When he finally walked in, about 25 minutes later, I said something like, "I bet it's hot out there, isn't it?" Paul was really good about it. He said that he didn't really care how I completed the assignments as long as I didn't take rides with strangers. I did have to walk back to the training center, though. During that time, I had lots of interesting experiences in Owasso. One time, I was in a bar waiting for some friends, and the bartender refused to serve me unless someone in the bar would agree to take charge of me. I thought it was bullshit, but the guy on the stool next to me volunteered. Well, about a minute after he volunteered, he was leaning against me because he couldn't sit up, so I pushed him off of his stool onto the floor. I asked the bartender how the hell this guy was supposed to be in charge of me. His response was to cut me off after one beer, which is really okay, because I wasn't 21 yet and never should have been served. More hitchhiking. What I liked about hitchhiking from the beginning was the feeling of freedom. I will never drive a car, but when the self-driving ones are available, I'm going to get one as soon as possible. Still, at the time, hitchhiking seemed like a viable alternative to me. It was also a good way to meet people and experience life. While I was living in Sarasota, I heard there was going to be a rocket launch from what was Cape Kennedy at the time, and I decided to hitchhike across the state to hear it. I arrived mid-afternoon on a Saturday and got a hotel room not far from the Cape. The launch was scheduled for Sunday night. Sunday morning, I decided to travel around some, which meant hitchhiking around the area and meeting some people. I met a group of Vietnam vets who were into getting high, and what a coincidence. So was I. So we made a day of it. The launch was put off several times to the point where I could not afford to stay any longer, and I headed back to Tampa Tuesday morning without hearing the blast-off. Sometimes I would hitchhike to avoid what I felt could be dangerous situations. One evening when I was living in Lansing, I was walking home from somewhere at about midnight when two people came up to me and said that there was a guy laying in the grass thrashing around some, that he was a friend of theirs. They told me to just ignore him and go on my way. I didn't know what that meant for me, but I decided to avoid it, and I immediately stepped over to the curb and put up my thumb. Even though the traffic was limited at that time of night, I felt that I should avoid whatever was ahead. I was lucky, and the first car stopped and agreed to take me the 4 blocks to my house. The driver didn't see anyone thrashing around in the grass, so I'll never know what that was about. At the time, I never thought of hitchhiking as particularly dangerous or life-threatening, but obviously, after some of the experiences I had, mainly in Florida, I feel differently now. My experience with Mr. Future Prisoner was not the only harrowing experience I had while living in Florida for the winter. I received a ride back to Sarasota one evening with a couple of guys who were more than drunk. My God, were they drunk. We picked up another hitchhiker along the way and dropped him off at his home in a trailer park near the highway. I had some apprehension about the driver and his friend, and I thought about getting out with the other hitchhiker, but he didn't seem very stable either, so I stayed with the two very intoxicated people. Stick with the devil you think you know. A little ways down Highway 41, after dropping the other guy off, we pulled off the highway without any announcement as to why. Naturally, I asked about it, and the driver told me that he had to take a piss. Well, being a veteran of hitchhiking, I would have just stopped and gotten out of the car and done my thing. After driving down a gravel road for a couple of minutes, I decided it was time to mention that maybe we were far enough off the highway. He said that they had to drive back to a place where they could turn around because the transmission in the car didn't have a reverse gear. We finally got to what seemed a reasonable place to them, and they got out and started pushing the car backwards. I didn't consider the transmission issue and asked about it and was told not to worry. They weren't going to run over anything that died. I decided to stay in the car, but a couple of minutes later one of the guys mentioned that there were some orange trees nearby and asked if I wanted to pick some oranges. I thought, sure, why not? And I got out of the car. The driver grabbed my arm and said, "Well, man, I have to tell you, there ain't any fucking oranges for miles from here." Now, I have to say that at this point I was quite scared. They started talking about their friends who were in jail for committing heinous crimes, and they were thinking of kidnapping someone to hold as hostage to try to get them out of jail. Obviously, this bit of news did nothing to alleviate my fear factor. I replied that I wouldn't be worth anything in terms of a hostage because no one cared much whether I lived or died, so I didn't think I would be of much help to them. Of course, this wasn't true, but I couldn't think of anything else to say. At this point, one of the guys was lying on the ground puking his guts out, and the driver asked if he could see my white cane. I didn't see where I had a lot of choice, and I didn't need it at that point, so I handed it to him. He folded it up into what was a rather compact potential weapon, and I could hear him waving it at me and moving it towards me, then retracting it. Now, in truth, I can't say that I was real cool or reacted correctly, but once again, I think I did the best thing quite by accident. I feel that to have antagonized him would surely have pushed him. I did nothing. After a while, he gave my cane back to me. In looking back on it, it is totally possible that he didn't believe I was really blind and was trying to push it by asking me about picking oranges and waving the cane around to try to get me to react to the obvious visual stimulus. However, there was still the talk about kidnapping someone and holding them hostage in an attempt to get their friends who had committed heinous crimes released from prison. While it's a ridiculous idea, it was a very frightening position to be put in, and after my experience with Mr. Future Prisoner, my days of hitchhiking were coming to an end. Finally, I said that I didn't have any money, but if we drove to Sarasota, I did, and we could get some more beer. This seemed to interest them some. The other thing that happened was the guy who was lying on the ground puking lost one of his contact lenses, and they spent considerable time looking for it. I don't remember if they found it or not, but I feel it was an excellent distraction from the direction the conversation was heading. Finally, we got in the car and drove away. When we got to Sarasota, they pulled up in front of the rooming house I was staying in, and I got out. They never said anything about money or beer, and neither did I. I will never know their true intent, but hitchhiking was never the same after that. Still, I had no choice. I was making what was to me a lot of money working in Tampa and wanted to finish the job, so I continued to hitchhike back and forth between Sarasota and Tampa for the rest of the time I was in Florida. It isn't a choice. Even though I continued to hitchhike because I needed the money from that job in Tampa, after being driven back into the woods, I was much more on edge. I met a guy while hitchhiking who invited me to attend a dinner with him and his wife. The dinner was going to be at his parents' house several days later, which meant that I had to hitchhike into Tampa to meet him and his wife. We ate dinner, drank wine, and sat there and smoked Cuban cigars, which were not legal then, and had a good and relaxing time. On my way to Tampa, I received a ride with a man who seemed nice, but when he reached over to grab my arm, I reacted strongly. We were sitting in a gas station at the time, and I shoved his arm off using quite a lot of force. I told him in no uncertain terms that his side of the fucking car was behind the steering wheel and suggested that I get out of the car right then. His reaction was much different than I expected, though. He said that he meant no harm. He just wanted to look at my Braille watch. He became quite upset by my reaction, and we talked for a minute or two before I got out of the car. What I learned was that he was gay, and while there was likely more intent on his part than looking at my watch, he probably didn't mean me any harm. Instead, he was really hurt by my reaction. It was from this encounter that I learned what we all know today, that one's sexual preference or drives are not choices. They are simply what we are, with the key word being simply. I ended up getting out of the car, but perhaps I was a bit wiser for that particular ride. Encounters with the police. Quite naturally, if one hitchhikes, one is going to encounter the police. It could be an okay experience, or it could be funny or scary. The one thing is, the hitchhiker is at the mercy of the police like any other subject. In the 60s and early 70s, hitchhiking wasn't legal, but for the most part, police overlooked it unless they thought you looked suspicious. At that point, they could be justified in doing their police thing. Encountering a blind hitchhiker presented interesting challenges for the police because they rightfully feared for my safety more than I did. Most of the policemen were good people who treated me kindly and with respect. Many tried to discourage me from hitchhiking, and some refused to let me back out on the highway. Grand Rapids, Michigan seemed to be the place where I could almost count on being stopped. One time, I was told to never let them catch me again, but that wasn't too realistic. I lived in Grand Haven at the time and traveled to visit friends in other cities on the weekend, so I continued to hitchhike. Sometimes the police would give me a ride to the end of their district or county. When a couple of officers were giving me a ride one Sunday afternoon and giving me the usual lecture about the dangers of hitchhiking, when a call came over the radio about a fight. The good officers were hankering to mix it up, so they discontinued their lecture on how unsafe it was to hitchhike and immediately let me out of the car and drove off with their siren going full tilt. On a Monday afternoon, I was in Muskegon trying to sell some radio equipment to get some money to buy a pound or two of weed, and on the way back the police arranged rides for me all the way from Muskegon to Lansing, which took 3 or 4 different police cars because of different districts and county lines. I was closely examined in each car. One of the police shined his huge flashlight in my eyes. I could see light at the time, and it was obviously quite bright, so I said, "What are you looking for?" He said that since I had long hair, he was looking for evidence of drugs. I replied that if I ever wanted to carry drugs, I will try to remember to get a haircut first. One policeman had rather different ideas. He said, "Dave, I'm going to have to search you." He asked me to get out of the car, but he did not make me assume the position that we so often see on TV. Instead, he stood in front of me and reached down and grabbed my dick and squeezed it gently and asked if that was me. Well now, no smart remarks from me then. I simply said, "Yes, sir," whereupon he let go. I'm not sure if he happened to glance down at me while I was in the car and noticed that I was much larger than he was and figured I must be hard, which I, of course, was not, or if he thought I was carrying a lid in my pants, or if he was hoping that I was glad to see him. It is also possible that he wanted to judge my visual reaction to a stressful situation in order to try to determine if I really couldn't see, but I think without too much creativity, he could have found a better approach. One thing is for sure, I would never go in the shower room with that guy. When I was living in Lansing during the winter, I was walking to a friend's house with a pound of marijuana in the pockets of my winter coat. It had snowed, melted, and refroze, and all the sidewalks were very slippery, so I was walking in the street when a policeman offered me a ride. No way could I turn it down. I wasn't in a position to push anything, so I immediately got in the car and thanked the kind officer for the ride, which was only a few blocks. Fortunately, he felt no need to search me. While hitchhiking back from Florida, I was dropped off near Cincinnati at about 3 a.m. I had been riding with this guy all night and fell asleep in the car. I could see light then, so when he slammed on the brakes, I opened my eyes and saw headlights coming right at us. It scared the hell out of me. I thought surely we were going to get hit. We were able to avoid the collision, but the driver was pissed and said he was going to turn around and go get that guy. I understood him feeling pissed. I was quite shook up about it, too, but I didn't want a confrontation of any kind because you never know how it will turn out. So I suggested that since we made it through without crashing and that we were unharmed, and that if the guy was drunk, it would sort itself out without our further involvement. I also expressed the possible variables that could occur if we chased him, and fortunately he agreed, and we continued towards Cincinnati. He dropped me off on a rainy morning at about 4 a.m. near downtown Cincinnati, so of course there wasn't much traffic, and the likelihood of me catching a ride before dawn, which was at least 3 hours away, was not good. It wasn't long before a police car stopped, and the 2 officers talked to me for a few minutes, then drove off. By 5:30 or so, I still hadn't gotten a ride, and the nice policeman came back and asked me to get in the car. One of them said, "Dave, we're going to have to take you to the station." Well, that's the last thing I wanted, so I said, "How about the bus station?" After all, he didn't specify. They agreed and stood there while I bought a ticket to the nearest city outside of their jurisdiction. It was a Friday night, and I was hitchhiking from Tampa back to Sarasota for one of the last times I would make the trip, and a girl stopped to pick me up. Being picked up by girls was always preferable for me, but unfortunately it didn't happen very often. Within seconds after I got in the car, the police pulled us over. She told me to hang tight, and she got out of the car and talked to them, then got back in, and we drove away. She explained that they saw her pick me up and asked if she wanted them to search me before she continued giving me a ride. Fortunately for me, she said no, because I had my stash in my piano tuning tool kit. I didn't trust leaving it in the rooming house where I was staying. She told me that she was on her way to Sarasota to a party, but did not invite me. After I got out of the car and she drove away, I realized that I had lost my wallet in her car. It contained about $800 in cash because I had just gotten paid. I needed the money to return to Michigan, or to live, or to do whatever came next. Well, there was nothing I could do, so I went up to my room and lit up a big Colombian. Soon there was a knock on my door. She had come to return my wallet, intact. I did my best to show her how grateful I was. District 2B. I have the subject in custody. I had a girlfriend with whom fighting had few boundaries. It was never physical, except for the time she threw an apple at me just as I was shutting the door, and it bounced off the door and hit her in the chest. Not much to hurt there, as I recall. Even though she was not injured, my fortuitous shot caused her to feel very embarrassed, and surely it caused her additional frustration on top of the anger she was feeling. God, was she pissed. Since she wasn't hurt, I allowed myself to think that her frustration was hilarious. She would not have felt badly at all if she had hit me. One Friday mid-afternoon, I came over to her house with a lid in my pocket. We didn't get to smoke anything that afternoon because we got into a huge argument about something that was probably meaningless, and I left. I was walking down the street on the way home when a car drove up and the guy inside said, "Dave, do you want to get in the car?" I didn't recognize the voice, but I knew a lot of people, and I said sure, thinking he'd either give me a ride home or perhaps we could share a joint. It was then that I heard the radio. "District 2B, I have the subject in custody." Well, at that point, I knew there would be no sharing joints that afternoon. He identified himself as a police officer and said something like, "Dave, I understand you are carrying some marijuana." The combination of fear and anger does strange things to your reactions, or at least it did mine. It may have been compounded by the fact that my parents were coming up for dinner in an hour, and I didn't want to be eating my dinner alone in the ultimate hateful dormitory, the county jail. I also had no idea how my parents would handle something like that. Hell, I had no idea how I would handle it. We all know that when having an encounter with the police, the best thing to do is say nothing, and the argument could be made that would have been the correct thing for me to have done, but I was so shocked, so pissed, that this is not how I handled it. Far too many people don't handle it correctly, but I sure never considered that I was one of those people. I think in part I just wanted to get out of the car. No, I was not stupid enough to try to run. Can you imagine a blind guy trying to run from the cops? I would have been caught rather quickly and likely tackled and cuffed. They didn't shoot people so much then, so I probably would have been okay. Instead, I made the decision to talk some in the hopes of moving things along. We always think that when put in a situation like that, we'll do things the right way, but it's more complicated than that, and the police know it. The police are legally allowed to lie and to do about whatever they want to get subjects to spill their guts, but in this case that wasn't necessary because I was far more than cooperative. I just wanted to go see my mommy and daddy. After talking for a while, maybe thinking that the detectives would not really take me to jail, I pulled the bag out of my pocket and gave it to him. He then asked the question, which should have clued me into the fact that he had no legitimate reason to be talking to me, and if I had done nothing, he probably would have had to let me go. He asked if I knew who called the police. Well, of course I knew, and I was pissed, so I said something like, "Yes, sure do, and I'll be speaking with the fucking bitch later on." Then, assuming they already knew who she was, I did the stupidest thing of all. I told him who it was. Not only that, I gave him her phone number and address. I continued to dig my grave for a while, and then he read me my rights and asked me to sign the paper that I had been read my rights, which I did. Of course, me being blind obviously complicated things some, and the detective made the decision to take me home. He told me that he would talk to his superiors and be back to get me on Monday. So to sum this part up, technically, I didn't even have to get in the car. They had nothing at that point. However, getting in the car and cooperating may well have helped to encourage what turned out to be a surprising and mild reaction. I'll never know, but basically by the time we finished talking, I had given the detective everything he needed to justify an arrest, including the name and address of the person who made the complaint. Along with the fact that I was free, letting me go was definitely great news for a number of other reasons. One being I could have a nice quiet dinner with Mommy and Daddy if I could get my mind off my troubles. I think they knew something was wrong that night, but they probably decided they'd be better off not knowing what it was. In this case, I was the one who was not talking. The second reason it was good news that the detective brought me home was that it gave us the weekend to clean out all of the evidence we could find from the house down to the last seed, providing he really didn't come back until Monday. We got to work on that as soon as my parents left. I was still dealing some at the time, and the interesting thing about people who want drugs is how they respond to stuff like this. One would think they would shy away, but no. That night, I received several calls, and every one of them responded the same way. Invariably, when I explained to them what had happened just that afternoon and told them that my phone might be tapped and that I couldn't talk, they would say, "That's fine, I understand, but we need it tonight. Do you know where we can score a lid?" My girlfriend, if you want to call her that, called at around 11 that evening and apologized. She said that the police spoke with her, and she told them she would never testify. We remained cautious friends for a while longer. The weekend flew by quickly, and all too soon it was Monday, time for the reckoning. True to his word, the detective knocked on my door at about 5 in the afternoon, but by then I had wised up some and turned back into a smartass. He asked if he could come in, and I asked if he had a warrant. He said no, so I told him he couldn't come in. I really enjoyed seeing that work like it was supposed to, but I hope you never get the opportunity to try it. I agreed to sit down with him on the porch because by that time it was obvious to me that it was going to turn out well. He explained that the prosecuting attorney didn't want anything to do with the case. I would guess it might have something to do with the girl's hesitancy to testify and me being blind. The whole thing was so petty. It also may have something to do with the history, which I'll get into in a minute. I asked him if they had analyzed the bag, and he said yes, and that it wasn't very good stuff. I asked how they analyzed it. "Did you try it?" After all, that would be the quickest way I know to analyze something like that. He, of course, said no. Then he suggested that perhaps we could work out a deal, sort of an, if you scratch my back, I could scratch yours arrangement. I told him that my back had very recently stopped itching. He asked where I got the stuff, and I said something like, "From your son." At some point, he tired of me fucking with him and left. We went to someone else's house and partied that night, like there was no tomorrow. Now, do you think she was a bitch? You'd be right about that, and for any number of reasons that I haven't gone into here. Do you think she was totally out of control and unreasonable? Would you like to hear the rest of the story, how this really started? A year or so before that, this same girl agreed to let some of her friends, people I didn't know, use her apartment to dry a huge amount of grass before it was bagged to sell. We are talking several £100. There was grass lying all over the place. Well, we got into one of our fights, and I turned her in. Yes, you can laugh about it now, but for some reason she didn't see the humor in it. Fortunately, by the time they came to arrest her, most of the marijuana had dried and been removed. Still, she was not as fortunate as I was. She spent 4 days in jail before someone bailed her out. By the time the lawyers did their work and made significant money, she agreed to turn the people who were above her in. It's interesting how well that system works. Those people ended up turning in the people above them as well. In return for her actions, they not only agreed to drop the charges, but they erased the entire incident from her record, which worked out very well for her because she was able to achieve her goal of working as a court reporter. You may wonder what happened to our relationship. I finally got smart and moved on. She went on to marry someone and remained the first-class angry bitch that I knew. She inherited a ton of money from her dad and more from her stepdad after her mother died, but she refused to share it with her husband. She had a kidney transplant rather early in her life, and when the transplanted kidneys began to fail, she opted to die, as opposed to going on dialysis, and she willed all of her money to the Humane Society and to her cats. I assume Larry challenged that will. To me, this was yet another bullet, equally, potentially life-fucking as other things I've written about, that I inadvertently but fortunately dodged. This was unquestionably what's referred to as a dysfunctional relationship. We certainly had no control or limits on what we were willing to do to each other, and it's clear that we both ended up being quite lucky to get out of it totally unscathed. One evening, we were both in our own apartments drinking and arguing over the phone. One of us got angry and hung up on the other person. In those days, the phone system worked a lot differently than it does now, and it was possible to call the local operator and have her interrupt a phone call on another number and tell them that they had an emergency call. As it turned out, we both called the operators because each of our phones were busy calling the phone company to have each other's lines interrupted, which prevented us from picking up where we left off. We ended up getting operators sitting next to each other. They laughed and connected us so we could argue some more. The waterbed craze. I was smitten by the waterbed craze in the late 60s, early 70s, and owned several of them. I didn't buy frames for the first couple of them, but I soon learned the necessity of having a frame. The first waterbed I purchased was less expensive, which appealed to me. It was composed of 2 pieces of vinyl, or whatever they used, simply slapped against each other and sealed somehow along the outer inch or so of the mattress. I got it about 1/3 full of water. Then it occurred to me that the entry point for the water hose should be on top of the bed, not underneath. That's when I learned how heavy water was. The fill hole would have to remain on the bottom that time. Eventually, I sold that bed to a friend and bought a round water bed with the same construction. Many people remarked that it looked like a big pill, which kind of fit at the time. A few weeks after I bought the pill, I called my friend who had bought the first mattress from me, and he sounded quite dejected. Of course, I asked him what was wrong, and he told me that the waterbed mattress had split down the seam the night before. Now, I wanted to burst out laughing because I could imagine all of this water suddenly and immediately released to flood an apartment, like a huge wave. But my friend was extremely bummed out, so I attempted to stifle my need to laugh. Fortunately, he lived in a basement apartment. I eventually tired of the pill and bought a better rectangular mattress where the edges were folded together and more properly sealed. It lasted a few months, but while filling it one evening, the hose opening ripped and water started to gush out all over my new apartment. Luckily, I was able to hold the rip above the water level while I siphoned the water out of the bed. A few years later, while visiting Kevin, who had a waterbed that laid on the floor, he could not afford a frame, someone accidentally kicked a screwdriver into the side of the bed, which, of course, punctured the mattress. Kevin lived on the third floor of an apartment building, so I hooked up the hose and threw the other end of the hose out of the window to drain the bed. It was a cheap hose, though, and the weight of the hose hanging down the side of the building crimped it shut, and this, of course, stopped the water flow. No problem, I thought, and I pulled the hose back into the apartment and cut it in half and promptly threw the hose back out the window. The problem was that I threw out the part of the hose that I had cut, which wasn't attached to anything. Almost immediately from the street down below, I heard someone yelling, "Hey, Jesus Christ, what the hell are you doing?" Obviously, I had hit him with the hose. I yelled out some kind of an apology, but evidently he wasn't too appeased by that. Instead, he called the police, who told us that we couldn't drain the bed that way. I asked them what we were supposed to do, but since they didn't offer an answer, I simply continued to drain the bed out of the window. More drugs. One foggy morning, my mother called about 6 a.m. when we were still up and very high on acid. She said that it was the only time she could catch me at home. To me, her voice was bouncing around over the phone, and I could hardly keep from laughing, whereas she was very serious. Part of the conversation went like this: "What are you laughing about?" "Nothing." "How can you laugh about nothing at 6 in the morning?" "Why did you call so early?" "Because it's the only time I can catch you at home," followed by me laughing. I preferred to trip at night because I felt that less could go wrong that might need to be controlled. I know that some of you are wondering if a blind person hallucinates. The answer is yes, but I believe that a large part of it depends on whether you can see anything at all or if you have ever been able to see. Also, there are other kinds of hallucinations besides the visual ones we tend to think in terms of. I still had light perception during the time I did acid, so when I had hallucinations, I mainly saw flashing lights, but not colors or shapes or anything that I have no visual perception of. I remember being in one apartment and seeing lights bouncing around on the wall across from me. There was another time when I was taking a bath, and I could see these huge waves coming at me, but there was no accompanying sound. One evening, I opened my Murphy bed, and one of the springs made a noise, which sounded like a very nice electric guitar. For just a minute, I felt certain someone was in my room. Fortunately, what they were doing in my room, with a very good-sounding electric guitar, wasn't something I had time to contemplate and get paranoid about before I realized it was just a hallucination. It sure sounded real. Of course, once I realized it was a hallucination, I wanted to hear it again and again and again, but I couldn't get the bed to duplicate the sound. Another time on acid, while walking to the highway to hitchhike from Lansing to Owasso, I saw a house loaded with Christmas tree lights. To this day, I have no idea if it was real or not, but I suspect it was a hallucination because the lights were way too bright. It was really cool, though. That night, I also felt the door handle of a car buzz or vibrate in my hand. I touched it twice to make sure. I wish we had trusted my instincts. How many times have you been robbed at gunpoint? What goes through one's mind at a perilous time like that? It was another warm summer Saturday evening, and once again we didn't have anything to smoke. So Kevin and I decided to hitchhike to East Lansing to party with some friends. We partied for a few hours, then headed back to Kevin's house where I was spending the weekend. We got a ride with a couple of guys in a pickup truck. This was near the end of my hitchhiking days because I had reached the point where if someone would say something as mundane as, "You are lucky I stopped," I'd wonder what sinister thing they meant by that, hoping that lucky meant the same thing to them that it meant to me. This ride did not dissuade my thinking. During all of the hitchhiking I did, there is no question one thing I learned was to be a much better judge of people, and more quickly than many. Really, your life can depend on it. Of course, it could all be paranoia, but if you've experienced enough, that paranoia is well worth paying attention to. When Kevin asked the two guys if they knew where we could score a pound, I knew that buying drugs was not something we wanted to do with these guys, and I never ever would have asked them, aside from the fact that I didn't approach things like that. I wouldn't have asked them because I knew they were not trustworthy people. One guy said, "Well, we might. Do you have a phone number?" At the same time Kevin said yes, I said no. The response, which sounded threatening to me in the way the guy said it, was, "Well, do you or don't you?" To me, it was not a question that I wanted to affirm, but it was Kevin's phone and he gave them his number. I was living in Kalamazoo at the time. I was just visiting for the weekend. Later that night, one of the guys called to say they could get us a pound for $115. Right away, that should have made anyone suspicious because of the extremely low price. At that time, the average pound of not-too-good grass was going for $150. I would have rejected it hands down, but it was Kevin's phone, and I was doing something else and didn't hear the call. Okay, I confess I was doing acid and didn't want to be bothered with such trivia. When the two guys came to the door, I was surprised. I was even more surprised at what they wanted to do. They were going to leave a girl with us and take one of us to score. And looking back on it, I'm certain that if I had let them in, they all would have come in and robbed us. Surely they had no intention of leaving us a girl for the evening. Even though it wasn't my house, I just vetoed the whole thing and closed the door. I was off doing one thing or another when they called later that night and offered to bring the pound over the next day. Kevin, of course, accepted. So the next day, Kevin and I and my girlfriend, yes, the same one, were sitting in the living room when they knocked on the door. Kevin let them in and they immediately walked through the apartment like it was theirs. But they expressed hesitance about making a dope deal because they did not expect the girl to be there. One of the guys said to the other, "That's okay, man. I have enough rope." It was obvious at that point that we were fucked. One of the guys pulled out a gun and cocked it and told us to all get down on the floor, which we, of course, quickly did. At that point, we knew that we were going to be robbed for sure, but anything else could happen too. They could have raped the girl or beaten us because we didn't have enough money, or just because they wanted to. Any number of things. They did have a couple of concerns. They knew Kevin and I were both blind, but they were not sure about the girl and raised the question. I, of course, told them that she was blind as well. She could see some, but they had no need to know that, or even think that they could be identified, which they really could not. They seemed to accept that. They also raised the question, which was directed to me, but I didn't know they were talking to me at the time. I quickly figured it out. I was lying on the floor with my chin propped on my arms, and one of the guys said, "Get your head down." Well, how was I supposed to know that he was speaking to me? So I lay there as I was. The other guy said, "Blow his head off, he'll get the fucker down." At that point, regardless of who they were talking to, I felt that if I could bury my nose in the carpet, that might be a good time to do it. The next question was, "Where is the money?" which they knew we had. I asked them if I could reach into my pocket to get it, which they allowed me to do. They tied us loosely with the rope and gagged us with a kitchen towel they ripped into strips. The guy who tied us up was quite gentle. I would guess he had more hesitancy with what was going on because no way were we tied tightly enough to actually restrain us, nor were we gagged solidly enough to keep us from yelling if we had wanted to once the gun was out of the picture. They ripped the phone out of the wall, and in addition to my money, they took all of my 8-track cartridges, which I had brought to Kevin's for the weekend, and which very conveniently fit into my suitcase, which they also took. So here I am visiting someone, and I didn't even want to do this deal, and everything that was stolen was mine, including my suitcase. They told us to lie still for 10 minutes, and they left. Of course, we didn't wait. Any fool should know that they weren't going to come back to check on us. It was not difficult to get untied, and I had some basic knowledge about wiring, so hooking up the phone took only a couple of minutes. I don't know why we called the police, because there wasn't much they could do. We couldn't identify anyone, and of course, we weren't going to tell them that we got ripped off on a dope deal. When I got back to Kalamazoo the next day, by bus, my hitchhiking days were about over. Just as I got off the bus, someone stuck his finger in my back and told me this was a stick-up. Well, I had had enough of that shit, and because I could feel that it was his finger, because it bent when he put it in my back, I brought my elbow back as hard as I could with all of my weight behind it and knocked him to the ground. I just kept walking as if nothing had happened. Marijuana. A few days ago, my wife was reading some of my writing, and she remarked, "Boy, you got high a lot." I'm not sure how much a lot is, but she was correct. Other than being robbed at gunpoint, which was not fun, there are some funny stories that are worth relating. Some people call marijuana a gateway drug, but I don't agree with that assessment. However, after I tried marijuana, I figured that as harmless as it seems to be to me, I might as well try other things that are classified similarly. Some people feel that marijuana is addictive. I'm on the fence on this one. There are some people who do marijuana. It's what they do. Are they addicted? I breathe a lot. Is it an addiction? Marijuana is not habit-forming in that there is no withdrawal, but clearly some people have problems using anything moderately. I finally convinced my sister to try marijuana. We had to smoke on the back porch because she had children. We finished and went inside, and she started to ask when it would take effect, but before she finished the sentence, she burst out laughing. When her ex got home, he agreed to try it, and before the week was up, the whole neighborhood was smoking. Eventually, the guy who owned the little corner store even started to deal some. Shortly after I started smoking, a friend and I made some brownies. I wasn't sure how many to eat, but it was Thanksgiving Day, and I knew a big dinner was ahead, so I ate a quarter of a batch. Thanksgiving is a great time to get high. God, was I high and hungry. The food was plentiful, and I enjoyed it. I was still eating the main courses when they were cleaning up the table and washing dishes. Then someone asked me what kind of pie I wanted, cherry or pumpkin. Well now, what to do? I couldn't decide because they both sounded good, so I had a piece of each, with whipped cream on the pumpkin and ice cream on the cherry. I ate almost all day. This culminated in sitting back at my parents' house where my mother offered me a piece of fudge, which sounded wonderful to me. She passed me a plate with 8 pieces on it. I had one, then another, then another. I then arranged the pieces into a pattern on the plate and decided there was an extra, so I ate it. Now there were 4 pieces, which seemed symmetrical to me, but without thinking, I accidentally ate one more, which meant once again an unsymmetrical number on the plate, so I was forced to eat the 6th piece. Somehow, without thinking, I ate the 7th piece. Now this left one lonely piece, so out of compassion, I ate the last piece of fudge. A bowl of grapes also went quickly. I can't remember what else I ate that evening, but I ended up with an unquenchable thirst and drank a bunch of water, then kind of fell into bed, horribly full. Another job offer. I was originally hired by what was then the Upjohn Company, along with 8 other blind people to do a temporary job that someone felt blind people could do better. My feeling was that some of us could do it at least as well. Nevertheless, it was an opportunity. Even though the job was temporary, I was resolved to give it my best shot. The job involved feeling the tops of bottles for defects. One thing we brought to the table was that I think we were less distracted, and because we felt that we were under examination, and rightfully so, those of us with more ability may have had a desire to work harder. Did you know that blind people tend to be less tardy on the job? There is a simple reason for that, which makes it much less mysterious. It's public transportation, which runs on a schedule. On the job, I tried to help some of the people who had problems. If you've never seen anything basic, concepts can be compromised. For example, this job involved removing small 20-milligram bottles from one box, throwing away the bad ones, and putting the good ones back into a similar box. These boxes sat on a table, flat, and the bottles were small, so they tended to fall over. They could also easily be knocked over if bumped while attempting to stack more bottles in the box, so even if you are not blind, you are going to bump them. So you set the ones in your hand down, then they fall over while you were picking up the ones you knocked over. I asked for something to put under the far edge of the box so it would be at an angle and the bottles could not fall over. Thank you, Mr. Manley. This worked fine for me, but there were a couple of people who didn't understand the concept and would stack the bottles in the middle of the box so they would naturally fall down the incline. I tried to work with them. As it turned out, 2 of us were asked to stay from the original 8 people, and while working together on a different project, I talked Sharon into eating a brownie. I had learned my lesson about how much to eat. We ate the brownies in the morning, wanting to make a day out of it, and my mother remarked at how much I ate at lunch that day. We had a great afternoon analyzing other people at work with slightly different eyes. Our boss, for example, became a tidy little man. I ended up working at the Upjohn Company, which is now part of Pfizer, for 27 years. I retired as a procurement specialist, which is a glorified purchasing agent. Kevin, whom I've mentioned several times, was a heavy marijuana user long after I sharply curtailed my use. I basically stopped using marijuana when my boys were born in the hopes of not wrongfully influencing them that it was okay to pick and choose the laws we chose to disobey. Kevin didn't have children that he knew of for sure, and as a result, he smoked heavily until the company we worked for decided to randomly drug test. One day he tested positive and had to go through a rehab program, during which time he totally stopped using marijuana. He seemed to be enjoying his newfound life and called me several times to talk about how free he felt. It was apparent that the rehab program was beneficial to him in that regard, but unfortunately it was only temporary. It seems that not smoking left a hell of a void in his life, and Kevin became resentful that the company could make him stop doing something he truly enjoyed. In Kevin's case, I really feel he wasn't hurting anyone, and marijuana was one thing in his life that made him happy. Kevin started fighting back by getting urine from volunteers at work. I helped him a couple of times, but one day when I was supposed to help him, I could not wait for the appointed time, and as a result, I had nothing to give. So Kevin was sitting there waiting to be tested, which was mandatory for him after he was caught, and evidently looking a bit down. One of the company nurses asked him what the problem was, and he knew her well, so he explained that he did not have a clean specimen to use that day, so she gave him one. Obviously, this kind of thing could not continue reliably, so Kevin had to come up with a more foolproof and permanent solution. His anger about being controlled motivated him to develop the most fascinating and creative way to fool the system that I've ever heard of. First, you need to know how the ridiculous and poorly thought-out drug testing program worked. If it was your turn to be randomly tested, your supervisor would notify you in the morning that you had to go in for testing at a specific time in the afternoon. Failure to do so could mean immediate dismissal. To me, This was a flawed program because during the several hours between being notified and the actual test one had options, and Kevin took advantage of the time. He brought in frozen urine taken from a person who did not do drugs and was willing to give it to him, which he kept in a refrigerator in his lab. When he had to get tested, which was weekly after he was busted, he would defrost the urine in the microwave and take the temperature to ensure that the urine was going to appear recent. They never, to the best of my knowledge, observed anyone while they were offering their specimen. I was only tested once, but as with so many things I do or don't do, it did not go smoothly. This had nothing to do with the results. There were none that day. I had been scheduled for 2:45 in the afternoon, and I sat there while these people who had been busted walked right by me to be tested. Perhaps they had some critically time-sensitive material just like Kevin. Finally, it reached the point where I was going to miss the bus home if I waited any longer, so I left without being tested. This did not please the drug czar. He called me the next day at about 2:30 in the afternoon and said, "Dave, we have a problem." I said, "No, I don't have a problem. You do." He proceeded to tell me that it was a violation for me to have left the area without being tested and that I could be fired. I told him that if I had stayed any longer, I would have missed my bus home and would have to wait an hour for the next one. I told him that if they had gotten me in on time, this never would have happened, but that they clearly missed my appointment by half an hour. He asked if I would go in for a test right now. I saw no point in being put in the same position again, because if it worked the same way again, I would have left, and I didn't think the czar would put up with a lot more shit from me than I had already given him, so I said that I would if they could get me in right away, or we'd run into the same problem. It all went fine. Surely the flaws in this system are clear, and there is no question that these flaws were exploited by more people than Kevin. The company reported a huge drop in marijuana users after testing for a year, but I don't believe it for a minute. It seems to me that if they really wanted to run a successful program, the best thing to do would have been to identify those to be tested and meet them at the door and tell them to go down to the lab right then, instead of giving them half of a day to work things out. I don't know why they wasted their time and significant money. Continuing to settle down. When I settled down some from traveling the country and got a job and started to lead a more normal life, I lived in an apartment in Kalamazoo. I wanted to continue my ham radio hobby, and since I could not string up wires all over the place, I talked the landlord into letting me put up a 40-foot telescopic pole outside of one of my windows. It was attached to the side of the house and held a couple of antennas and a rotator so I could aim them directionally. Soon I got bored with this setup, though, and talked my landlord into letting me put up a small 40-foot TV antenna tower that was much easier to work on and held more antennas and a larger rotor. I had it professionally installed, but when I got the bill for the installation, I decided that paying people to work on things was way too expensive. That was when I learned how to do my own installs and antenna and tower work. Again, as with so many things, my learning curve was, well, a little different. At the time, I didn't know about climbing belts, so I would strap myself to the tower with a couple of bungee cords, which obviously was not very safe. One of the most dangerous things I did was to install a 40-pound beam on the tower while strapped in with the bungee cord. This involved pulling the antenna up the side of the tower using a pulley and then picking it up and putting it on the antenna mast that was on top of the tower. I am damn lucky the bungee cord didn't break because I had the antenna in both hands for a while and no way to even think of catching myself if that cord broke. The second most dangerous thing I did was several years later and happened even after I had the best climbing belt that money could buy and was due entirely to my carelessness. I was taking down an installation on a 70-foot tower and was about 10 feet from the top. I had to climb around in the tower some, so I made the decision not to belt in properly. While using both hands to do something, I started to relax. I leaned back, expecting the belt to support me so I could rest for a minute. I leaned back a ways, and just as I felt gravity starting to take control, which would have meant that I would have plunged 70 feet to the ground, I realized then that the tether was not hooked up. I grabbed that tower and hugged it like a long-lost lover. Another major problem that I had when working on a tower that absolutely had to be overcome was the people. It seemed that whenever I worked on my antennas and was climbing around up in the sky, the neighbors always seemed to feel the need to talk to me and tell me how concerned they were for my safety and ask what I was doing. Some even took pictures. I found this to be distracting to the point of it not being safe for me, so I started doing all of my work on the tower in the middle of the night. Beep baseball. I don't want to generalize, as this book is about David Gordon and my experiences and thoughts, but in my experience with beep baseball, which is baseball for the blind, I had an opportunity to work with many newly blinded young people, which was mainly due to type 1 diabetes. Frankly, I was amazed at how well many of them seemed to adapt to their recent loss of vision, so I started asking them how they did it. The overall feeling they expressed to me was that they knew what they lost and they wanted as much back as they could get. I had always wanted to experience hitting a baseball in the air with a bat. One of my childhood friends, Jeff, used to try to pitch to me in the air, but I only hit 1 or 2 balls in all of the time we tried to make it work. In the early 1980s, I was playing chess with Steve, and he mentioned that he couldn't finish the game the next night because he was going to play beep baseball. I asked him what this beep baseball thing was, and he described it to me. All of my life, I had wanted to hit a baseball in the air and actually play any kind of game similar to baseball, so the next day I headed by bus for Lansing. My first time up to bat, I hit the ball, and of course, I then ran to the base and scored a run. What fun! I was totally hooked on the game from that point on, and it was then that I decided that we had to have a team in Kalamazoo. While beep baseball was much better than that thing we played in high school, the rules are much different than those for baseball or softball. The ball is a 16-inch softball with a beeper that was originally developed by the telephone pioneers of America and sewed into the center of the ball. To avoid injury, there were only 2 bases, one about where first base would be on a baseball field and the other near the third baseline. Both bases were placed 90 feet from the plate, but 5 feet in foul territory to help avoid collisions between players on the offensive and defensive teams. Getting to the selected base before the fielder picks up the ball constituted a home run. The bases had electronic oscillators in them that emitted a steady, lower-pitched tone and were activated by the umpire after the ball was hit. The umpire would attempt to turn on the sound on the base that was as far as possible from the path of the ball. This is to keep players from running into each other out in the middle of the field unless they are drinking and run the wrong way, which I did once. Before practice that night, we had a party to celebrate someone's birthday or the fact that the sun was shining in Michigan, something like that. Teams were allowed 2 spotters who stood out in the field with the team and were sighted, of course. Their job was to call out the zone number, which indicated the direction of the ball after it was hit. The other major difference is that the pitcher and catcher are on the same team that is up to bat. The reason is that it would be quite easy to strike us out, and the goal was for us to hit the ball and have some fun. We attempted to overcome the distinct advantage that partially sighted people had over the totally blind in sports that we played in high school by making those who had some usable vision wear a blindfold. Of course, this solution is not perfect either, because most partially sighted people are no more used to being totally blind than I am to seeing. Either way, the playing field is not equal. The problem is that in general, many partially sighted people are between a rock and a hard place. Depending on their visual acuity, they may not be able to play softball, golf, or participate in other sports designed for people with vision, but they can't play in sports that have been developed for the totally blind without taking away their vision with a blindfold, thereby placing them in a world they are not at all familiar with and can't easily adjust to. The first baseball game I played in was enough to hook me. I hit the ball twice. The questions were how to form a team and where to find enough players so we could compete regularly. In the larger cities like Chicago or New York, there is a different problem. There are likely enough blind people to form several teams. The main issue, then, is arranging transportation. Even though Kalamazoo was a small city, it was an exception to not being able to find enough people to play because there was a rehab center for the blind, so we had a constant influx of students. Also, Western Michigan University offered us a lot of young people who had interest in sports and recreation because they had one of the better blind rehabilitation teaching programs in the country. Consequently, we were able to put together 2 teams, but still, for me, this wasn't enough. Who wants to play the same team over and over every week? To even things out, when we would see an imbalance in the 2 teams we had, we would try to compensate by moving people around. This arrangement managed to satisfy about 50% of the people about 50% of the time. It just did not work well. In Lansing, a state tournament sponsored by the Telephone Pioneers of America was held every year, which we attended in our first full summer as a team and got totally waxed. It became clear to us that in order to improve, we needed more competition. In addition to the team in Lansing, there were 4 other teams in Michigan, and there were also teams in Chicago and other surrounding areas. In addition, there was a World Series for beep baseball, which sounded like fun, where teams from all over the country could come to play. The problem, of course, was coming up with the money to be able to attend these events. Considering that the unemployment rate for the blind is over 75%, and that many of our players were either in college or being trained to adjust to blindness, many of them didn't have much money. For this reason, I decided to form the Michigan Blind Athletic Association, which is a nonprofit organization. The original intent was to develop fundraising opportunities for all of the beep baseball teams in Michigan so we could really compete. I now live in Arizona and am no longer involved with the Michigan Blind Athletic Association, but it is still in operation. If you Google it, you can read about it online. The one error in the article is that it says something to the effect of, I guess you could consider David Gordon to be the founder. I don't know why they worded it that way. I was the founder. In fact, I was the main participant in fundraising for several years until more people got involved locally and we expanded to include other sports and recreational activities for the blind, both in Kalamazoo and around the rest of Michigan. In the beginning, I was fortunate to hook up with Chris, a prominent Lions Club member who worked on a lot of projects for the deaf. He had lots of great contacts around the state, and I think it's fair to say that without his help, I don't know how successful we would have been. Chris arranged some speaking engagements for me with several Lions clubs. I spoke about beep baseball and the wonderful opportunities there were for blind people who participated in it and why we needed money. I was bolstered in both my speaking ability and in how much money we could raise when, at the first meeting I attended, the motion was made by another very helpful friend to get Dave started with $1,000. Well, my mind started running the numbers, and I calculated that if it was always like this, I could quit my day job. While we were heavily supported by Lions in the early years, many clubs could not afford that kind of gift on top of the other philanthropic projects they already had going, and we had to expand our fundraising efforts by seeking other sources. As it happened, the Detroit Lions were playing in Pontiac, Michigan, and the Super Bowl was going to be held in their stadium that year. So I wrote to the Detroit Lions to look into the possibility of getting a couple of Super Bowl tickets that the MBAA could raffle off. I was thinking big money here, perhaps 1,000 raffle tickets at $100 each, or maybe 2,000 at $50 each. This would have kept us going for years. In fact, if invested properly, it may have kept us going indefinitely if only our focus was beat baseball. A couple of weeks after I wrote to the Lions, I received a phone call from someone in Lions management. He also had one of the Detroit players on the phone. We talked about why I wanted the tickets, which was followed by the person from management giving a rundown on how tickets were allocated, and in doing so, he clearly indicated that we were not going to get any. I gracefully accepted it, but I have always felt that if I had pleaded my case a little harder and better, I might have been successful, because there is no way that someone from management and a player would have called unless they were considering my letter more seriously than I thought at the time. The telephone pioneers worked with our baseball teams for a couple of years, and we got to know them quite well. Most of them had never known a blind person before, so this took some work. Our first game out of Kalamazoo was in Grand Rapids. We won the game, and the Pioneers suggested that we celebrate by going to get some coffee. My response was, "If you want coffee, why don't you drop us off at the bar on the way?" Of course, they wanted beer, too. They just didn't know if blind people drank. This loosened things up a lot. Despite my failure to obtain tickets to the Super Bowl, and with the help of the Lions Club, we raised considerable money the first year, enough to attend our first World Series of Beat Baseball, which was held in Minneapolis. It was a classy and very professionally run tournament, sponsored by Wheaties, the Breakfast of Champions. It was different than a World Series in that it was a tournament, not just a playoff between the top two teams. There were teams from coast to coast represented, and it was at this tournament that we learned how the game was really played. While we didn't win any games that year, I ran for and won a seat on the board of directors for the National Beat Baseball Association. What we learned about the game helped us to become much better competitors over the next few years. One important thing was the role of the pitcher. Before the pitcher pitches the ball, he says, "Ready, pitch," or "Set, ready, pitch." This is to inform the batter and the fielders that the ball is on the way, but it is really more than that. It is a cadence, much like a steady drum beat of 4. So the count is set, ready, pitch, and the batter swings on the 4th count. The catcher's job was to hold his glove as a target for the pitcher, and our job as batters was to swing at a consistent level, which was where the catcher was holding his glove target. When this is done correctly, in a rhythm, we discovered that we did not need a beeper to hit the ball, which challenged us some, but also meant that to save money, we could use balls without beepers during practice. The beepers were not dependable in terms of lifespan. We went through about 3 balls a game, but sometimes 3 balls in an inning, or even in some cases, one player could break 3 or 4 balls. The pitcher stands 40 feet from the batter, and that can cause some problems. During the time I played, several pitchers were hit and laid out by balls that came back at them much too quickly for them to get out of the way. One of our pitchers was not wearing protective equipment and was hit in the groin. He was lying on the ground, moaning and groaning, and attempting to hold his head to disguise where the real pain was. Wanda, one of our coaches, offered to rub it for him, but this generated more laughter than real assistance. After that, we encouraged our pitchers to wear protective gear, including cups and catcher's masks. The cups went over big time, much to Wanda's disappointment. Our coach was a big, burly guy named John. I can't think of anyone I've ever known with whom I've had so much fun. John was formerly in the Navy before he worked for AT&T, and even though it was not permissible, he was sent to Vietnam twice. He explained it to me this way. One day, while in training, he came back to the base a bit drunk, and when he was stopped by the military police who attempted to arrest him, John punched the guy out. This landed John in the stockade, where the rules are extremely strict. He said that one has to ask permission to do everything, including going to the bathroom. When John got out of the stockade, as further punishment, they sent him to Vietnam. And even though they aren't supposed to, when he got back to the States, they sent him again. John explained that once someone is in the military, in his case the Navy, they can do what they want with you, regardless of the civilian rules or expectations. Occasionally, when John would get drunk, he would rave and reminisce about the horrors of war. It obviously was something that he will never be able to forget. This was a time when no matter how drunk we were, we listened quietly and reverently. There wasn't a sound in the room because we knew that John was serious and had to speak his mind. Frankly, we didn't dare interrupt him because we had no idea how he would react. He would talk about how war stinks and how you were so fucking scared you pissed your pants. He talked about how he would shoot at people because he didn't want to die, and then he would leave the room. I think that intellectually we all see that, but unless you've been there, one can't possibly understand the true horrors of war and its lasting impact on those who are called to fight it. During the time John was our coach and traveled with us, we did some crazy and even stupid things as so-called grown-ups. I mentioned competition. This word should be used very loosely. We did more drinking and partying than real competing, although we had our moments. One year we beat the second-place team from the previous year. When they were congratulating us, one of the guys said, "You guys are going to beat someone." I responded, "We just did." This was unquestionably the height of our career as a beat baseball team in terms of competition. When we got back to the hotel and were expecting a congratulatory speech from John, we were beyond disappointed in his response. John proceeded to tell us how we stunk during the game. We allowed 33 runs, which meant we had to score 34 to win. John was right. We did give up too many runs, but we were on a high and this totally deflated us. I don't think we ever recovered. John was not a trained coach. He worked for the telephone company and gave his time so we could play. I've always had huge respect for our volunteers and all of the time, effort, and fun that they gave us so we could play the game we enjoyed. I believe that John said what he thought was best, but in this case, I think it did more harm than good. We were eliminated in a double elimination tournament in 2 straight games the next day. On the last night of the tournament, just before we headed back to Michigan, many of us were drinking heavily, as we had done almost every night. Ron, our pitcher, came into the room for a minute and went in to relieve himself. While he was in there, he dropped an empty beer can in the toilet. If someone hadn't seen it in there, it would have overflowed the toilet for sure the next time it was flushed. Clearly, that was his intent. This really pissed me off because it was my room, but John knew better than to get mad. For him, it was more about getting even. What he suggested was that someone should go over to Ron's room while Ron was out partying and piss in his bed. I thought this was a hilarious idea, but also a good one, so I stopped playing with the smoke alarms, which were new at the time, and when you rang one, they rang in every room in the hotel, which I also thought was hilarious, and John and I went across the hall to the room which Ron shared with Mike and knocked on the door. Ron wasn't there, but Mike was, and he let us in. John said, "Which bed do you sleep in, Mike?" Mike told him, and John walked over to the other bed, pulled the covers back, and began to hose it down from top to bottom. By now, I'm lying on the floor just dying laughing. I was laughing so hard I could hardly breathe. Mike asked John what he was doing, and John just said gruffly, "Don't worry about it, Mike." When John finished, he turned to me and said, "Okay, it's your turn." When I finished, we pulled the covers back over the bed and left. Evidently, Mike never told Ron who did it, because the next day someone threw poor Mike in the pool. John always tried to think of ways to show us things physically that we could not see. A few years ago, after the tournament in Minnesota, we attended the World Series of Beep Baseball in Palo Alto, which meant that we made several sightseeing trips to San Francisco. John decided that the only way we could appreciate the terrain was to run up and down these hills past the adobe houses. Another day, we visited the Golden Gate Bridge. We stopped the van and got out and walked around a little. That bridge may be designed to shake, but it's something you don't feel in the car as much as when standing on it. On another day, we visited Lookout Mountain. There are telescopes mounted on tripods, so people could look out for miles. This, of course, meant nothing to those of us who were blind. John noticed me standing there looking bored and said, "Come with me. I want to show you something." We walked up to the barrier at the edge of the drop, and John said, "Now we are at the barrier, and we aren't supposed to go any further, so we are going to step over it," and started to laugh. We stepped over the cable, then John said, "Now we are going to have to be careful on this part," and we walked down this very steep decline. Then John stopped to pick up a penny. So here we are standing on this very steep terrain and laughing our asses off, and he risks somersaulting down this large hill just to pick up a penny. I told him I'd give him $10, but let's just get on with it, laughing all of the time. At another point, John stopped and said, "Now, for this next part, we are going to have to be really careful. We are going to have to sit down and slide on our asses." This was because it was too steep to walk on. As we were sitting down, John slipped and went on down the side of the mountain. I could hear him down there laughing, and I sat there saying, "No, I'm sitting right here. They can come and rescue me." I had no intention of just sitting there, though, so eventually I slid down the rest of that part of the mountain. John said he felt that was one of the stupidest things he had ever done. Personally, I enjoyed it, and I think John did many more stupid things than that, as did I. Basically, we did not treat hotels well. We made a lot of noise. Pissing in a bed was only one of many transgressions. One night, while drinking, we noticed that the windows cranked out and would only open just about enough for a beer can to fall through. The game became to sit across the room and try to make a basket with our empties. Alternatively, we would sit by the window with the door to the room open and try to throw our empties into the open room across the hall. Of course, we had a lookout to tell us when the hallway was clear. Another time, we were drinking out on the balcony, and having nothing to do with our empties, we decided to throw them up on the roof. About an hour after we started this little game, someone from the hotel staff asked us to please stop because the cans were blowing across the roof and falling in the parking lot and hitting parked cars. One day, John woke a few of us up and asked if we wanted to go to breakfast. This was not a normal type breakfast. It consisted of sitting in a bar all day, drinking and eating some. It seemed the waitress had a rather cute costume on, so John convinced her to let Clark see it, of course, which meant feel it. Well, Clark quite naturally got carried away, and John had to slow him down some. We drank all day until about 4, when we decided that some of us should go to the store and stock up on supplies for the evening at the hotel. We got so much stuff that we needed to get a luggage cart to haul beer, ice, chips, and other stuff up to John's room. While we were at the hotel, we picked up the rest of the team and went back to the bar/restaurant for dinner. That night, I passed out with a dinner roll in my hand about halfway to my mouth. Jesse, our new pitcher, had a rather different drinking glass. You might recognize it as an ice bucket. He'd put ice in it and maybe a little Coke and fill it with a bottle or two of rum. It lasted him most of the night. When beep baseball was the only sport that we were financing, we always had plenty of money and even flew the team to tournaments as close as Minnesota. I've always wondered what some of our donors might have thought of such extensive partying, but we never used the money we raised for beer. Shortly after the Michigan Blind Athletic Association was formed, we started playing goalball. Also, other sports for the blind became more available and popular in the Kalamazoo area. There were track and field events, swimming, and much more, which were sponsored by the United States Association of Blind Athletes. Goalball was developed in 1946 to help vets from World War II who had lost their vision. Not only is it a competitive sport, but it is much more interactive and offers players a chance to take out any aggressions they might have. Goalball is played in a gym. There are 3 players on each team who defend a roped-off area. The court is a standard gymnasium volleyball court, which measures 9 meters wide by 18 meters long. There are 2 team areas at either end of the court, which measure 3 meters wide by 9 meters long. Inside the team areas, there are player orientation marks consisting of 2 1.5-meter wing lines and 1/2-meter center line. Players block the ball with their bodies. The ball is about the size of a basketball, but has a bell inside and is made of thicker rubber. The ball has holes so the bell can be heard, so the rubber of the ball maintains the shape, not air pressure. Because there were only 3 players on a team, it was much easier to form teams and leagues, including separate ones for women. I did not run the goalball effort, but I did play. We also traveled, but it was very different. There was little or no drinking, and unlike beat baseball, the hotels were usually of lesser quality, sometimes outright flop houses, with the emphasis on saving money. Once goalball and other activities, including bowling, started in Kalamazoo, the need for money grew considerably. Rather than create competing fundraising organizations, we organized everything under what had been primarily my organization up to that point, the Michigan Blind Athletic Association. As a result, it has grown to support many other activities, including what I think is our finest endeavor, a sports camp for young blind children, which was designed by Dr. Paul Ponchilla. This was necessary after the blind were mainstreamed into the public school system. One thing that blind people no longer received as a matter of course in their education was physical education. Unless one has very supportive parents who know what can be done and how to advocate for their child, it just isn't going to happen in most school districts. Sports camp is the opportunity for blind kids to experience and have exposure to physical and recreational activities, and for their parents to experience what can be done in the hopes that both kids and parents will take what they've learned home and make it happen for them. This is a critical point. Applying for a CCW. In every election year, in every state, and nationally as well, there is a time after the election when Congress is in session, but the newly elected persons have not been sworn in yet. This is referred to as a lame duck session of the legislature. Those leaving office are referred to as lame ducks. I think in recent history, it could be said that more is either accomplished or done by Congress during this time because for once the fuckers don't fear losing their precious congressional seats. This is a time when we should carefully pay attention to what laws are enacted. In many cases, specific laws are put off until after the election, even though they probably had the votes to pass before the election, so as to not cause embarrassment or loss of election to incumbents. In 2000, when George W. Bush was appointed to be our new president, the state legislature in Michigan, where I lived at the time, went back into its lame duck session and enacted a law that I totally not only disagreed with, but I felt that if it had been discussed by either party before the election, it would have been a lot more important of an issue than discussing who slept with who, or who voted for what, or didn't vote, or all of the crap we have to listen to by these fine and respected politicians as they run for election. The law I questioned was the right to carry a concealed gun. To me, there is no question that if this had been discussed before the election, it could have been one of the more vulnerable issues for both sides. I can't say how it would have affected the elections in Michigan, but at least there would have been discussion of an issue which affects all of us. My personal belief is that Republicans would have paid a high price, because while the gun lobby has money, they have nothing approaching a majority of public support. Even so, I think Democrats are afraid to discuss real issues as well. Few of our politicians have any balls. I felt this law was enacted basically behind closed doors and behind our backs, and we were not given an opportunity to voice our opinions. This is due in part to the fact that it was enacted within hours after the beginning of the lame duck session of the state legislature. Of all of the important things facing our country, education, health care, and important budget issues, this was so important that it just had to be made law, basically in the middle of the night. The law stated that anyone who passed a gun safety class with no definition or specific guidelines as to what that class should consist of could purchase a permit to carry a concealed loaded gun in most places in the state, with several exceptions, one exception being, of course, the halls of the legislature. It allowed for the creating of gun boards in each county who would make the determination of the issuing of permits to carry. Basically, the law established statewide criteria for permits to carry and allowed these gun boards to be the deciders instead of the local public officials. I was very angry at how our so-called representatives had acted. To knowingly and sneakingly pass a law that I felt was quite significant and that likely made the state considerable money was wrong to me, and I decided to protest it in my own little way by applying for a permit to carry as a blind person. The first thing I had to do was to find someone willing to teach me gun safety. Since the law did not spell out any specific criteria for gun safety, I simply needed to find someone who I could pay to teach me whatever they thought I should know. This turned out to be an easy task, although I have to admit I was very lucky in that the first person I called was a libertarian thinker. I could not have made a better choice if it had been a conscious one. We sat down and discussed gun safety, and Mike gave me a book to read about when someone had the right to shoot someone. It also discussed the horrifying effects of a bullet inside a person's body. In an attempt to satisfy any target or shooting questions that might come up, we went out to a target range, and I shot a handgun a few times. The next thing we did was to discuss criteria under which I could defend myself. Here, I think Mike came up with a very creative approach. Obviously, I could not attempt to defend anyone. I never intended or expected to do that. I would be limited to close contact with an intruder or someone meaning to do me bodily harm, in which case I could shoot that person. This is not the criterion that limited other people. Anyone from a young person with little or no gun experience to an older person, perhaps with Parkinson's disease, who could pass a simple target shooting test on a given day, could get a permit to carry. If a person could do that, he/she would then be judged as competent to carry a concealed weapon. The person would be expected to always use good judgment, know when to and when not to shoot someone, and to have an exact aim, even considering that in gun battles between professional, well-trained people, about 90% of fired bullets miss their intended target. I really felt that we came up with a good and logical strategy that actually made me more qualified with the limitations placed on me by me than the average person had even thought about when they applied for their permit to carry. Of course, the next step was to get fingerprinted and submit the actual application, which had to be approved by a county gun board. In Kalamazoo, the board was composed of 3 members, one of whom had only one eye. This law had criteria similar to that many other states were either enacting or considering at the time. Once I actually applied for the permit, the local news got hold of the story, and there was considerable clamor about what should be done. Here's the quandary I was in, and it's where I did not follow through well for a number of reasons. I didn't feel I could state that my intent was to challenge the law because my instructor would likely have stopped working with me. So I felt I had to be someone who wanted to carry, and in truth, as we went through this process, I felt more inclined to want to carry, or at least to support the idea. Once the media picked up my quest, I was interviewed by the local newspaper, and I appeared on several radio talk shows across the country. I think it was at this point that I got caught up in the moment and lost sight of my original intent. At that point, I wanted to win, and in thinking about it, why not? Why shouldn't a blind person be permitted to defend him/herself as long as he/she is capable and clearly understands the limitations? I never mentioned my original quest to the newspapers, radio, or TV stations, in part because of my change of feelings and because of the controversy it would have created. In looking back on it, I wish that I had found a way to remain more true to my original goal. In short, I was invited to appear before the local gun board. Based on the questions I was asked, it occurred to me that all three members likely possessed a combined IQ of 3, if that. I was asked questions like, why can't you get a caregiver to take care of you? And, if you feel threatened, why can't you get a driver to take you places? I was also asked about all the attention I was getting, to which I replied that I never asked for any of it, and I felt my 15 minutes of fame were about over anyway. Never was I asked about criteria or under what circumstances I felt I would or could defend myself. This did nothing to help me reach my original goal. I was pissed at being treated like an inferior person by 3 mental midgets who felt they were all powerful. Of course, my permit was rejected, so the next step was to take it to court, where I was also turned down. There was really no other decision they could come to, although there are some blind people who have permits to carry in Kentucky, Iowa, and likely other places. If I could do it over again, I would try to remain more focused on my original goal, but that would surely have meant losing, and if I could have won, I may have forced changes in the law. More confessions. I have 2 boys, Ted, the oldest, and Dan, who is a couple of years younger, almost to the day. The birth of my children was the most humbling and happy experience of my life, by far. We lived as a family for several years, and I can say with all honesty that I was an active parent and that I tried to participate in their lives as much as I could. I did not feel that my blindness inhibited my ability as a father. When Ted, who is the oldest, was about 2 years old, I decided to tell him that my eyes didn't work. He just said, "Well, Dad, let's go to the doctor and get you fixed up." Dan, on the other hand, never had to be told that I was blind. I think it was because he had a better chance to experience me interacting with people and with his older brother. While these were happy years for me, they were not without mishap. One day, while in the pediatrician's office, the doctor said he wanted to test Ted for cystic fibrosis. Of course, we agreed, but the days while waiting for the test results to come back were some of the longest in my life. I called my mother, who of course had been through big-time issues with my blindness, and her suggestion was to wait and see. That seemed inadequate to me, but really, it is all one can do. Fortunately, the test came back negative. However, the doctor did discover a lump on Ted's neck, which turned out to indicate a hyperthyroid, which required surgery. The endocrinologist recommended that they remove half of Ted's thyroid plus the isthmus, which connects the 2 halves of the thyroid gland. I tend to question everything. Once again, it was that, is the stove hot theory. I asked, why are you removing so much of the thyroid? It seemed to me that we could try removing the half with the lump, but Ted was only 5 years old. I didn't want them to take too much from him that might cause problems down the line. I asked so many questions that the doctor called me the day before we were scheduled to take Ted to the hospital to make sure we were still going through with the surgery. I also questioned the pediatric surgeon. I had a friend who was a medical transcriptionist, and she told me that the doctor had, in one case, performed a hernia operation on the wrong side of a patient. My questioning was so harsh that the chief of surgery at the hospital oversaw the procedure, which was just fine with me. As it turned out, the doctor was correct in his assessment, and Ted is doing just fine. Then, as with so many families, divorce reared its ugly head. Some of the days after the separation were the saddest in my life. I lived in an apartment a few blocks from the boys, and like other non-custodial parents, I received what they call visitation, which is about all it really is. Divorce is a horrible thing to go through, and there is never a good time for it. I have a friend whose parents waited until the day after he graduated from high school to file for divorce because they thought they were doing their children a favor by waiting. My friend went through all kinds of guilt because he felt his parents stayed together just for him, which of course they did. The lawyer I chose told me that divorce was hard on the kids, but he said, "Kids are resilient. They'll do just fine." Perhaps, but I feel the lawyer was overstepping his actual knowledge. Nevertheless, I paid him the retainer and he wrote up the papers. My boys both handled it differently. Ted had a lot of anger, which to me was totally understandable, but Dan seemed to take it in stride, which may be misinterpretation on my part. One time, when my boys were visiting me, Ted and I were discussing something serious having to do with the divorce, arguing some, and I think by the end, both of us were crying a little. During the discussion, Dan was sitting on the bed throwing a ball up in the air and catching it. When Ted and I finished our discussion, Dan just said, "Can we play ball now?" This was during the early computer age, and bulletin board systems were basically the early internet. I found a father's group and wrote incessantly to that group about how I hated not having my boys and how the friend of the cunt sucked and was not representing my interests well. For several weeks, I would come home from work every night and sit down and pour out my frustrations to the other fathers in the group. It was great therapy for me, for sure. On one of the boys' visits, shortly after I had just gotten my first computer, I decided to show them how one of the local bulletin boards worked. I no sooner got started when Ted said something like, "Hey, I've got this, move out of the way." Actually, I think he said, "Get the hell out of the way." I don't want to know what all he did on that computer, but he enjoyed it, and if I had to rationalize, he learned a heck of a lot that would benefit him later in life. Both of my boys are extremely thoughtful. One year on my birthday, they got me a cake with 41 candles on it. Dan enjoyed helping me with beep baseball, the game part, not the drinking part, and also with teaching blind children sports and recreational activities. He accompanied me on a couple of field trips with the kids, including one to Iowa and one to Florida. Ted was very angry and tended to not participate in those things, except the trip to Cedar Point. One time, Dan and I were going to go water skiing, and Ted opted to stay home. I had recently purchased a Lazy Boy recliner, and I think Ted took out some of his anger and frustration on that chair because when we got home, the chair was not right. It squeaked and creaked whenever someone sat in it. Eventually, I took the bottom rocker off and reinforced it, which made it much better. When Ted and Dan were visiting me, I tried to find fun things to do. One summer, I took the boys to Cedar Point, which is a large amusement park located in Ohio. It was on this trip that one of the most horrifying experiences I've ever had in my life happened. I lost Dan. Ted and I were going to go on a roller coaster, but Dan wanted to ride on those cars that you can drive around a track. The rides were right next to each other, and I figured it should be okay, so I just told him to meet us at the exit for the ride, not realizing that there were different exits. Admittedly, this was one of many poor decisions I made as a father. When Ted and I got off the roller coaster, we could not find Dan anywhere. We looked, and he just wasn't there. Finally, I got in touch with one of the many park security people and convinced her to take me to the office where I could report Dan as missing. God, I was scared. The average attendance at the park is about 500,000 people a day during the summer. Clearly, they can't all be fine, upstanding families. For me, one of the things I feared was how I would tell my ex. Ted waited at the exit to our ride in case Dan showed up. When we got to the security office, I was shocked to see how ambivalent they were. They told me to come back in a couple of hours. When I protested, it got even worse. They told me to wait until the end of the day and said, "We'll find him when the park clears out." By then I was incensed, but I soon understood why their attitude was what it is. As it turned out, there were about 20 other shitty parents in the office waiting for their turn to report that they had lost one of their kids. There was really nothing I could do, but I wasn't going to let that security person go until we found Dan. Fortunately, when we got back to Ted, Dan was there. This was a couple of hours after I lost him. They were the longest 2 hours of my life. On the way home, Dan said something like, "We don't have to tell Mom about this, do we?" Well, I had been thinking about how to broach that possibility, but I didn't want to bring it up, because if the boys intended to tell Mom, it would only encourage it, and I'd be in big trouble with Kathleen. Naturally, I was receptive to the idea and responded something like, "Tell Mom about what?" Dan had a propensity for unintentionally scaring hell out of me. Another time, when he was helping with beat baseball, an ice cream truck went by, and he asked if he could get something. I gave him some money, and he ran to catch up with the ice cream truck. The problem was that Dan didn't come back. We played ball in an area of town that wasn't really safe, so there was additional reason for concern. We were getting ready to look for him when he finally showed up. He said that he had gotten lost. He said some kid threw a rock at him, so he picked it up and threw it back. I don't know the kid who threw the rock, but Dan had a pretty good arm. I think this may have been another thing that Mom didn't hear about for a while. A year or so later, I was living about 50 miles from work, which meant that I had to commute. Dan and Ted were staying with me for the week, but I had only 4 days of vacation left, so my plan was to take the boys to Kalamazoo with me on Friday and let them spend the day with their grandparents. I was going to pick them up at the end of the day, and we were going to ride home with one of the guys I commuted with. But late Thursday afternoon, I had a change of mind. I phoned my boss and told him that I was going to be sick the next day and stay home with my boys. Tom and I were good friends, and I never lied to him, and I figured if I called in, he'd know anyway, so I told him straight out. He said okay and promptly put it on my record. Steve, the guy I was riding with at the time, weighed about 400 pounds. One day, he announced he had to go on a diet because he had reached the magical number of 406 pounds. I guess that was the cutoff point for him. He was so heavy that he had to open the car door to put his seatbelt on, and he would get horribly out of breath just going through the sequence of putting gas in the car. The sad thing was that about 5 years before I met him, he was an avid runner and competed in smaller races. For him, it was all about his self-image, and he readily admitted that. My boys went back to Alabama over the weekend, and when I got to work Monday, I called Steve's office to see if I could ride home with him that night. The lady who answered the phone was extremely upset and sounded like she had been crying. When she asked if I had heard, I said no. She proceeded to tell me that Steve, the guy whom my boys and I would have ridden with on Friday night, had a heart attack driving home on Friday and drove into the back of a trailer. Evidently, it shaved the top half of the car off. There are lots of scenarios here. One of the boys could have seen it coming and stopped the car, maybe even saved Steve's life, but I think the most likely scenario would have been that my boys and I would have been killed. One thing is for sure, if there was ever a time to take a sick day, that was it. How I met my soulmate. After my divorce, I remained single for a while, but I dated quite a bit with women that I met by running ads in the local newspaper. After much trial and error, which was a lot of fun, I met my wife Penny that way. Dating through the newspaper works similarly to online dating, except I didn't have to fill out a questionnaire. Instead, I wrote my own ad to the paper, talking about myself and what I wanted in a relationship. I tried to think of funny or clever things to say while I outlined some of my interests and goals. I felt that most of the ads in the paper were quite boring for the most part, and for sure lacked realism. If everyone enjoyed long walks and sitting in the park, you'd see a lot more of that stuff. Because there wasn't online dating at the time, all communications after the exchange of letters were on the phone, until both people decided whether or not to carry the process further and meet in person. Since the conversation took place on the phone, I felt that I was on equal ground, and I made the conscious decision not to tell prospective dates that I was blind until I had a chance to tell them other things about me, things that I felt would be overlooked if I brought up the blindness right away. Examples are that I am or was employed. I have children, and I'm happy, well-adjusted, work out regularly, and so forth. I tried mentioning that I was involved as a fundraiser for sports and recreation for the blind, and that I formed the Beep Baseball League in Kalamazoo on one occasion without mentioning my blindness, but I quickly learned that tended to mandate responses bordering on pity about what a kind person I was. So later when I mentioned that I was blind, people felt deceived. When the decision to meet seemed mutual and likely, to me it was time to shit or get off the pot. I would then say something like, "We've been talking for an hour or so, and you know that I'm happy, well-adjusted, work out regularly, and am employed. I am also visually impaired." The responses I got when I dropped this bombshell were quite varied, and I always tell people that you have to be prepared for big-time rejection here because it's bound to happen. You have to balance it out against the possibility of success and the hope of, at the very least, getting laid once or twice. One lady, who I really wanted to meet because she had a swimming pool and it was a very hot summer that year, flat out refused to meet me. She said that she had just gotten rid of an alcoholic husband and didn't need anyone that she would have to take care of. Of course, that's hurtful to hear, but also it's honest. And for the most part, I didn't argue much when that happened because I have learned that barrier is one that I'm usually not going to overcome, and it isn't worth the effort and possible pain of pushing something that isn't likely to turn out well. In this case, though, because it was an extremely hot summer that year, I really wanted to go for a swim, so I pushed it a little more than usual. I was truthful in saying that I was not interested in a caretaker and that I would strongly resist that kind of treatment, but nothing changed. She did not budge. In a different telephone meeting, I spoke with a woman for a couple of hours. During the discussion, we determined that we knew some of the same people, one of whom happened to be a supervisor in my area. Our phone call got interrupted for some reason, but before we hung up, we agreed to talk more the next evening. In the meantime, I thought about it some and decided that I really didn't want to meet her. So the next day when Kevin called me into his office and mentioned that he happened to know the girl who I had spoken with and that she had called to ask about me, he was kind enough to ask me what I wanted him to tell her. I appreciated him taking the time to ask me what to say first because clearly, depending on what he told her, it could put him on the spot. He didn't want to screw it up for me and tell her that I was blind, but since he knew the girl and her family, I couldn't ask him to omit such a huge and glaring detail. Of course, I resented being checked on like that, and because of my feelings about that, I did not ask him anything about her in return. I saw this as an opportunity and also a way that my boss could be totally honest, so I took the easy way out and asked him to tell her that I was blind. You notice that I did not use the words visually impaired this time, but blind. This is because this time I wanted to achieve the shocking effect. Visually impaired leaves some question as to the severity of blindness, where blind does not leave any doubt in the average person's mind. Being blind, especially if you put the word totally in front of it, totally blind, strikes fear in the eyes of many people for obvious reasons. Visually impaired actually seem to confuse people, and they would ask questions like, "Do you wear glasses?" I would say no. Or, "What is visually impaired? How blind are you?" This required more of a direct answer, so I would say that I didn't see a thing. That generally ended the questioning. Most of the time we met after that, and the issue would resolve itself one way or another. Of course, I had to be prepared for rejection, but it is not always easy. Even when you really don't care about being rejected, it still hurts. The next evening when we spoke to say goodbye, she expressed that we had had such a nice and enjoyable conversation, and then she found out that I was blind, and why didn't I tell her? She said that ruined it for her. I was a bit pissed because if she truly enjoyed talking with me, why did me being blind have to ruin it? It really didn't matter, though, because we both wanted the same thing. There are 3 responses one can get to the question, how do you feel about the fact that I am visually impaired? Of course, you can leave out asking how people feel about that, but I felt that left too much hanging, and at that point, it was better to push the issue. One possible answer is basically as in the above. I can't deal with it. The second potential response is that it doesn't bother the person, which really is about as unsatisfactory as the first answer, because how can it not bother someone at all unless they have had previous experience with blindness or a blind or visually impaired person? The immediate thought that went through my mind was, what's wrong with you? How can it not matter? One lady replied that my blindness was not an issue, that she had a bit of a problem too, but she was working on it. I asked her what her issue was, and she said she was a bit overweight, which turned out to be a bit of an understatement. I have wondered when she would have shared that if I hadn't mentioned that I was blind. Being that I'm blind, I figure I should be open-minded, and I try to be, and we ended up meeting. During our confessions to each other, there was one other thing that she neglected to tell me before we met, was that she was also missing part of her left leg. Being that I had to admit that I was blind before we met, I have thought a lot about the things people feel they have to be careful about handling with others. It shouldn't be that way. I've come to the conclusion that it is tough to be totally honest in that situation. We met that night, though, and she got me totally drunk on some homemade Kahlua and took advantage of my inebriated state, which I didn't mind at all. The next morning when we woke up, she immediately started talking about liking to be tied up and asked me if she could tie me up and spread peanut butter all over me and lick it off. I had never been tied up and still have not. It seems to me that you'd have to know someone and trust them quite well to let them tie you up. I didn't see it happening after one evening together and in a stranger's house. I promptly dubbed her the Peanut Butter Girl in discussions with friends, but I never saw her again. To the best of my memory, my wife is the only person I met who gave what I feel is the best answer to the question, how do you feel about my visual impairment? Her answer was frankly one that I had never thought of before, but when you think about it, there can't be a better answer. She responded, "Well, I don't know." Still, she was willing to meet me and see. To me, this seemed the most honest and thoughtful response one could hope for. To this day, she will say that I dropped the visually impaired bombshell on her after we had agreed to meet, thereby putting her in a less comfortable position, and while I never intended that, she may be correct. Like Penny, I was tiring of the dating game, and we were both about ready to give it up. As a result, I may have been more careless in how I handled things. Nevertheless, we met, and we married 3 years later. I've never been good at proposals. In the 3 that I've made, I've never gotten down on my knees in a fancy restaurant or in front of a park bench. I proposed to the mother of my boys while we were lying on the bed at her apartment, and I proposed to my second wife while lying on the bed of a cheap flophouse while attending a goalball tournament in some other state. Do you see a pattern here? At least I had a very nice ring to offer that time. The decision to marry was not an easy one for Penny or me, but this time I was determined not to propose while in or lying on the bed. We had been living together for a while, and I assumed it was a slam-dunk question. My proposal to Penny went something like this. Instead of being in the bedroom, we were standing in the kitchen planning a trip to Las Vegas, and I said, "We might as well get married while we are there." Assuming that she would say yes, and that would be that, I smiled big and turned to walk away and go mess around with my computer. As it turned out, I should not have taken the answer for granted, because as I was walking away, Penny said, "Well, I don't know. I'm going to have to think about it." This was quite a shock to me, because we had been living in sin for quite some time and had known each other for several years before we started living in sin. Needless to say, my much too inflated ego was crushed, but what could I do? I picked my jaw up from the floor and went downstairs to my friend, the computer. Penny thought about it for a couple of days, as did I. Just about the time when I was getting ready to leave my computer room and go upstairs to suggest that maybe we could just continue as we were. After all, we were living together, happy and content. Why rock the boat? I stood up to go upstairs and tell her, but heard the ding that represented a new email and decided to check it first. It was from Penny. She said something like, "Regarding your proposal to marry, I have given it much thought. My hesitancy was not about marrying you, but of marrying again, knowing how it can turn out. However, if you still want to marry me, I promise to try my best to support you in everything you do to the best of my ability." She has truly lived up to her word. The support she has given me throughout the years has meant more to me than anything that was included in the vows we took a few days later in Vegas. I think a lot outside of the box, and I do crazy things, and often supporting me is not easy. I do have to say, though, that because of knowing me, Penny thinks a lot more outside of the box than she used to, and I'm so glad to see that. What's it like to be blind? Penny has never asked what it is like to be blind, but many people do. It's a complex question because since I've been blind all of my life, I don't know what it's like to see. Let's get what should be an obvious question out of the way. What does one see when he/she doesn't see? This is not as simple as it sounds. In fact, I never understood it until it was explained to me when I was in my mid-20s by a person who could see some out of her right eye, but was totally blind in her left eye. We naturally assume one sees darkness, and having seen some light all of my life, up to the point when Debbie explained it to me, I also assumed that. When you turn out the lights, there is darkness, of course. However, a person who has been totally blind all of their life has no reference as to what darkness is because they have never seen darkness. They have also never seen light. A person who does not see anything sees exactly what you see through the back of your left hand, which is nothing. There are myriad degrees of blindness. Just look around you at the number of people wearing glasses and know that a significant number of people who are not wearing glasses are wearing contact lenses. Yet blindness is one of the most feared of all the handicaps. It's a matter of perspective, though. I fear loss of hearing more than anything, whereas deaf people in general would prefer not to hear as opposed to not being able to see. The reason for this thinking is quite obvious. We appreciate and learn to live with what we have. Would I like to see? A while ago, some friends from Washington State visited us, and while we were sitting on our deck, everyone but me was discussing how they could see the mountains and down into the valley from our patio table, miles and miles away. This is inconceivable to me, but from my point of view, I think I'd be happy to be able to see where the end of the deck was. This is not something I think about frequently or wish for, but I am very aware that I feel that way. Of course, if I could see that far, then I'd want to be able to see the back fence. There is no end to that kind of wishful thinking. Do I accept my blindness? Most of the time I can say yes, but there are always times when I can say not so much. Sometimes I feel cheated. We all have one chance at this life, and I don't get to spend it being able to see. I don't dwell on it, but for me, it's impossible not to resent that from time to time. Overall, though, I believe that I accept being blind as well as anyone can. When I was a child, I had considerably more light perception than I do now. Light perception is nothing by sighted people's standards, but I found it very helpful in traveling because I could see the white lines, or whatever color they are, that are painted to designate crosswalks. I could also see the line that's drawn between lanes on streets, which was usually helpful except for the time when I realized I was not crossing the street anymore. Instead, I was walking straight down the white line that was painted down the middle of the street, and cars were whizzing by me on both sides. Light perception primarily allowed me to distinguish contrasts. I could see the difference between grass and sidewalks, or snowbanks along the sidewalks, but I could not actually see the grass or the snow or the sidewalk. I could not see how high the snowbanks were, just that they were there, so it did not prevent me from occasionally tripping. If the snowbanks are high, I could also hear them. I could sometimes, but not always, reliably see posts or poles, which made walking much easier than it is now, with the pejorative word being sometimes. Life throws curves at you that way. I used to be able to distinguish colors of Christmas tree lights by how bright they were, but I've never been able to transpose that awareness to anything else. I believe that I did not see the colors, but instead I learned the light contrasts which were constant on the Christmas tree using the same light strings. Sometimes I can accept the varying responses of people to my blindness, but at other times I don't do so well. Sometimes I can joke about it. Sometimes I get pissed off. I don't think it bothers me to be blind. What bothers me are the reactions that some people have to blindness. Sometimes they make me angry, and sometimes sad. At other times, I'm perplexed and even discouraged. It is common for people to assume that I don't hear well because I don't see. I think this may be mainly because I don't appear to be looking at them, or perhaps because I don't appear to respond with expression and other visual cues when we talk, so the tendency is to talk louder in order to get my attention. Some people don't think I hear at all, or that I am not aware. One day, while Penny and I were eating in a cafeteria, a guy walked up to our table and started talking to Penny as if I wasn't there. "God bless you," he said. He continued telling her what a wonderful person she was for taking care of me. Unlike me, Penny is not one to provoke controversy, so she didn't say a thing, and the older man walked away unchallenged. Frankly, having experienced a lot in life, but never that kind of outright bullshit, I was shocked, and I didn't say anything either. Communicating with a deaf person. There was one deaf person at the Michigan School for the Blind. Donna was one of the most remarkable people I've ever known, although I never knew her well. She could feel the vibration and movement of people's lips. She was the modern-day Helen Keller, and even learned to play the piano. Her piano teacher was Jessie Manley, our piano tuning teacher. My first contact with a hearing-impaired person outside of the school was quite by accident. I was headed to the bus station in Lansing one day and wanted to drop a suit off at the dry cleaners to get it cleaned and pressed, but I didn't know where the dry cleaners was. I could hear someone walking in front of me, so I walked up beside them and asked him where the dry cleaning store was. He did not answer, so I calmly asked again, but still no answer. This frustrated me to no end because I was in a hurry, because I couldn't understand why the person wasn't answering me. In an attempt to get his attention, I touched his shoulder and asked one more time, "Do you know where the dry cleaning store is?" His response was to reach out and touch my ear. I had to laugh. What else could I do? The long-lasting effects. For me, the emotional stress of leaving my family and going away to the school has had lasting effects far beyond anything one might expect, probably more than blindness itself. A few years ago, when I attended a dog guide school to get my dog Spence, my wife visited me in Oregon for a weekend. When Sunday came, the day I always had to go back to school when I was young, and now the day that Penny had to leave me, I started to cry uncontrollably. I had no idea this was going to happen. It just did. I know it shocked Penny as it did me. I love Penny with all of my heart and soul, but I'm an adult. At this point, I was in my late 50s. Why this sudden outburst of emotion? And thinking about it, I believe that it had to be because Sunday was the day every week when I was young when I had to leave my family and go back to school. Even though I felt that I had adjusted to the emotional things that happened to me, it is apparent to me to this day that those impressions during those first young years, as well as things that happened during my teenage years, had an indelible impact on me, and it has unquestionably changed me forever. A few years ago, my wife and I were driving back to Arizona from Michigan, and she suggested that I start reading a book, One Summer by David Baldacci. So I downloaded the audiobook and started reading it as we traveled down the highway. The book starts out with a man who has a terminal illness and is bedridden with very few days left to live. The book begins on Christmas Eve. His wife discovers that she neglected to pick up his life-sustaining medication when she went out earlier that day, but by now, almost everything is closed up for the holidays. Finally, after some searching, she is able to find a drugstore that is open, but it is located across town. There is no choice, so she drives across town to pick up the medicine, but she never makes it home. Instead, she is killed in an automobile accident. Without giving away too much of the story, within days, family members take away his kids because being bedridden, he cannot care for them. Obviously, he is quite helpless to do much about it. I found myself bawling like a baby as we rolled down the highway. Again, this shocked both Penny and me. I felt so sorry for him and his children and their loss that I could not control myself. On top of imminent death, the sick man lost everything dear to him in just a couple of days, at a time when he most needed it, not to mention that his children lost everything too. Penny said that she never would have recommended the book if she had known it would impact me like that. But it really is an excellent book, and I'm glad I read it. Would I like to have my vision restored? A few years ago, we were on our way to Alabama so I could ride in a NASCAR. It was one of the several fantastic birthday presents that my wife has given me throughout the years. I've been praying for you throughout the entire trip, the lady who was sitting behind us on the plane said as we landed. Of course, I knew what she meant, but this kind of thing goes beyond bordering on ridiculous to me. But I asked, praying for what? She responded that she was praying that God would give me my vision back. Naturally, I asked how long one had to pray for such an event to succeed. Should I have scheduled a longer flight because I wasn't seeing a fucking thing yet? Not even a glimmer? My feeling is that if prayer really works, let's try it on world peace. My blindness should be way down the line in terms of importance. I also have this strange belief that one should be careful about praying for someone else because they might not want what you are asking your God for. In this case, I suggested to the lady that she was assuming I would want my sight back. This is a question worth exploring, and it's clear that in looking at the lives of those who have gotten their vision back, it is not all peaches and cream as one might imagine. In a recent movie based on a true story, At First Sight, about a man who had such an experience. He had to learn the difference between a cube and a ball by taking the objects in his hand to examine them while he looked at them because he had no visual reference to call on. Additionally, long stairways going down were frightening, as was lots of traffic when waiting to cross the street. While at a party one night, they were playing the song YMCA, to which there are emotions that people who can see use spelling out YMCA during the song, which he did not understand, and he had to ask his girlfriend what the people were doing. People have tried to show me those motions, but I don't get it either. It was clear that he felt like somewhat of a misfit in his new society. I have friends who say categorically that if given the chance they would not wish to have vision, but I'm not ready to go that far. I'd have to test out the "is the stove hot" theory of exploring life. There is no question that I'd require extensive counseling in order to live with the life-changing event of having my sight restored, and it might take more time than I have left on this earth. Final comments, thinking about youth. When I was young, I thought my life was pretty exciting, and maybe that I was doing some unusual things, and clearly I did that. Now that I am older and supposedly wiser, I can look back on those years, and there is no question that I was reckless with my life, and without a doubt, I'm damn lucky to be alive. That understanding scares me a lot. I guess it could be said that attending the Michigan School for the Blind was more a matter of putting in my time. For me, this could be because of my inner anger and sadness, which I could not recognize and therefore not deal with then. It's probably fair to say that none of us had a clear awareness of life or of the world we were about to enter. Of course, I followed the news and knew about the hippie counterculture as an idealism, and that they were drugs, sex, and rock and roll, and for some reason that culture appealed to me. The anti-war movement has been a lasting thing for me, and I still subscribe to it, even though it is much less popular nowadays. Even so, I left high school with no direction in my life. I believe that I was one of many kids, blind or sighted, who left school with little self-confidence, having absolutely no idea what I was about or what I should do with my life. At the time, I lived on the edge. I just wanted to live, to identify, and I tried to see things through the eyes of other kids my age and who were not necessarily blind. I never considered, as I do now when I look back on it, the hazards lurking on highways, the unsavory characters, or the dangers of traffic flow to someone who had no idea how perilous it could be. I was just trying to find myself. I never thought about whether I could or couldn't or shouldn't do the things I did. I just did them. I made some horrible decisions, but also some decisions that worked out quite well for me because I'm still alive and because I had a hell of a lot of fun. Nothing was well thought out, and I take no credit for making decisions when they worked out positively. I just did things and reacted. None of this helped me to grow up. I simply finally reached the point where I knew I couldn't take any more chances, and that perhaps working for the man, a hippie view of the establishment, was the best way to go for me. After much thought, I know now that I found little in that life that I wanted to hang on to, other than some fun and crazy memories and my love for the people I met and who contribute to my life to this day. My life now is one of happiness and contentment. It is a good life. I have 2 wonderful sons and the best wife/partner one could hope to have. It is clearly much more than I deserve. Life has come full circle for me. After years of searching, I have finally found all I ever wanted. After years of hope and doubt, while I still feel sadness from time to time about it, I no longer feel abandoned. Now, regardless of all that I've done and haven't done, even though I've made many mistakes, I know now that there are people who love me, and because of all that I went through to get to this point, I cherish that every day. Acknowledgements. This concludes Hitchhiking Across the Country with My White Cane in the 70s by David Gordon. This book is about one person, David Gordon, the choices I made, the stupid things I did, the fun I had, and how I survived some dangerous and near-death situations as I chose a far different and much less traveled path than many of those whom I grew up with. I have done my best to represent everything in this book accurately. With few exceptions, the names of friends and others mentioned herein have not been changed. According to Google, in the 1960 U.S. Census, there were 833,343 people named Mike or Michael, 734,142 men named Davy, Dave, or David, 713,587 named Johnny or John, and 327,199 people named Thomas, Tommy, or Tom in the United States. I have used only 5 surnames, which clearly designate a specific friend or person because of their singular impact on my life, Stevie Wonder, for example, and because I know they won't mind. If your ego causes you to feel that you've been unfairly represented by the use of your first name, you could be mistaken, or if not, perhaps you should have behaved differently. Alternatively, I very much look forward to reading your book. I am a much better storyteller than a writer, which makes it even more important to me to acknowledge the people who made this book possible. Without you, I would have carried these memories to the grave by myself. My son Ted, who has much more faith in me than I deserve, encouraged me to try writing a book for years before I started this project. Whenever we would talk on the phone, he would say, "How's that book coming, Dad?" And I'd make up something like, "I'm thinking about it," or "I just wrote the first 5 pages," or "Real good, I think you'll like it." Then I would very quietly chuckle while he remained silent because he knew that I hadn't done a damn thing. Early in the process, it became clear to me that I could never write a book without the advice of people much more qualified than yours truly, so I asked 2 friends to read my attempt as I got close to what I felt was the final product, and I encouraged them to be honest about what was wrong and what I needed to do. Sometimes their advice made things more difficult. Sometimes it hurt a bit, and at times I wanted to quit. But they were always right, and they kept me going. A special thank you goes to Pat and Patrick for your honesty, guidance, and encouragement. Your advice was always top-of-the-line professional stuff. A friend who shall remain unnamed said that Pat should have been a fucking agent. His words were meant kindly, and he was right. Pat and Patrick, you are the best possible choices I could have made. Lori was kind enough to let me publish her very well-written story about her first travel experience as a blind person in the book. She also assisted me with the final editing and structure. I never would have finished without Lori's help. She read the book more times than I care to admit to, and continued to offer suggestions and ideas until I finally said, "Lori, we are finished. Thank you so much for jumping in near the end and pointing me in the right direction so many times." An author who is much more qualified than I told me that in writing a book, one must edit, and then edit some more. My wife has read this book almost as many times as I have. Whenever I asked for her advice and help, she would sit down and read the entire thing through from beginning to end and correct the continuous grammatical and spelling errors that I made every time I changed something. You've read about my wife in the book. If you were fortunate to have a soulmate like Penny, surely you don't need to be told that you've struck it rich in all that matters when life is real. Ken Solon agreed to read the book for the audio format. When I heard his audition, I knew right away that he was exactly what this book needed to give it reality and to convey the feelings that I was attempting to express. Ken, you made me sound much better than I deserve. I am extremely grateful to all of you, but especially you, the listeners and readers. I hope you had as much fun reading the book as I did in living it, but like the warning says, don't try this stuff at home. I would love to hear from you. I can be contacted by email at dwgordon@birdsoft.com, dwgordon@byrdsoft.com. This has been Hitchhiking Across the Country with My White Cane in the 70s, written by David Gordon, narrated by Ken Solon. Copyright 2017 by David Gordon. Production copyright 2018 by David Gordon.